What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to day number 2. We are diving into the tail end of the heats here in EU and later on in the day, NA East, and it is going to be a great day for some Fortnite right before we head into tomorrow's grand finals. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us here for Europe on the analyst desk, we've got Sundown and we've got Monster D-Face. Guys, one day closer to grand finals, one heat left. How are you guys feeling? Sundown, let's start with you.
Oh, I'm so excited. We saw Oceania and Asia wrap up overnight. Middle East Grand Finals are underway. Europe Heat 3 just got done. We'll have NA East Heat 3 and Heat 4 coming up later. EU Heat 4 on the broadcast. There's so much top-level Fortnite, and this is the last chance for these guys to stake a claim in that Grand Finals.
That's the roller coaster Fortnite right there. We've been on it since Friday, honestly, since a few weeks ago, and it's only gone up and up now. We're at the peak now. I'm ready to drop off the top, though, because Grand Finals is getting closer and closer.
That's right, guys. We get one final showing of all these talented players before the Grand Finals. We're going to get ready to dive into it now. Keep in mind, we ourselves are going to be tuning into EU, Heat number 4, and then we'll take a break, and later on the day, we'll be back for NA East coverage. Now, with that being said, let's talk about the format. We've had 4 heats across 2 days, right? We had the first 2 happen yesterday. Today, we get the second half for those to take a look at. 100 players have made it here, and only the top 25 will advance after 6 matches. Of course, across the board, we have 4 heats. The top 25 will move on to tomorrow total, adding up to 100 players, and after 6 match Sundown, one FNCS champion will be crowned.
And that's what it's all about, walking away with that title and walking away with the Axe of Champions. Some players trying to do their best to retain it, and this is how they'll be fighting it out. Again, each elimination being worth a point. However, we have seen a cap added at 20 elimination points, but it hasn't come into play in any of the heats or the round 3s. So if it does, that would be astronomical. Placement points end up coming in as early as 75th, then top 50, then every 10 players, and then every 5 players up until you get into that top 5 threshold. So definitely want to be aiming for those late game placements.
Yeah, if yesterday was the indicator, players like Mr. Savage, who had 16 eliminations, barely qualified through, and that was because they couldn't get their gears going and get those placement points in the later half of the matches. So it just shows how important it is. And honestly, yes, your playstyles can get you top 25, but that doesn't mean it's going to be enough.
That's right. That's a lot of these players, man. They want to make it to Grand Finals because here is a breakdown of your total prize pool. There was a lot, 7 regions, a lot of money on the line, but of course, as Sundown talked about it, the Axe of Champions. There's already players out there that hold it. The question is, can they defend their title? If they cannot, they will relinquish control of it. Our Grand Finals will now hold it for the remainder until the next FNCS. Now, of course, guys, there's a lot to talk about, but very quickly, I want to let you know, genius comes in many forms. Whether you're dangerously funny, creating havoc with wild plans, or flooding the island with your best intentions, it often comes along with a companion, madness. Become everyone's nemesis with the Last Laugh bundle, featuring the Joker, Poison Ivy, Midas Rex, matching cosmetics, and 1,000 V-Bucks. You can pre-order the bundle through your favorite retailers and it will be available on November 17th. So definitely check out the blog for all the details. And if you can't wait for more DC characters, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, and my personal favorite Batman will be back in the item shop for a limited time. So check them out before they disappear into the dark night. Of course, guys. You got that. Now, of course,
yeah,
as well, just a quick reminder, thank you, man. With a quick reminder, Joyride has hit the game, but we will not be seeing vehicles in competitive play, so keep an eye out for that as we move on the rest of the games. Now, I did mention before, we have other regions going head-to-head, so let's take a step back. Let's dive into the OCE region and see how things went for them. Sundown, I'm going to toss it your way.
Yeah, and one of the things noticing the games over the night is the consistency that has come out from some of the players in this heat. We talked about it, how with the top 50 going through in the smaller regions, how you expect to see most of the names in there. But what we want to know is who are the ones can you see towards the top. And Powersworthy has been so absurdly good over the course of all of the qualifiers and now taking away the top spot in the heats. The Victory Royale, 15 eliminations, pushing him 2 points ahead of Rivley there. You have Ronin, Z-Dux, and then Cat, the World Cup qualifier, rounding out that top 5.
Yeah, there's nothing but bangers up here. I'm looking at Alec, players like Jace, Squeaks, Eshes. These are notable OCE veterans on the scene. And it's been nothing but a shakeup on the OCE scene. Let's not forget, it's top 50 that pull through. So you're going to see a lot of your favorites. OCE's region's going to be nothing but stacked players. Here's 17th, though. Powers Repulse. I'm seeing him pull up. Not too bad. Probably not the performance he's looking for. So he is going to be someone to also keep an eye out as you approach the grand finals.
Yeah, Tui was also able to squeak on in there. You have Tyrex of FRX. Oatly, Colt, another player we've seen plenty of times before. Lupius, Lacio, Mountain, Looter squeezing in at 30th. Not used to seeing him there on the third page, but again, we talk about in the smaller regions when it comes through, there's only 2 heats, so top 50 is how tall you have to be to ride that grand finals ride. So as long as you're there, you'll have an opportunity to play for that final pool. You can see Fuith, Apollo, Stevo, Springs, Paltry, Cyrex, Benny Docs, Fertix, Random, and Overt Zans. Well, the top 40, then 41st user, somebody who unfortunately had a bad name in there. Remember, make sure you take those toxicity and mentions of cheats out. Nobody wants to see that on there. JBO on Game Boy, Bantis, Mr. Deadmoth Fan, PRM, JHK, Trexy, Goeg, Jake, INF, Synaf, and then YouTube Yondu will be 50th there, rounding it out 22 points. And the one thing to note, you can see right towards the bottom, it's just 1 point, 3 points separating everyone on this page as well. So, I mean, it's so close to just making it over. So congratulations to all those guys as we hop on over to Asia.
Yeah, that's right. And look at this. No Victory Royale here, but the first place still being secured away by consistency. That's how the reward system is going to play out. That's how the format's going to play. If you can catch your elims, you can play for those late games, you're going to be at the top of the food chain. It's going to be the same thing leading into Sunday Grand Finals.
That's right. And for this person, go ahead.
Now, the real key here, particularly in Asia that we've noted before, is just the difference in playstyle and the points. You don't see anybody who's really necessarily pushing forward with those high eliminations. And only one player who secured a Victory Royale was even in the top 10. So that just goes to show kind of how balanced the approach in terms of the placements really comes out.
Yeah, man. I mean, take a look at the point threshold. We saw that first place, such a big spread. I mean, that's a lot of confidence heading into grand finals. You know, that's where the space you want to be. And again, like, placing first is awesome, but there's no really big difference between placing first and 25th. As long as you make it through, you got to be feeling good, right, Monster?
Yeah, I mean, here today, I know there's some prizing on the line, but it's not nearly as significant as the grand final. So you don't want to pull all of your or pull all of your luck onto your qual days, right? You definitely want to save a little for grand finals. But hey, it is what it is here. It's a matter of breaking into top 50. That's where things are going to start getting interesting as we push into Sunday. But what we've noticed most about the heats is managing your play, right? Managing your drop spot, learning the lay of the land, and figuring out a strategy. Players like, let's just say, NA East P-God yesterday, who didn't have anyone land with him in his heat, that may not be the same thing for grand finals, right? So it's a small indicator of what your grand final might be like, but ultimately your Sunday is going to be completely different than any other qual week that you've played through.
Which is really key here. Again, as we go on to the next page, some more players who we've seen before, Schnicky Fishy sneaking on in there. If you're able to manage your play, come up with a game plan and execute on it, even the player in 50th there, one single elimination, but over the course of the rest of the game, able to rack up 20 placement points. And we've seen before, you can execute on those type of game plans. I mean, that's what Som did at the World Cup, and it got him that second place spot. It's lots of placements, particularly in this format where those top 5s and those top 3s are so valuable. It ends up adding up.
Let's not forget, it's always been that, right? It's been whether or not you're the placement style player or you're the fragger. Players like Crew and Chapix heavily relied on their PvP skills, one big game to swing them up to the top. Players like King did the same thing, representing for Brazil region. And then, like you said, stark contrast, players like Som take their time and secure their way safely to the top, typically a little more consistently.
Well, we'll have to see how consistency plays a factor as we recap what happened in EU's recap of heat number 3.
And I mean, X Squeezy has arguably, I think, been the most overall, like, a consistently impressive player. He's taking these early and mid-game fights, and then he transitions them into late-game situations where he's consistently making it into the top 5 in the hardest region. He would have been able to push over and take that #1 spot if it hadn't been for Toos just sneaking on in there and Kiriachi kind of taking him down in qualifier number 3. But today, walking away with first place, and by a solid margin too, 9 points clear of SETI in the end, and that was with an absolute dud of the last game. So the young Frenchman is looking like a stud recently.
And I'm happy you said it. It was by a fair margin. That's how his performances have been lately. When he's on, he is on. He's been consistent pulling through. And this is not just, a heat thing, right? This has been through the qualifiers as well. Let's not forget. He's been at the top consistently throughout the course of the last few weeks. So if it was based off of just that alone, he's probably one of the biggest picks here to look out for. You think players like Teak, who just came off of the DreamHack, great run would be your most dangerous, but no, Squeezy's up there. And then there's Sebi, who's been playing for that Caddy launcher, and he's sticking to it. You can see, we already know the story of Caddy's launcher has been a strong one, a dominant one throughout the course of these few weeks. The loadouts is playing to his benefit, but hey, he makes it work where a lot of people can't.
Yeah, and you can see the aggression here, utilizing the bonus speed from the Peppers in both of these situations, combining it with the Caddy and the crash pads to then close in on people. And one thing from Sebi in particular is he's not a player who's just content to sit and hold high ground when he has this mythic loot. If he gets it, he looks to work top down. He looks to burn other people through their resources, get his own tops off, and then go back up and down. And you can see that in a prime example dropping down there. But notice who got taken out in third there. It was X Squeezy. And then sometimes you just have to come up absolutely clutch to get your moments. And we're going to look at some of those qualifying moments. Floppa Michael right here doing his best, playing some billiards in there. He says Cub X corner pocket, calls his shot, picks him up in just a nice play. We talk about kind of the advancements. We did the masterclass on the crash pads, and Floppa Michael might as well change his name to Crash Pad Michael because he had that one laid down. He edited the side, had the perfect angle. Don't think he meant to necessarily pop him in the box, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and call it an intentional. Well done there.
And that's what I was going to say. That was his qualifying elim right there. If he would have lost that one, he was out of the game completely. So from 31 to 32 points, the most crucial elim that he could have asked for. And his own play was almost his own demise this time around. But hey, that's how Fortnite works sometimes.
Amen. It takes one game to change everything. So let's take a look at the final results here from heat number 3. Squeezy, as you mentioned, holding down the #1 spot. Again, 9 points ahead there. And he's holding pretty dang strong. Let's not forget this will be the top 25 from heat number 3 that move on to grand finals as we continue throughout the leaderboard.
Yeah, you can see there, Seti, Vadil, Gamers Origin, Decepto, Cypher, Pastic, Scram, Sebi, Floppa Michael with a clutch play there at the end. Come Legend Slicks, and then Navi 7 Tour rounding out the top 10. But it's top 25 in Europe and going through. And something else we want to continue keeping an eye on is where is that line? How many points are they going to need to advance? You're going to hear us talking a lot today about top 25 and being on pace and what it takes to qualify, because that is what matters, whether or not you'll be participating in the finals. Like all of the players on this page, Kura the Great, Meta Shrimsies, Bayon God, Smudge, Twains, Dual Media Snipe, Avesta Cura, Virtus Pros, Kiriachi squeezing in there as well. And then the 25th mark, 31 points per usual, and Carrot pushing over the top thanks to his 12 eliminations.
Yeah, but look at that tie-way, right? Like 32 points for Styler, Spen, and Young BXB, just showing you how close the competition. That's a 75th placement, right? We're talking one extra placement point threshold over is the difference maker. It gets so close at the top, especially. Breaking through the top 25, there's going to be some heartbreaks. We saw it yesterday. We're going to see it here today. And this heat has some notable names just in general, man. So it's going to be a big one for EU.
Yeah, it's really difficult there to push into that top 25. It just speaks volumes to these guys. You can see Siberia Jake also being forced outside in. But let's also take a look at who ended up qualifying for Heat 4 and who will be watching today, because, I mean, this heat is absolutely stacked, Zeke.
Bro, I'm telling you, we got so many more names. Like, we thought yesterday was going to be this who's who of competition, but again, old guard, new guard. I mean, I cannot be more excited for these games. And again, as a reminder, only 25 of these names are going to move on to tomorrow's grand finals. Let that sink in for a moment.
Yeah, and also on that first page there, gotta give her a shout out. Moki representing Gen G, doing her best to try and make the grand finals here. Had a very impressive run during the qualifiers, ended up taking home one of the rounds as well. You can see a number of other players flipping over here. Jamside, the veteran who's been around for a long time. Toos as well, who is able to take away qualifier 3 right away from Exqueezies. And then Heretics Belvid, Vamos España.
That's right, and I'm looking at Mongrel here, Wolfies, right? These are all the big names. This is the players to look out for. Players like Light, Dietrichs, right? Veterans on the scene. This is a lobby that is going to be completely stacked. There's going to be so many big engagements here. Drop spots are going to be contested. You have Noah, you have Martos here, we have Mitro qualing on through. So a lot of friends within the EU community all going against one another at the Heat 4.
Yeah, you got Reason and then also Vino up there. And you could say Vino is scared, and possibly for good reason, because there's plenty of sharks in the water with only the top 25 advancing through. It's going to be quite a feat, but as we've seen today, it's going to take just over an average of 5 points a game to get you through. So game plan correctly and get yourself there.
That's right. Let's take a look at maybe some players to watch as we get ready. Reason, though, right there at the top. I mean, what more? If you've been following, you know all about this guy.
Yeah, he's just been one of the most consistent players time and time again during the qualifiers, taking fights in the mid-game and turning them into more in these late-game situations. Just look at the bottom right-hand corner right now. That was the 10th elimination with still 35 players. This is 11 running here. And I mean, we've seen just how good he can be in both these close-range situations and then finding the rifle eliminations, just dropping down on the low ground. I believe this is a record in terms of a performance we've seen, dropping now 15 eliminations, Monster.
Yep, it's going to be 16 around this package off, and it just shows you the strength of the lobby here. Reason, one of the hottest players to touch down, but someone else is touching down. It's Toos, right? Gambit's Toos been on the rise lately. The entire Gambit squad. You think about players like Letwick and all the others that have been rising throughout the Gambit ranks, and I mean, it is players to look out for, as is Noah.
Yeah, I mean, those crazy Russians just have always, since the beginning of Fortnite, we've seen just all the way back to 5 skill building, the first 1x1, their aim and their ability to execute in close quarters. But Noah, as well, has been doing that time and time again. He really burst onto the scene after a disappointing qualifier number 1, but then qualifier number 2, when it was all on the line, him and Benji went toe-to-toe, and he just got edged out. But then back over, we talk about World Cup qualifier players and Gambit players who have just been popping off recently. Letwick picking up a huge one there, but then you also have Light, who's been very consistent.
Yeah, and these are some of those qualifying moments for him as well to kind of showcase his journey as why he's made it this far, as did Jamside. Jamside's someone who's been around for such a long time in Fortnite competitive. It's so impressive to see players like himself still at the top, still trying to battle his way through, claw his way through, the new guard, right? The new players that are all stepping up to the plate. And just look at the clutch up for him here with the 6 eliminations. Here's Mitro, though. He's been struggling in the qual days, but hey, his consistency has got him this far.
It gets him this far, and then you can also see in terms of his close quarters combat, the big thing for Mitro is he always has that ability to just rack off one of those huge games to turn into a 2 elimination game into all of a sudden a 6, 7, and into a top 5 performance, as he does right here. You see him picking up his 7th, taking down Benji there. He's a player who has that super high-end potential, and you always have to worry that if he puts it all together, he could steal one of those qualifying spots, if not a tournament.
He does.
Well, go ahead, Monster. I was going to let you finish there.
I was going to say, he does. He pulls up when it matters.
Well, guys, we don't have to wait that much longer. It's time to get into our first game here of EU Heat number 4. Let's head over to Bala TW and Shia Wager to get us into these games.
Thank you so much, Zeke. It's time. We've already got 75 players, but the last heat of Heat EU is upon us. I'm Bala TW, joined by Shia Wager. We're going to be casting this games. And Shia, really quick, I want to get your predictions. Who rises and who falls?
All right, hot takes. We got Moki, Noah Riley, top 25. I think these guys are going to be coming in hot today. Past that, though, Toos and Mitro are people to look out for. They struggle during these qualifying spots to all the way to the grand finals, so let's see how they handle heats.
All right, there you have it. Game number 1 of the final EU Heat is upon us, and we're going to be hopping off the battle bus and checking out what's going on with so many of these players. The final moments. I mean, you have so many. These guys called it out. Andalex, Light, Toos, Mitro, Mongrel in this heat as well. It's so stacked, and we're already hopping in first zone.
Yeah, people have already landed down. There have been a bunch of engagements that have already been taken at all these POIs. Who already has their loot? Who is already out of game number 1 here in the final heat for this FNCS Solos competition?
And I'm already looking over at Caddy. This might already start to be the rotation as that first zone closes, but with only 2 players still in that vicinity, I have to wonder, did Toos already get his hands on Kit's loot out of Caddy corner? That would be a disaster for the rest of the lobby, because given what we saw on day number 3, the way he dueled against X-Squeeze, it could be his time to start already creeping towards the top.
Having the best loot in the game, though, is not a surefire way to win. We've seen people not have the Shockwave Launcher or Kit's Charge Shotgun, and then get someone eliminated who has it, who owns that drop spot, use it to win the game. So it's going to be curious to see how Toos, if he has it, survives.
I mean, we saw that yesterday, right? Tayson, the back-to-back, not landing Caddy corner or any mythic spot, landing Steamy Stacks, ending up winning the game. So yes, you're right. In most cases, actually, the winner of all these set lobbies, round 3s, and now in the seasonal finals, the Heat, it typically isn't somebody that ends up going to one of those mythic spots. It's usually somebody playing a little bit more passive than anywhere else.
Passive, aggressive, doesn't matter what your style is. The early game is all about survival and getting tags. Kind of a ebb and flow of everyone's drop spots and rotations. One person who struggled with that, I think, a lot, especially last season, was Mitro. Always in the storm, fighting. Countless players time and time again contesting his spot. Today, though, he looks like he's all on his own, landing near that top left side of the map once again, but looking fresh off the first game of Europe.
Yeah, that he is. A new name, new look. Maybe not so new. We've seen this time and time again, but whenever he turns it on, it's vintage Mitro coming at you, and we'll have to see. That's the big question. Can he turn off the mentality that I have to take out every player in this lobby to show off my skills? That's clearly not the case, especially with the placement-heavy format that we've got this season.
Yeah, this format just changes the way things are played for multiple people around the map. Just look at the difference between Mitro's perspective and now the Authority. People already bunkered down, trying to get to the top 75, the magic number that needs to appear at the top left of your screen for them to start getting points. Flying D-Tricks are going to be box to box. Not sure where this fight is going to go, but so far, absolute stalemate.
It's a stalemate because there's 4 other players around in the Authority. There's going to be 2 crash pads in. Oh no, Dietrich accidentally throws a second one, and he doesn't have the time to fire off. He got the jump on Fly, but all of a sudden, it's an L dance on the other side.
Slow and Steady has won so many different races here in Fortnite and here in the FNCS Solos tournament. Right now, it might be an exact same thing happening between Code and Subo near this amazing high build fight.
It's a mirror match from what we just saw, but it goes a different way. It's the player down below again who wins as Code tries to get aggressive onto Subo, but the box fight will work out. There's a third party in the midst, though. This is near Pleasant Park, so players coming up from that north side, potentially Mitro a little bit further west, but it's Eric against Subo now, and Eric going to try to take some tags as Subo continues to disengage towards zone.
Just remember that we're watching Europe right now. This is the final heat, 100 players, the last chance for anyone really to qualify for grand finals. And you can feel it. The pressure's on. Usually in game 1, you see people playing passive, not really going for these crazy, super early crash pad plays. They happen, but slightly later into the game. The first 8 eliminations we've seen have just been complete total box dives, 50-50s. Fights ended fast, and no one's really holding anything back at all.
Certainly a difference for what you're used to seeing when you queue in the regular solo mode. Everywhere you go, there will be a player watching and ready to get some tags on you, because that's just how it is. You don't want to be taking those risks. You want to be carving out some space on the map by yourself and not hot dropping in a spot with 4 or 5 other players expecting to be able to take them out, because again, the format dictates, these 6 games against the same players, it dictates that you play a little bit more careful to actually rack up the points.
Playing careful, though, comes at a huge cost. Letwick right now, no shields. Got out of his drop spot fast, is trying to catch up with the whole server. Reminder, 92 players are alive right now. I think this is one of the most stacked games I've ever seen in the early game. No one's really gone down. Everyone is just waiting to show what they have for game number 1. There's Letwick showing a huge shot down. Nice fast elimination on the Crut.
And you see this impact of everybody not having shields and certain things like that, because that's a body shot from a hunting rifle from Letwick that makes that count. Another player down. Hopefully Letwick can now get some shield That ends up being a lot of the time what makes the difference. Now we're looking at Wolfie's on the backside. He's going to start W King as well. Playing aggressively with the crash pads again, but another player on the side of the mountain takes shots as well. That might be the sign for Wolfie's to slow down, but no, he does not. And he continues forward, and Surprise is gone.
And no one can stop the big bad wolf when he's at your door. He just blows that straight right down. Wolfie's there. A box fight once again finished in record time.
Ooh, but this is scary right here. Letwick has found himself Noah Riley, two of the better players in the server right now, and he's actually throwing stinks. I think that might have been a mistake, maybe trying to also detect where Noah Riley is. Letwick still did not get to those shields. He's going to go in. It's white damage on the other side. That means he's low HP, and he's got him in a complete box. But the crash pad, it gets Letwick away. And now there's actually breathing room on both sides, but the zone is going to start moving.
Might be final breath, so look at the HP totals for Noah, and Letwick, there is the drop down, but it's not going to be a pop-off for Noah Riley. He gets taken out in the first game. Letwick has 2 eliminations on 2 big names.
One of the most impactful elims right there. Noah Riley again. We remember day 2, the duel that he had against Benji Fishy. One of the players with the most amount of elims over all the FNCS qualifiers, going down in game 1 to Letwick, who we've seen in these stacked lobbies at World Cup, taking very, very huge fights and long fights in the mid game, whether he wants to or not. He's so good in those situations and proving it once again. Against Noah Riley, another box fight, another box dive. It's Versa this time onto Benji 4K. He's down, and there's starting to be a lot of congestion on this south side.
You might be wondering now, why is there this congestion? Why are people starting to get into box fights even more and more? Suddenly now we move over to kind of a mid-game portion where Storm Surge starts to get active. You'll see that number on the right side of people's screens. Basically, if you don't deal enough damage compared to everyone else, you start to take damage. So people will force themselves into boxes, into fights with crash pads and many other mechanics. We'll see actually who gets to survive this. For Amar right now, he's 73 damage above. So all he needs to do is hide, but zone is coming fast.
Every time we switch to a new perspective in this point in time, pay attention to that number right above the minimap in the bottom right. That will change. If it says below, you are in danger. You need to find some damage. Otherwise, that pesky surge from the sky will start to damage you. Amar right now, all he's trying to do is get in a position. Another player might need surge. He's going to be in a box. Attack is working out. That compact SMG runs out, and Amar takes an elim and gets way above the surge where he needs to be.
Surge is one thing, but remember, these guys are still playing Fortnite. The zone is coming in. They have to know the fundamentals of where they need to be. Amar has been taken aback by this fight now and is trapped between 5 different people shooting him with ARs. Needs to find a way in. He can't just end this with 1 point. He needs to play for that placement. Nice aerial shot, but it's not enough as Vitate goes flying through the sky. No, actually, holding him from zone. Nice burst AR tags.
So many people already on the inside looking out, able to find those easy tags as the zone is bringing them low HP. We saw yesterday a glimpse of what happens if you're playing Steamy Stacks correctly, with Tayson and Kinzel taking the 2 top spots in heat number 2. This time it's Janice, the solo FNCS Invitational winner. But that was not a full-fledged FNCS. That did not grant him the Axe of Champions. He wants to clap back tomorrow. But first he has to get there and get top 25. So far, it's looking good based on his positioning, though. He might get a little push from another side. Oh, he might actually get a free elim, possibly a free big pot.
This is very simple, just too easy for Janice. I've seen this fight happen multiple times over and over in a row. He's already hit white tags, has a charge pump, and this man has only run away the person he's facing. There's the AR spray. He's out, and he has to be considering, should I keep landing here against the FNCS Invitational Champion?
Well, we're already in the 3rd zone. Who knows where Hikana is actually playing this Steamy Stacks, how he's rotating through. That's something to consider in this very first game out of 6 that we'll see today in the heats. People don't really know what's going to go on. People don't really know what the path is going to look like in the various different first zones, as that dictates a lot of where the spots on the map you'll be playing. Speaking of Janice and how he does not have that Axe of Champions, now we're looking and tuning in with Andalex, who is the reigning champion of FNCS right now in a duel as well on the side of zone. Not in that 3rd zone, not in that 4th zone, excuse me, where he needs to be, but thankfully a disengage on the backside.
This will be solos, though, that Andalex is going to be playing, so he will not have the help of his teammate Nate, who we saw play, I believe, yesterday in heat number 2. It's all up to him and his brain, his rotations, his positioning, and it's perfect. Moki getting sniped out.
That is so unfortunate. Andalex is going to take a step forward, try to pick up the loot, but that has to hurt for Moki. One of the players that we've been looking at to perform well, again qualify for a major grand finals. Would have been so fantastic for her. But alas, this is the deal with these game ones of the set lobbies of the heats. You never know. There's always something that you have to consider and look back at after this first game to understand how this lobby is shaping up.
We followed so many individual strands so far of these players coming off of their drops. Now just look at the map. Look at the way these guys are playing. I'm not hearing any AR shots. I'm not seeing any pickaxes on the walls. Everyone is jumbled up and bunkered up. They're trying to play the zone now.
What you're hearing is tension, caution in the winds. As everybody looks at what's going on around them, Martos will dive in a box with a Crash Pad Classic that he has been so good at, and I think he might find himself an Elim, but Floki right on top of him, and we do have to start taking stock of who made it to this area of the zone. Who is now going to be contesting for a top placement spot? I already see Reason crash padding in towards zone.
You got to be very, very vigilant when you're looking at when you're taking fights here. Andalex will be the one watching you. You mentioned Reason is also nearby looking at what is going to be done for the fourth zone already. There are these back-to-back close box fight eliminations on rotations. It's looking like endgame right now, but it's literally just the fourth zone. These guys are sweating so hard.
Andalex finds himself something on that front side. I'm looking complete opposite of him, where we saw Janice coming out of Steamy Stacks. There's a lot more quiet, a lot less people, a lot less risk. And that might be something to pay attention to throughout this heat, as those dead side rotates on the edge of the map might end up being really strong. So if you see any good performances from players doing that, that's a key factor to pay attention to.
Yeah, those empty zone situations where you're on one of the sides that don't really have congestion. Wow, nice shot there from Light. This is the person we were talking about just previously. Really good player, consistent over time, and this is why Hellfire 2 taken out. Light is just playing this perfectly for solos, just setting up traps over and over, knowing exactly where people want to rotate, and boxing up right beside there with edits ready. And he might find his third. I don't think he needs it right now. He has such an upgrade of loot. He can just play for the last back half of this game, but it's all his moment.
What did he get from that, though? Only one of those elims was he able to actually loot up. I know he wanted more, but extra players came down to scavenge what Light had achieved. I thought that those two elims were going to make him basically a favorite to potentially get towards the top 5 in this game, where the biggest placement prizes are awarded. But given the fact that he only gets one and he only stays at 75 total builds, maybe that's not the case.
Got to be very careful, though, if you're Light, Jamside, or anyone in this little bit of a treehouse treehouse box build fight. There's another shot. I was about to say, it's going to be very easy to pick up eliminations back-to-back. Good for Jamside, taking out Percolino. But it's going to be very tough to rotate after this. It's so secluded, so isolated, this position. Everyone is letting these fights happen. As soon as these guys move, all eyes will be on who comes out of the forest. I don't think these guys will be able to survive that run.
ADN, a recent Solo Cash Cup winner. Cartoon, who played significantly well throughout the qualifiers. He's 40 below, but 2 players need to go down, and there's a free elim inside of the box for him. Well done. That's 5th zone, the half in, half outs, where we start to play that end game, where we start to get this moving zone idea going in a competitive Fortnite game. It is poised to go west. And that's where a significant number of players are. You can already see Andalex has gotten a significant spot on height. There's Toos as well, potentially in the 5th zone, and potentially again with Kit's Shockwave Launcher. We'll get confirmation on that a little bit later, because that could be a sign of Toos's reign.
But Tate is the one that's kind of been dictating where anyone can move, where they can go. Ever since we saw him take that first elimination out into the storm, he has high ground right now, which is very important when these zones start to get smaller and smaller. Lets you use less mats when you rotate. lets you shoot down on people without really any pressure from anyone else. If you're in a position like Floki, you're going to want to have crash pads and launch pads to be able to move around mid-ground and really rotate fast. He has those. He's just waiting to see where he wants to go in game number 1.
And his setup is out of rickety rig. He's been dropping there all season long, so looks to be like he's doing well in that regard. No elims just yet, so something to consider. The 2 points that have come through for placement is what he has right now, and a guaranteed launch pad and mobility out of that. Nice play, heads up to see another player in a box that he could go ahead and take that wall because that player's distracted, focused on something else, focused on another player in the vicinity. But when you come into these end games, there are literally so many. Now's the time for him to go for the loot. He potentially could go grab it, but no. I think that it's fallen in the hole, and that might be too risky for him to take.
He'll jump straight out. The whole lobby will just soar and move straight as the zone does. Remember, these zones are starting to move now in this end game. Janus is going to be trapped near the bottom. Not really in a pressured spot. He's all the way ahead of where everyone else is. He has time to do what he needs to do, but still has to readjust his sightline, readjust his position so he can be right with the zone.
A bit of a fumble on that zone right there. Takes a number of ticks, but I'm sure he's in now. Yes, it was about 4. Reason is still up in this game, and I saw him get 2 elims thus far. Janus has had a couple as well. I believe up to 3 elims for him. This is the time for these guys to start potentially looking for a couple more elims as they get their way in the zone. There's another one, Janus. Yes, it combines, and look at the crash pads in his inventory. 12, that will last forever.
12 crash pads. This man will have the opportunity to make a bounce house in this entire endgame, and 35 children might be there to bounce right along with him. 25 shield, though, has to be careful to get a little bit more. The crash pad actually stopping him on the rotate. Reason is the one flying right past. Vitate still has high all the way up top. Andalex in a box fight down below. It's complete chaos on all different layers, and no one's really going down just yet. Still 31 people left alive. Andalex picks one up. ST's looking for his next spot. A trap being set. An AR will be the thing. He beams someone all the way to the backside of zone, gets that elimination, moves out afterwards.
Andalex and Mongrel have now fallen. Floki's still targeting to go up. ST will crash pad into another box, and yes, that player's stuck. The stairs even traps him a little bit more. It's ADN, and he grabs Jules' glider gun. That could be the key. I saw Mitro go down in the top 25, which is a good sign for him, but where does the rest of this game go? Who is still up on height? I haven't seen Tus's name fall just yet.
Not yet, but it could at any moment. It's so hard to survive here on a Fortnite endgame. 17 people left alive. Wise is going down. Esti is still all the way up front, almost hitting double digits of points. 2 eliminations. He's playing placement. Wolfies is alive in this endgame, picking up another one. There is the
never mind.
Onto Wolfies. He's going down.
And 2 pickups from the epic AR of Esti. That's a couple now for him. Floki's still up, and Tooth just launched somebody out, but he fell to Fusion. Fusion might now have picked up that shockwave launcher, but Janus is up, and he's launch padding up on height. He takes it. Janus has height, but still needs to contend.
Whoa!
Janus, another shot up on Fusion as he launches his way forward with a crash pad. Now I believe that shockwave launcher is out of contention. That means Janus on height has free reign.
Dropping down from the heavens and landing a blessed shot. What a play from Janus. Floki PCH will be the ones to basically take all the rain of his fire all the way from up top there. It starts now. Janus is beaming down on the right side of your screen. You can see Floki. He has to adjust. Ultimate low ground. What a shot from the right side. ST, though, is surviving right in front of him as he's looking to control the ultimate low ground. Now Janus is still up top. Floki in the storm. Another quick pickup. And now it's 3 people left. Janus up top. Floki and ST down with a fight. 1v1. Janus is the one to third party it, though. He's dropping down even lower. ST with the quick drop down. A trap set and gotten. ST now with so many eliminations, he picks up another. It's a final 1v1 between him on low ground and Janus on height.
And Janus, I believe, 6 eliminations right now against ST, 6 as well. So it's going to be a duel for this first place. It's white HP on Janus, but the shot's not coming through. Yes, the right shoulder peek over ST, and he wins out against the shockwave launcher that Janus picks up. So the story continues. These battle of mythic items continues, and Janus falls in second place, and ST takes the victory royale.
What a nice amount of movements and plays, though, from everyone all the way till those final moments. So many specific, interesting things happened. If you missed it, we have the analyst that's to break it down. Let's throw it straight to them and see what they've got for us.
A close game between Esty and Janice. Janice being the FNCSI, the Invitational Champion. Reliving that moment, saying, guys, I have done this back then. I can run this back, right? What a strong showing here in the first game. Wouldn't you say, Sundown?
A really consistent performance out of him, but Esty blowing the top off in that first game, 7 eliminations, and taking the victory royale moment at the end. That 4-point swing going to be the difference between him and Janice, but them occupying 13 of the early eliminations and really pushing themselves up and establishing a good foundation and a good case for making their way into the top 25.
Let's take a look at the standings. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
I was going to say, it's what you expect from someone like Janice specifically, right? This is someone who's been at the top of his game. You saw even Tayson have a phenomenal day yesterday, but here's a look at your leaderboard. Like we mentioned, it's the victory royale that's going to separate the two there at the top. That 4-point swing could have went either which way, but Esty is the one who's going to, of course, secure that. Floki had a phenomenal game. We saw his perspective. 5 eliminations there, Sundown.
Yeah, the Supremacy player pilfering as many points as he can. Good job coming through. PCH also at 12 with K2 SNWAD. Also right behind him, Crash's Rezon and Team Queso's Yuri with 11. Excel's Wolfdog, aka Wolfies, with 10. And then you can see as we flip on over to the next page. But the key is, what is the pace for top 25? And we talked about averaging 5 points and needing to kind of stay on that. You can see Swaps, Hutty, Jachu, Toos, Shadow, Fusion, Andalix, Nate, ADN, and Rax all on pace so far. And right now, Mr. X at 6 points with 0 elimination. Bettis, Sammy also hanging out right around there will be that line to enter. Mongrel just on the outside looking in, but not too bad of a start for him.
No, I would say this is a great start for anyone. Like we said, if you're on par with that 5-point or so game, you're pretty much there. You're right above or right where you need to be to qualify. Of course, you got to push a little harder, but that's what you expect of these best players. There's always going to be that pop-off performance that we expect for the people that are on their groove, on their day. So if you're just getting points, getting eliminations, I think you're pretty happy.
That projection being the 30 points that you need to make it in. You must be this tall being 25 to make it to grand finals tomorrow. Now, boys, let's go ahead and do a kind of a check-in with the players that we kind of talked about in the very intro of the show, discussing some of the players, notably, we'd probably want to keep our eyes on.
Well, I mean, Janice is definitely one. You talked about him being that FNCS Invitational winner, taking second place there right away and establishing himself in the beginning. We talked about kind of making sure you're getting eliminations and getting into the late game. The reason we stress on that so much is while you can be taking these kind of early and mid-game fights and flying at people, if you're able to just work your positioning, you'll get more opportunities to safely secure eliminations, and that's something Janice does particularly well. On the flip side of that, somebody who just likes to run at you and prove they're absolutely better is Excel's Wolfdog. And he's pushed himself up into that 9th spot by mainly taking those early and mid-game fights, converting them into elimination points. I believe he has one of the highest averages in terms of the amount of points coming from eliminations versus placements. So we'll see if he can continue that pace as the competition gets tougher and tougher.
But I want to just talk about that strategy. I want to reference this to the Mr. Savage playstyle from yesterday. He had a struggle of a day. 16 eliminations, but barely any placement points. I mean, when we say we were almost looking at a grand finals without Mr. Savage, like that was a near reality yesterday. And it's because of that playstyle. Wolfies is no different. He mirrors it. He is a confident player. He's one that likes to bulldoze through builds and really get into the thick of it. He's one to, I guess, start a fight, right? He's what we call the aggressor in the lobby. And that is the type of player that gets punished. That's the type of player that can easily fall behind and lose their prestigious games. There's only 6 opportunities here.
That's true. And, what do we have to do, right? Because we have to remember, first, it doesn't really make a difference as long as you're hitting that top 25 bracket. So for these players at the top, they have a very strong start, as you guys have said. And to echo that, the projection is 30 points. So what should we expect? What do these guys need to do to make sure they're staying ahead and just holding? Because at the end of this, you want to make sure that whatever happens, someone doesn't overtake you in the leaderboard.
Yeah, particularly in this heat, the one thing I'm going to note is there's only so much room for people to have huge games. It's yes, you can expect a monster game at a Mongrel, a monster game at a Wolfies, a monster game at a Metro at some point in time. They're all capable of doing that. But if one player is eliminating a large chunk of the lobby and occupying a mythic weapon or two, that means you aren't. And when all of a sudden you have 4 or 5 players who are requiring one of those games to get through, it rackets up just kind of the level of tension in each one of the pressure that goes into the fights. Whereas opposed to the players who are able to get themselves established, get 3 or 4 points here, get 5 points here, get maybe like one top 10 game in like game number 3 or 4, it becomes much easier than having to rely on that big 11, 12, 13 point game.
And this all goes to the fundamentals of where you touch down. I mean, we saw an iconic clash, honestly, between Noah and Letwick, both of which land on the southern portion of the map. So naturally, if that zone pool is far north, those are the competitors you're going to go against. They eventually, ultimately cross paths at the southern peak. And Letwick got the best of Noah that time around. They're both notable players, right? We want them to see them in grand finals.
That's right. Well, guys, we don't have to wait much longer to get back into these games. Let's send it over to the casters to jump on out of the Battle Bus.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And it's time for new names to rise. Esty there in the first game showing up. He didn't make any of the round 3s, but he is here to show that he has what it takes to perform and potentially qualify for the grand finals, maybe even after one of these really nice games. All he has to do now is play slightly consistent, but he doesn't need another one of those.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different names that need to rise up with him. We saw Moki getting taken out immediately with a sniper rifle shot. We saw multiple people in game number 1 not getting a chance to have a voice in this game. Game number 2 is that of redemption, though. A lot of people will be playing it that much harder. They'll be adjusting their strategies, their loot pads, and I'm curious to see what has changed in all these game plans.
And there he is. The Dirty Docks, Esty. One of the strongest spots here. Typically, we do see a number of good performances out of Dirty Docks, but not necessarily the winning ones. So I'll have to see if he can change that. It's not a spot since the squad days where Mongrel and crew ended up trying to go here for quite some time, but ever since then, it's kind of been lacking in the big presence, the powerhouse presence. That might be changing, though. 21 points for Esty after that first game. That was so stellar.
I'm liking the way he's playing Dirty Docks. Usually a lot of people play it passively. They go for their loot route completely and end up exiting because they want to play for the placement, the top 75. But he's taking fights. He's looking for that Elam potential, the 1 point you can get every time you get one.
Fight between Yuri and on the other side, over at the Orchard, a very strong spot. He's looking that he wants to crash pad in. You could already see the stair placement, but he's just trying to track, and I like what that player has done down below. He almost gets the stair and traps him in that box to be able to make the edits, but he's staying in a contained space where you can't actually throw that stair crash pad, making it difficult for Uri to actually break into this box.
He tried to crash pad right there to recover, but didn't actually land in. Expects his opponent's 1 and 2 big charge pumps straight to Dadoi's face, and easy for Yuri to pick that one out.
And that's only the 3rd player to now fall. Yuri gets the benefits of that and has Orchard now a little bit to himself, especially how early this was. But the zone moving now. Thankfully, didn't take too much damage, though has to spend a couple of those shield potions, and that's the damage that's done. Oh, Janice setting up a trap. This could be huge. That door closed. Potentially a chest in there to bait Kenswood in. He's going to, and I don't think he expects. Here comes Janice. He misses the shot. Just barely tags, and now all of a sudden it's a different story. Crash pad out, and he does get him through the air. He's flying, and so is Kenswood back to the lobby. Janice sets up a beautiful trap.
What a smart play from Janice. Then he just brings it everything, all of it right back home. Steamy Stacks is something you can't just take easily away from the reigning solo champion so far. So we'll see how long and how much he can get out of it. Around the map, though, there are other spots with multiple fights going down, and it's not the same way you can win out these POIs. Misty Meadows, kind of hard to set traps, and people are very vigilant about all these houses. They like to take control of a specific one, like Peppa Pig is doing right here. And there's a quick shot. Didn't actually land it down, though. The trap was not set like we saw with Curry, but it's fine. He still gets it down on a Hellfire. And another L dance. These guys are keeping it spicy.
Yeah, that they are not on theme at all with the brands. This is not a children's show, clearly. He's throwing all sorts of trash talk on the other way, and that's important in these heats. trying to solidify your spot so that you have what it takes. I mean, we've seen a number of winners come out of Misty Meadows in previous tournaments. But it's all about conditioning and figuring out and forcing other players to play how you want to play and not the other way around. A lot of times that just means you carve out that space and you roll from there.
These guys are all kind of sharing a relationship, though, on what they want and need to play this game. Everyone wants those crash pads. They want to have the ammo to make it to endgame and rainfire down. That's why you see people getting into fights, conflicting, trying to have control of these items. Omega will be one to try to wrap out this fight. His opponent is so low on HP, but him being up high without building gets sniped from a long distance. Does not know where the other opponent is. Now, his fighter is going to take the advantage and go for some shots. Omega is really on the back foot now. Just one flopper left, no shields. Every edit will be such a risk to take. He has to be very careful. Looking for the next shot. Wooden wall, one pickaxe away from imminent doom. Omega has the double edit, possibly, though, to take. It's up against Ensar, who has that shield.
And we've seen these early fights be so important in the heats. And then moving to the grand finals, things change a little bit now. Ensar, though, he's going to go over top, misses the shot, gets chunked down a little bit, but they're starting to run out of materials. He falls, and Omega rises as a champion of that fight. Very important for him because it's only 2 points now. He's gotten himself a little bit more space, but is it actually going to matter? Something very crucial to note, here in Sweaty Sands, we saw so many important fights actually break out in duos at FNCS, where Andalex and Nate took out Marvel and Benji Fisher to hold them from qualifying for the grand finals, and that gave them Sweaty Sands uncontested in the grand finals. So things like that are crucial to think about when we're watching these heats.
And fights are so important. Why is that? They give you momentum overall to push through into the rest of the game. Reason gets in that box. If you don't have people contesting you, you can find people on rotation. Nice pickup from him. His loot is looking stellar. He's got Chuck Splashes, a Pepper too, that speeds you right up, makes you move faster than everyone else. And with 89 people left alive, he's going to need that speed to get to the next moment.
Now we're looking back earlier in the game. It's Moki with a sniper rifle, and I'm guessing that this is the demise of the other player who's looking to get a snipe of his own, but you can't stay still for too long because Moki, sitting in the swamps, is lurking in the shadows with a sniper of her own. There's an Elim, and that's starting back up what she missed out on the last game.
Hey, if you can't beat him, join him. Taken out by a sniper before, picking one up after that, and easily turning the doom she had in game number 1 to a benefit in number 2. But look at who she has to face now. Mongrel is kind of just stopping her. The lighthouse on the beach, pushing her away from landing ashore. But she has a position to snipe from, her little base of a boat.
Oh my goodness. Thankfully, Mongrel 2.0 is not taking that shot as an insult, not taking that as a sign, hey, hold on, you're somebody who made me angry. Because that would have been a very wonderful fight to look at, but unfortunately us as viewers, we get robbed. But what we don't get robbed is both of those players in endgame. Light, who we saw have some early mid-game fights, isn't another one potentially against Esty here at Dirty Docks, unless he's already left, and I have to guess that he has already out through the north side where that zone is continuing to go, which is the same way that it went in that first game, mind you, very close up north.
Everyone's gonna have to go straight sky high, similar to the amount of earnings in this heat for players. $5 million almost. Everyone has collectively from playing Fortnite. Let that sink in.
What is that, man? That is a crazy stat. We've got potentially 4 millionaires in this heat, and people now trying to earn more prizing this Grand Finals FNCS. When it comes to Grand Finals, you know, those prizing payouts are quite large. So who's it going to be? Who's going to get the Axe of Champions this time around? It's the big question. That's what we're going to find out tomorrow. Right now, we're just trying to figure out who is going to be there. 25 more players to join them at the end of these 6 games. And we're in only game 2.
Here might be one going down straight fast again. Mr. X has a nice shot landing and a lot of control over all these builds. Has the edits to peek through and land another quick attack shot. But things are going to slow down in this fight. These guys are basically both on a mountain that overlooks everyone else in this mid game. And they might want to hold that position a little bit more than lose it while fighting.
This is one of the best positions in the game when it comes to first zone spots, second zone spots. But what it's shared like this, it gets a little scary because obviously the reason why this spot is good, you can look out on all the players rotating at the bridge, down behind you at the little lake house, and take these tags that will position you for Storm Surge if necessary, or potentially find a couple little sneaky elims. But as you can see, Mr. X, he's not worried about that. He's gotten what he needs, and he's paying attention on the other side. One try from the other player up above Vortex. If he starts to spray that AR against somebody else, that could be the cue for Mr. X to hop in. Thankfully, fully built brick walls on all sides that Mr. X can see through. It's going to be hard to break in.
If he does break in, look at the reward. Glider gun here for Vortex. If he gets it, but fast edits makes him right in front of the face of Mr. X, and he gets taken out. You have that gun for long range. Won't matter, though, if you have a shotgun that can do the same close by.
And exactly what I was saying. Mr. X was looking for it in that case, but Vortex is prepared. And thankfully, it has to be a crash pad over top, and he goes for the deep angle because of the way that those builds were positioned, so it does not work out. Vortex was paying attention, and he will get his way on the other ends. Now looking at some other people who are trying to base up and also get that damage down. Mitro, 80, and Nate all next to each other, all stellar players, 83 players up. This will be a wild surge. But contrasting the positions up on the mountain, down here in the lake, there's really not much to shoot at. Thankfully, though, there's a couple of Marauder packs that might actually make it so that these players on the other side who are getting completely pushed by these Marauders have some openings. And there it is, an opening onto ADN through the window. Nate's capitalizes.
Yup, and he has to follow up and try to get the loot if he wants to just get all the way full back on match. He's going to go for it. Has to move past all the different Marauders.
So risky. We just saw Mitro go down to the exact same thing. The Marauders third partying, and I think Nate thinks better of that, especially as there's another two players who've entered. That's Cartoon and Syndra. Nate now, though, he's going to box away. He's going for that wall. We're going to skip over, see where SD is. He was still sitting in Dirty Docks, and he's got a really, really easy position to actually move through the game and play that empty side of zone like we talked about in game one.
This is the man who won game number 1, and this is his first FNCS finals. Mentioned it a bit before, too. It's really interesting to see a new player and how he rises up top above all these different big names: Toos, Mongrel, Mitro, Letwick. He's playing better than all of them right now and is setting up these plays of control, basically. Losing some, though, in this fight. I don't think he really wants to fight in general. Just going for a few tags here and there that might actually make a few people mad, though. Lowless will be the one on his box, not letting him get this for free by any means. Going for a box fight, SC takes the first shot with nothing to really respond with. Lowest, 150 HP in total. We'll look to try to wrap things out. He's the aggressor here. He's trapping SD all the way on the backside. No chance for him to really escape without making a whole new base. He does not want to do that, but has the shields to make this fight last.
Oh, no. Good response from Lowless on the backside. Thankfully, the reverse stare will buy him some time. Floki has gone down, who was in our top 5, but on the other side, Lowless only has 2 points. He got an elimination in the top 75, but fell slightly outside of the top 50. This is what makes these good players consistent right here. SD is playing smart, disengaging from a fight he knew he did not have much to win in, especially after already losing a couple of trades.
And he's not disengaging to somewhere completely random, right? He knows that this house is available and it's here. He has these contingency plans set up just in case things go wrong. That is separating him from the pack.
The crash pad play set up from PCH to go in the box, and yes, it's an easy find. One tag shot with the reduced damage that comes with this season, and it still makes it work. PCH must have had information to make that play. That's why he had that confidence, and he's even having the confidence to spend a couple extra crash pads to make sure he gets in with no more shots put down on him, no more HP lost.
Away from Dirty Docks, it just looks like the Wild Wild West if you're not in a POI. Builds everywhere, crash pad plays, people committing to these 50-50 fights. And it's just a lawless land completely. Cartoon trying to survive as Swaps kind of looks around for his next target, his next outlaw. And he's got 6 crash pads to get into that box, a little bit of shield too, in case he takes damage. But now everyone's kind of switching over. the pacing of their game. They want to slow down, find a base on edge zone, and just try to beam people out. These people who are moving in late, though, like Swaps, will get tested as they build their base. A lot of people will be able to spray walls as they're being generated. Nate, one of them. But Reason, Versa, Mr. Sohn, everyone is here already based up, following their game plan. Swaps, being a new boy on the block, is looking for a nice, easy shot, an outlier that someone really didn't take into account to have this position. Just look at the minimap. So many people on this left side of the zone. He's still looking for the next shot here. It's close, and there it is. Nice onto Mac Ball. An instant reaction needed for that shot, and it was perfect by Swaps.
That wall edited in that manner made it so difficult as that player tried to establish control of the space, trying to build out the 2x1s, but well done from Swaps to get control of that wall, get the blueprint edits, which allows you to edit from range while the player's in the other box. And because of that, just one more charge shotgun shot where, unfortunately, you don't really know what's going on that side as you come back through that box. There's a gap, and Swaps takes advantage of that. Really, really nice technical play that puts you in the top tier of finding these impact eliminations in these further zones. The mid-game still developing. Fourth zone, 50 seconds until that starts to close and we start to approach the end game. But again, a lot of congestion down on the southwest side. Exactly the thing that we saw happen in game number 1. Who is taking advantage of that northeast? Even though we saw the fifth zone go in this direction closer to where we're watching right now, that's not always going to hold.
If it doesn't hold, this is what can happen. Shots taken easy for Carmi. And now he has 6 points, rising closer to that top 10. Loot to boot as well. He wasn't looking that good before, but now the options of Chug Splashes and Floppers will make his game really nice.
O'Reilly, who fell earlier, you remember the engagement between him and Letwick. Toos also got an elim, by the way, just as we tuned in with Noah. He's on the south side trying to rotate through Dirty Docks, where he might encounter the game 1 winner, ST. Noah, though, doesn't encounter him. He encounters Agony, and it's a quick elim for him. And look at this. Nobody really in his path. Also, a lot of builds to be able to work through. He actually doubles back to go on the back side of this. But, Juker, you've got to move. Zone's starting to move. Noah's trying to wait for him to build a path for him that he could use. But they're going to end up on low ground, which might not have been the best opportunity or play.
Oh, wow, PCH with another elimination. He's getting closer to first place so far for this heat. 15 total points. Closer now to third or second place. 2 eliminations already. He's looking for his third, just baiting out this loot, setting up another trap. He's been so good at that today. And it's just game number 2. An RPG in his face. A good block. He's running out of match, though. He needs to find something out of these eliminations rather than just the points. He needs to get in there, get those materials, and find a better way to play this game.
I'm concerned. He only has 1 box, and that RPG makes all the walls weak as you have to rebuild them. And when you start building those, it doesn't have the potential of the maxed out brick wall or metal wall. Thankfully, he does get that second box down and has room to stop the lobby focus. Pit zone has been revealed. I'm wondering where it is. South, yes, on top of Mongrel, on top of Noah Riley, on top of so many players that we just looked at in the wide shots. Mongrel found an elim, actually, I believe, from zone or fall damage. No, it's Surge. I believe that what just happened is Surge went active. Mongrel had done damage, and this player went down immediately as it got activated.
Storm Surge, if you're not dealing that damage, it will start to smite you. 25 damage a tick every 5 seconds. So minis can save you and keep you alive for a little bit, but you've seen all these players and their loadouts. They've invested so much to make these rotations. It's very tough to still have shields. Vortex, though, has been playing perfect so far. 500 damage almost above Surge. 2 eliminations. His mats are looking perfect. And look at that loot. 6 peppers lasting 1 minute each. He could start popping them now, and he would have super speed till the end of this game.
So much time, but often people don't actually prefer the peppers. Although it looked like at the beginning of the season might be a different story. We'll open up again and get a couple more tags. That player base is up near him. There's another guy. Oh, he knows. Yes, that is not a safe box. Oh, Belvide is now down. Vortex This time he's the aggressor. This time he sees the opportunity and does not have to defend. Belvede, unfortunately, trying to go on that player he thought was weak through the cone. That's a perfect pickup from Vortex from up high.
Another man near the top 10 is Wolfies. He's used to being up high, used to being first, especially after the first few games. If there's someone who can really give us a show on this end game, it has to be him.
I'm curious too where Janice is. These guys are all so close after that first game, and it's again a zone that favors the players who came first and second in the last game. Wolfie's trying to strike again, bring his power to bear. He made it towards that end game, but it was Esty who took him out of contention for the top spots. 14th, he will drop into another box and take out another one in perfect time, because now mats are back, upgrades are bound, and also crash pads to take, and even some floppers too. So Wolfies has all the tools at this stage of the game.
He's looking so adaptive, basically flowing like water into boxes, playing this endgame. But now it's time to wave. It's time to move straight over to the endgame. 6 zone is moving. Height has to stay dynamic. Everyone in mid-ground has to be careful. Beams taken on people who are moving around. Scouts is all the way up ahead. Richard Slat is up near the top spot, looking to see what he sees next. And Janice is here too, stuck in the middle of the fray between so many players. A crash pad will set him free towards his next spot. But how many times can he do that before it's too late?
He's gotten into zone. Other players who are near him, Mongrel, Moki, they're in the end game again, but can they get past the big points? That 30th place, ooh, a big tag from Genesis on Dietrich, starting to heat up again. He got 6 eliminations last time. That crash pad does eventually work out. Thankfully now he has some momentum to move forward, and there's zone pulling all the way towards the coast. Janice has got it. He flies and flies, but gets beamed at the same time. 80 HP now. He has to get back into it.
Everyone else is catching up as he makes these rotations, though, without any eliminations. Wolfies has eliminations in the feed. We have Surprise with a double back-to-back. It's 25 people left alive with Letwick all the way up top on the high ground. Moki, with a sliver of HP, can chain launchpad to launchpad if it's possible. Krajis is right ahead of everyone else as well. Top 5 looking for his next shot. Mongrel is the one also surviving in this end game. It is so stacked, so close. One shot. The next one. Carmi down. One person on Mongrel's box. He has to crash pad out. He has to stay safe. And Alex goes down to zone.
And that's revenge on the player who took him out last game. Now he's moving forward. Mongrel 2.0. Is he here to stay? Who's on height? It's Letwick, Janice, and Mongrel on the screen right now, but still so many people in this game. Wolfies, Blackie, they're all here. Reason 2. This is going to be a one for the ages.
Janice and Bricolino all the way down to the low ground, but up top it's Letwick with so many other people right below him in the mid. Janice is by himself in a world of his own while Letwick is battling. Peppa Pig up on height. The shockwave launcher goes up, but it's not enough. Letwick almost taken out in the same box as Mongrel. He does get that shot off. Mongrel is there with the elimination. Now Janice is getting all quiet on low ground. The game is just happening for him, around him. Everyone else is battling box to box. Wolfies is down. Jumps up. Mongrel there with another elimination. Peppa is still controlling height. Wolfies goes for it, but gets slapped out of the sky as he gets held down, and Janice gets another elimination.
But Mongrel's still tunneling forward. 14 builds remaining. He's challenging height. He's about to take it, but he's going to run out of materials to do this. Thankfully, these guys are not challenging too, and it's going back in the dirty docks. Yes! On to Reason. Revenge for that day 1 performance. Now, 3 people going to fight back-to-back against low ground. Janice goes down, but Mongrel's starting to fight as well. He might get more. He might get more in the zone. He's pressuring. He can't get any space. No HP left down below. Mongrel is about to win this game with 7 eliminations. All he has to do, it's rack. Wait until he comes through. Oh, even more pressure. More pressure coming in through the window, through the grates, through the cracks, and there is no space. He has to break now through big metal walls. It's old builds.
It's just a little bit of a dream for Rax here. Mongrel is looking to wrap things up. The first shot, the shield was there to block it, but Mongrel's up top. Can he get that jump tack classic down for a 7th elimination and the win? He can. Mongrel, from the depths of the storm, from the boxes of his enemies, rises to the top with a victory royale.
That he does, and there was such an impactful duel throughout that game, but Mongrel finally does it again on day 1. He had an incredible win, but it wasn't quite enough to propel him all the way to the top. Today, though, he's going to be there, at least contesting for the top 2 so far. We've got to check out. We got Game 3 coming up, but before that, we got some highlights and a breakdown.
Good old Mongrel fighting the victory royale, ending on the 200-200 El Clasico. Look at this guy, guys. This is what we need to see. This is the gas we need heading into these last 4 games. Mong with the VR, you love to see it, Sundown.
I mean, Monogram is just one of the absolute best players we've seen in a while in Europe. We talk about just the high level of ability and his ability to get into boxes, pressure opponents, and execute in the end game. I mean, so many of those eliminations came in the last run. It's no surprise Mongoloid was able to take the top spot there.
He did it in a strong fashion. So we're talking about confidence here, Zeke. Straight up confidence.
Bro, we are, but look, top spot is still being held by none other than Janice, who in that game placed 4th with 5 eliminations. So he's still here, keeping Mongrel at bay, but Esty, the winner from the first game, is also keeping pace, the eliminations being the difference in the tiebreaker. Boys, we gotta run, especially Reason and Wolfie's here. I mean, guys, this is gonna be a day. I can already tell.
I'm telling you, it's nothing but the biggest names right now at the top here that are really making the wave. Players that we knew could do it, but now they're just putting up when it matters most here. And even players like Rax and Krejs up there, right? These are big tidal waves coming in hot. Here's your second page, though, as we lean on down. 17 points is going to be the 11th cutoff, and then things are going to drastically start to tie up as we get closer and closer towards the bottom.
Yeah, you can see we got Jachu, Floki, Andalex, Carmi, Percolino, Peppa Pig, Virtus Pros, Jamside, Fori Surprise, Team Queso, Yuri, and Gambit Toos, currently taking up 11th through 20th, and then 21st through 25th, we have Juker, Downs, 2K, SB, Nate, Shadow, and then Gambit Letwick, currently just barely owning the tiebreaker against Moki from Gen G there. So Moki barely off pace, but right on the outside looking in to make those grand finals. Versa, Huddy, Blake, and Fusion also just behind right now.
And I just wanted to say, players like Moki are closing the gap off of that, sad start. She got popped in the head, and when she was rotating through Risky, taken out early, right? Just completely eliminated. And then this game, little ironic, she kicked it off with her own sniper shot to really propel herself back into it and start earning some points that she's going to desperately need to close the gap, because a bad game 1, but a good game 2, that's the kind of confidence that you're going to need. That's the mentality that it takes to be a solo champion.
And she's just showing us she's still not down for the count. With 4 games left, we'll have to see if she can make it. With that being said, let's get ready to set it into our next game in just a moment. Boys, I gotta say, Moki, if she can make it, I'm gonna lose it. That's who I need to qualify.
Yeah, she's been very impressive, but we're going to take a peek at some of the movers and shakers in the lobby. One thing to note is, while it is a very placement-heavy format, is how do we get to those placement matches? Who is taking early game fights? Who's taking mid-game fights and trying to beat their opponents? We see Jamside, the veteran, picking up 2 eliminations there as well. His other Russian counterpart, Gambit Toos, getting a good execution and push here. And these are the players that you can expect to be taking and executing on these fights. I mean, we saw Reason do it so many times during the qualifiers, and he's continuing to do it in the heats, phasing up through the wall and taking what should have been a disadvantageous fight against Stena and winning it anyway. But as we transition into the mid-game, we have 2 of the young English Lords really stealing away the spotlight, Wolfie's being the first one.
This is what makes the EU region exciting. It's not just the fact that they can pop off in the mid and early game. It's that there's so many different players that like to do it. They are the real unsung heroes of the quality of entertainment that is brought to the EU region and just the Fortnite experience as a whole, right? There's not a lot of players that have the confidence to fight this early and really get the ball moving, right? Really get that player count to start dropping. In good fashion, though, we gotta go back. We gotta watch the highlight from Mongrel. Here's the full perspective, because it was a little chaotic before. So let's run it back and break it down for you. Mongrel, with nothing in the tank, just look at his ammunition there. He only had 12 AR bullets up until that right there. That's his 4th elimination, and he was running out. He wasn't actually able to secure the impacts. It wasn't until this end game right here where he finds Reason in the storm and he jumps down is that he gets the solidifying material and the extras to kind of hold out the rest of the game.
Yeah, and notice how he's doing this with literally just the weapons he had in his inventory and then going and utilizing the siphons and the very minimal materials you get from that and whatever his opponents had left over to convert it into a monolithic victory. Congratulations, Mongrel. Very well done there, and now on pace to see him in the grand finals, but we still have 4 matches left.
That's true. It's all going to be, can he hold on? You know, I love, as you kind of mentioned, the loadout, a couple greens and the AR there. And I guess, you know, you don't even need to carry meds at all. If you're getting siphons left and right, you ain't need to heal. Don't even worry about it, Mongrel. The question for me is, can he hold on strong? This is a great, like, initial game here. But with 4 games left, there's still a lot of other big names that can make that strike.
And I was going to say, we've seen players have great starts before and literally hit a red light, a stop sign around this 26-point threshold. This is where the pressure is really on to secure the final stretch. The last 7 or 8 that you need in your 4 games, it seems like it's going to be easy because it's right there, but it's truly not.
Man, guys, this is what it's all about. We're still not even in grand finals. This is our life. This is the life of Fortnite that we do live. We are getting ready to jump into the next set of games in just a moment. I mean, Sundown, give me a name. Give me one person you want to see pop off in this next game.
Moki. I want to see Moki put together,
Perfect.
Get out of that early game again, establish yourself, push into that top 25. I would rather see her getting above that threshold and then having to just hold on and maintain than necessarily having the pressure be on her and go and look for eliminations. While she's totally capable of going and taking those early in the mid-game fights, I feel like she's best when she doesn't feel like she has to take those fights and instead can opt into the ones when she feels comfortable going for a refresher. If she's able to nail that, I can totally expect seeing her in the top 25. However, if she falters again early, it could really spell disaster.
Well, we'll have to see if she can, guys. It is time to head into game number 3 of EU, so let's send it back over to casters to jump on out of the battle bus and hit the island.
It's the deciding point, the turning point for a lot of players, like Sundown mentioned with Moki. It certainly is. There's a lot of places where this could go as we go into game 3. As we try to break that halfway mark. Right now, there's players who completely look like they're out of contention, but with 4 games to go, there's still possibilities.
Yeah, I'm looking at people like Martaz. Moki, not completely out of it, just right on the brink. 26th place. Hopefully she can get right in, but if you had a strategy, this is the last time to really go for it and implement it before a quick switch up in the final 3 games.
Switching over to Mongrel. The first time we get a look at the early game for him, it's been starting to solidify. After that day 1 qualifier where he tried the pontoon, decided instantly that that was not going to be the play. Switching over to the Fortilla, and in this heat specifically, 3 players here. You're used to seeing 5 or 6.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times you'll have people going with strategies and switching them last second, which changes things up. One thing that stayed the same, though, is Mongrel's performance.
Yeah. Last time he actually was here in heats, he won the same game that he just won here with 7 eliminations. So mirror performance for him. That last time in FNCS Duos, it was Benji Fishy, his partner. And unfortunately, even with that, he did not qual. I already referenced the battle that he had against Nate and Andalex at Sweaty Sands. This time it's not going on, but it might be happening in spirit on the leaderboard.
So is it good overall? Or is it a curse, basically? Is it foreshadowing that he won't win again? It is heats, though. You got to remember you want to be top 25 overall. Getting first is very good for that morale, but getting by these 100 players who are also so good is a blessing.
Now looking at Toos, already starting to farm out the main building. That's a sign that potentially he doesn't have what he wanted out of here. Kit potentially could not have spawned on here, but definitely somebody to watch because he was the only person who won 2 games throughout the qualifiers. That has changed now that we're in the heat, so it's a little bit more consistent. We obviously had yesterday in heat 2. We had Tayson win 2 games, and then also Kiku. So Toos has company at the top, but a little bit more consistency also means, hey, there's still another chance for Toos to start doing what he did best throughout the qualifiers, especially what he did on day 3 to win out that tournament against X-Sweeze.
I would have honestly expected him to have a win already. But you got to remember, if you were watching these last 2 games, these zones have been on the absolute north side of the map. Toos is landing at the bottom, near Caddy Corner. Yes, he has that loot, but how much of an advantage does he really have if it's not really in his house where he gets to make his moves on his side of the map? I think in this zone, again, it'll be somewhere near the center or the top side, so Toos will have to migrate towards the game once again. Esti, who ended up winning out again, is up against Light. And both these guys have traded so much damage up against each other. ST has shields, which is good, but Light is one with Chuck Splashes, so he'll have some more natural HP to be able to survive any type of fall damage or big shot taken straight to his health pool. ST also has a lot of time to pop these shields. Light's already popped in a quick edit to just save his life, but for how long? Just a few seconds, but for ST, is it enough? Trapped behind one last pyramid edit. ST has to move. He has all the edits, but Light knows all the moves. He's too fast, and ST's down.
For the first time falling off spawn, he's going to be frozen at 3rd place, 26 points. Light had the advantage of that fight. You pointed it out. The Chug Splashes, the quick healing to get back into it.
And then look at what SD misses out on, right? This entire placement threshold. From victory all the way to top 75, he gets no points. That's 14 points that SD's now going to be frozen in time from, barred from. And no eliminations either. A point for every one. He actually ends up going down, so doesn't see anything from this game again. Currently, I believe, is in 3rd place, and there's only going to be more people taking over his spot. He's going to fall further and further.
Saw Vortex significantly throughout the mid-game, especially up on that mountain near the old grotto. He's going to be a fight against Nate, who was fighting similar position right here. Last time Vortex had the glider gun, so he made that from the Authority. I think this time maybe an earlier disengage, and it's a build fight. Nate getting a lot of height. He has it again, glider gun, and there it is. He had it through the cone, all the way up. Nate was not expecting him to land right there. He was hoping that he could get a little higher, but Vortex makes the precision shot from the glider gun to get right on top of it. And that cone edit, unfortunately, does not work out because going up the verticality rather than the other side, Vortex will capitalize again on other people trying to make plays on him.
It's very interesting to see how he plays out his early game. We always tune in with him with maybe just 1 or 2 eliminations and really look at how he plays towards the end of these games. But right now, we can see he's playing perfectly on all fronts. This is one of those spots we saw in a previous game that got really hairy, especially when Zone wasn't beside it. Sweaty Sands. People like Andalex love to land here way back in the past. Repeat it again. In solo sometimes. You have to remember that one person can have many drop slots though. Tune in with Sapiros, who's going to be moving by. 2 people right now. Taking a little bit of a vacation in this POI.
And for the first time, we do have a zone that kind of favors this side of the map, at least first. We did see Versa do a lot of work at conditioning this spot earlier in the qualifiers. There was one moment in particular where I remember Versa kind of sitting on top of this building, even as Zone was coming through, and catching. Could have been Ensar, actually, who tried to make his way up, but in any case, he won and did basically what he's doing right now with his own coming in, trying to hold players and discourage them from being here in the Sweaty Sands.
Yeah, he really wants people to know that this is his own hotel. He kind of owns this entire POI. I believe it was Mongrel last time who he ended up taking out at the beginning of Grand Finals, and now we see him nowhere near this POI. So Versus taking out one Titan from Sweaty Sands. Sapiros will be able to hold him back, though. There's a cost of trying to condition players, trying to make them used to this type of story, that this is my spot. The cost might be his life. No, it's Ensar that goes down. Sapiros, good tags, but now Versa has to play catch up too.
And again, the zone pulls farther east. Similar situation this time, though. Frenzy Farm going to be in the center of the map, so it's definitely going to be slightly different. But all those players who have been having success from their early game spots, the ones who haven't fallen off spawn like we already saw for Esti, this time it's another opportunity for Janice to do what he does best, survive until the end and have duels for these final moments. That's why he's at the top already, 5 points ahead of Mongrel.
Chaos, though, for these guys all the way up on the leaderboards. Reason already got taken out Well, we saw Sapiros beaming people down. Break here with 7 points, not near the top, but has an opportunity here in game 3 to get slightly higher. Will be bunkered down. No more shields left. Floppers, he could use an end game, have to be popped to survive. Nice jump shot there, though. What an awesome angle. And now Gripsy has no shields. This is an even fight for a break to get in, and wow. 100+ damage off of that charge into the box. Break now has shields to kind of push this third party further back. He's sitting in the middle of the road right now, but looking really good so far in this early game.
And we do get a peek at the Tooth inventory, and again, it has Kit Shockwave Launcher. I believe that's now 3 out of 3 for him. But game 1, you saw ending up getting contested by Janus, landing on him. And somebody took him out slightly before that. In any case, he hasn't been able to survive all the way towards the end. That's the difficulty when you actually land Caddy, is that people start to focus you a little bit, and also very difficult to get any sort of setup, depending on how you played the vault and whatnot. Though, box fight on the side of zone. If this takes too long, he might have to spend one of those shockwaves. But I think he's fine for now. He still wants it, though. You can see he's kind of hunting this player. Finally going to back up a little bit.
It takes so much discipline. You basically have a weapon you can't use in your inventory, but it doesn't matter because that charged shotgun can be so lethal. Nice there for Toos. But what I was trying to say is, basically that shockwave launcher, you don't want to give away that it's there to other people around your fight. And so the fact that you have to fight with one less item slot, basically, unless you want to risk it all, makes it that much more difficult for people coming out of Caddy Corner.
Earlier fight's not too bad, though, as there's not too much players around you. There's not that congestion that we end up talking about towards the end of the game. Wolfie's going to be playing aggressive here up north by Craggy Cliffs as he comes off the yachts, and he will go through, but there is somebody else firing upon him. He'll take a little tag, has to use his last chug splash. He still wants more, though, and here he goes into the box again, getting beamed. Wolfies, please, no! What's going on? Wolfies, the launch pad, this is so risky. The other player gonna edit. He thankfully finds a break in the line of sight. 8 HP! He makes it out, but at what cost? So far back now. And he's taking small minis out in the open where there's a player going all the way north. Is this a snipe through the sky? No, he's going to use the whirlpool and get out. Thankfully, that's no more shots available, but he goes back. Wolfies, your HP. I think he's just giving up. That's it.
He had to have. There was no chance. The zone is way too fast. That boat, maybe it's an out, but that other person who he was fighting is still there waiting for the beam from him to come in. So unless Wolfie's pulled off a miracle, that's it for him. Meanwhile, on a different side of things, man, all these players have used so much utility, so much shields to be able to get into spots that they've basically run out now. With just 2 crash pads left, no shields, just floppers. They're all inning these fights right there, box to box, wall to wall. This is where edits come in from all sides. Letwick predicts the first one, does not crack the shield on his enemy. Still there, getting third party from 2 sides. It's a crossroads that he's caught in, but he's still playing the aggressive side of it. Still going for shots, and a predicted crash pad makes it so that Floki lands the shot.
There's so little for him to do in that. Floki knows how important Letwick is to take out in these games, how impactful he will be. Another big one. Remember the fight between Letwick and Noah Riley. This time it might be Mongrel against Noah Riley. And Toos is stuck in more. There's another player. I believe Maestro up above him, and Toos will have to contest. Not even his box. Trying to find a way out of this. Still 110 builds different than the situation that Gambit Letwick had.
If he wants to win the game, I think he needs this fight. 6 rockets with a shockwave launcher, not enough to really control an entire lobby of top-tier players. Drop down into his box is going to be Maestro, and he gets completely silenced. An orchestra taken out instantly. Toos is the one to be able to have now more rockets, hopefully. A little bit of shields to choose from, but points, the most important thing to gain and try to get top 50, top 25 here today.
That was Mongrel firing upon Noah Riley, who's leaving early on the south side. They need to as it continues to pull north. He's going to have the current with him. I think now all the different players have escaped in different directions, but more fire coming up from behind. Another player right on this hill. Thankfully, he'll break line of sight one more time. He might be able to take this all the way down, and I think he will. And no one needs this game. This is a player who you saw game 1 get taken out by Letwick. Game 2, he had a good performance up in the top 20. That's why he's at 10 points. But that's not really enough to get up in that top 10, get up in that top 25. He's right on the outside looking in at this case. This is the game he needs to catch up back to pace. Same thing with Moki on the backside, rotating in parallel with them. And all these guys, I mean, we've seen them in parallel paths game after game so far because the zone continues to pull up north. So difficult for the players on the south side, but they're still making it work. No matter what, the goal of the game is to minimize the risk of how these zones pull in different directions. You have to leave early. You have to be gathering enough materials to be able to survive through, getting the mobility, looting enough, and all of that compounds into positions like this, where no matter what the zone goes, you still have a chance to earn points.
But that's the story for everyone. There's 40 players right now. We're so close and tied to these slots. Noah Riley gets in there and takes out Jamside, someone just slightly above him in the standings, and gets a little bit of breathing room, but still, 11 points. He's basically in the same range as 40 other people right now. And he has to just try to break away this game. Everyone is so close in these standings. Rekt and Light side by side in the game, though. Rekt is held up by just one ramp. I think Light is trying to take it out. There it is. Will he be able to find the shot right after, though, is the question. Takes out his pyramid last second. Really creative there in case he was going to drop in the box. I think, once again, he's only held up by just one wall. So Light can't shoot him out. Going for the shots, too. Rekt is kind of in trouble because not only is he taking this fire from Light, these builds keep getting rebuilt. There it is, the drop down. Everyone else can see him too. He has no options to stay alive and move up. Forced to come down. Light knows that and easily pick up for him.
I'm surprised, though, not to see everybody start to fire upon Light as he gets that elim, but thankfully that whole fight for him was contained down low with fully built brick. Now Tusa, another one. Time and time again, he's finding himself in fights on the side, but he makes it work one more time. And there it is, now up to 9 rockets for that shockwave launcher. And you talked about how important it was for him to start taking the fights and actually getting something out of them, and he's done it again. So now, not only floppers, not only crash pads, but also the shockwave launcher. Yes, he's going to use those to really get his way in the zone. That's 2, and he's basically there into the 4th zone, into the edge. Pays a little bit for it, and he doesn't have shield, so he can't take much more damage. This is where he needs to spend a little to get a little bit more space.
Get a lot, because he's still not in zone yet. He needs to keep moving. I was going to say drop that 3rd crash pad, really invest, because everything else is looking so good, as you said. It's about staying low-key now, though. It's not going to be possible, because he has to switch boxes. And although that shockwave launcher is there, and we're recommending that he use these mats, he's running out of those materials too, so he has to find a way to be cost efficient but use a lot and use more. Paradox there for Toos, but I feel like he can figure it out. On the other side is Krut, who's leading the fray overall on people in these boxes. They're so congested, though. That gives you opportunities for still box dives, even around people, completely isolated. Blackie there on the backside. There's a bush blocking him and his vision, but it doesn't matter. He can feel exactly where Belvid is. Hits that shot. Very nice from him. Look at this. More crash pads, and he just had 1 left. So using 1 to box dive gives him more to rotate for the end of the game. Above him, though, is Noah Riley, who we know is just about at 11 points. He needs to rise way high, but he's going to be fighting people like Vitate, who've controlled height before, and Alex. Oh my god, 1 HP, and Eternal's there with him too. Gets taken out in a final box fight. It is so scary to be in any of these builds. It's Mongrel who's hunting these players down.
Arnold down on low ground, a lot of space for him too. Look at the distance. He's tunneled that all the way. Oh, gotta be careful. Whenever you go for these impacts, the loot that's dropped, you got to be careful of other players taking over control of your old builds, and that's exactly what happens. Thankfully, he still has that shield potion to get back into it, and a lot of materials. Mongrel is working very well in this zone. 2 crash pads and a launch pad too, plus the peppers. He'll be fine for this.
This is a zone you have to be very careful working, though. You're taking box fights before that half and half. It means that everyone else is rotating around you, and you're not looking at the new bases being built. You're not thinking about where you want to be ultimately. Popping a pepper to catch up with speed, catch up in time. He is moving so fast past everyone's builds. Hyper building, basically. over everyone. An elimination right in front of him. He doesn't get the actual mats from it, but he does get the positioning over top the box. And he's moving straight off and away. Oh my god, center zone completely for Mongrel.
And look at the difference in height that he had from that 4th zone spot where 5th zone was revealed. Now he's up there. Now he can actually play the game against other people. Those consumables, the pepper, really the only useful one outside of the early game now in solos. And it's doing so well here for Season 3. Mongrel getting in. Does get overtaken by a couple of players, so that high ground position not going to be a factor for him. Down low, Noah Riley has made it, and so has Moki. Noah with 13 points. Again, this is the game. This is the turning point. As we get past game 3, we still got it's total 6 games. So if you get past game 3 and you're in contention, it's time now to start talking about Noah Riley not only pushing up towards the top 5, but also qualifying through and potentially having another duel against Benji Fishy tomorrow in the grand finals.
Everyone who's alive right now has an opportunity for this zone. It's pulled back towards them. There's an empty side on the right, and now it doesn't matter because the zone is going left. Noah Riley has control, but so does Stone, so does Hijo, Nebi, Swaps, everyone here. An equal chance to have a base, have some footing, and get some eliminations in endgame.
Wondering too where Janice is, the current player in first place. Because there's so many competitors right now. Mitro in the endgame, he picks up one as 6th zone begins to move. Noah Riley also going to use a launch pad forward. He's getting way closer to that 6th zone. There's a lot of players already starting to tunnel forward. Who is he going to land on? Who is the choice? And where does he put himself? That layer that he picks is so important, and we are in 6th zone now, looking back, potentially another Elim. There's a crash pad player. Yes, he goes down to zone. Noah converts on the Elim, now in the top 38. Mongrel has also found one, too. So all the players that we were watching, they are activating in good time.
This is Noah Riley's game. I can feel it 100% all the way above so many people's builds. Crash padding, but not hitting the ground. Taking over height. Is that Toos? It's Toos. So it's Toos. The man with the shockwave launcher. The man with the loot that wins games and makes moments happen. Noah didn't actually get it, though.
He didn't get the shockwave launcher. So holding the height now. Okay. The AR. No fire, no ADS at all on that one, just jumping and spraying. He's going to do it again, potentially gets more, but I think that shockwave launcher might have been picked up from somebody else. Nobody leaves that in the zone if they can, and he gets another big tag with Kit's charge. It's not going to be enough, though. He doesn't take him out just yet.
He doesn't need it. From what I'm watching, he does not need that shockwave launcher. So many heavy tags from Kit's charge shotgun. So much accuracy from this AR, and he gets one elimination stolen away from him, but has the match to keep holding height. 7th zone, 2 more zones left. When that 9th one comes around, it closes down to nothing. That's where things start to get really scary for people. Noah, though, is not shaking under that pressure. Has height. I think just maybe wood left. Still going for sprays, has so much ammo to use. Dietrich, Hijo, K2, taking out people in the low ground. Everyone is so close in these standings. They're trying to make a name for themselves, trying to get all the way up. Noah there with a big beam. There it is. On to Juke. He goes down. Noah gets a few more crash pads. He has rotation. Might not be the shockwave launcher, but it might just be enough.
But it's Mongrel on the second height. He's going to start dueling for this too. Noah Riley going to try to eclipse the record he put for himself with the 7 Elim game and the 8 Elim game back-to-back on day number 2. Who is it? In zone, there's Mongrel. He's going to start to take the height, but blocked by a stare. Noah now has to contest. Oh, and he takes him out. The quick block, and Noah Riley takes down Mongrel. Still more to find, but he's looking down and looking so good. Another player out the sky. Yes! A 9th Elim, potentially looking for 11 in this end game. 2 more players to find, and where are they? They fall to low ground. Crash pad breaks everything. There's a tree in the way, and that just gives room for Noah to breathe.
He is growing so big here at this European Solos FNCS competition. Game number 3, Noah wrapping things up. 2 people fighting all the way in the zone, but it's not enough. Noah, double digits. Clean win, tactical, amazing. Can he do it all? Absolutely he can, with a huge win to follow up to.
Absolutely ridiculous. Noah Riley, are you kidding me with that performance? The win and 11 eliminations. What more could you ask for going into the second half? That's where we're looking right now. Game 4 is coming up next. But before that, we need to see where we stand in the standings and also give some room for the analysts to break it down.
Noah, you're just out here dropping 25-point games like that? 11 elimination VRs? What in the world is happening? I mean, guys, we are halfway through just this first heat on the day, and Noah Riley out here really doing this to us. He's just leaving it like that. What's going on, Sundown? What's happening?
I mean, we've talked about it before. We talked about seeing his high-end potential and when he gets rolling, what he's capable of. A little bit slow before that, only had a combined 8 points, but then rolled out there at the end. And when he gets going, when he starts taking those engagements, we've seen before, backside of the zone, kind of getting towards that circle 6, circle 7 in the full moving, he is able to put in work. And he eliminated pretty much the rest of the lobby there and secured himself a spot in Grand Finals with that performance.
Not only that, I just want to say hats off to Mongrel. We were talking about how many points you needed on the lead up, right? And how far 8 points could be to secure, but he does it. He pulls through. He did enough to make it through the end game, and that's why he's in first place here, Zeke.
Dude, holding strong so much. This is like the craziest back and forth. We've seen a massive change up in the leaderboard across the last 3 games. But look, Jen is still there. The person who won the first game on the day, Esty, still there. Now Floki is looking as well. Reason coming out of nowhere. Downsuke gets dropped. I mean, boys, this is still so close. Look, Sundown, Wolfie's dropping all the way to 13th.
Wolfie's dropping down there, but still on pace. We kind of talked about making sure you want to be right around 15, 16 points right now. So all these players clear of that top 25. You can see Kredges, Juker, Toos, Nebby, Cartoon, and Rotary rounding out the top 20. But once we start looking into the back half, it starts talking about who's already hit that threshold, who's kind of hit the 32, 33 point mark, and has secured themselves a spot. Mongrel, Noah, and Janice have effectively now locked up 3 of the spots. So now you're looking at 22 spots for the rest of the players to battle over. And as we get onto this next page, it's going to be a big competition. As you can see, 15 is currently the line, both Andelix and Surprise sitting right there. Andelix owning the slight advantage. Carmi also on that line of exactly 4 eliminations and 15 points, but still 3 matches of Fortnite to be played. Tons of opportunities for people to seize the moment and get their way into that top 25.
And just to round it all back and talk about, players that need to secure that point threshold, SC in top 5, he's stuck there. He's been at 26 points for the last 2 or so rounds. He's barely moved now. So that is how close it's getting. Someone who is also just kind of freezing up here in the leaderboard, it's Smokey right now, only at 14 points. He did manage to gather, I think, about 3 in that last round. No elims, but some placements. So you're going to need a little bit more now. We're talking about middling in the competition and kind of fizzling out here. This is a close competition, but it's the halfway mark. It's time to use this quick break and then come back strong and hopefully pull through and get another monstrous game in her favor. That way we can see him in the top 25.
She's only 1 point out, right? And if we're talking just hitting high placement, finding a handful of eliminations, she could very well qualify. That's what you like to see. The top have cemented themselves, as Sundown did mention. Now, of course, guys, we've got all the action happening here at EU, but what's going on over in NA East? Let's take a look together as Sundown and MDF break it down for us. Let's hit it, boys.
Yeah, so with European Heat number 3 halfway done, so is Heat number 4, NA East Heat number 3 underway, and you can see Bully picking up a clutch elimination there. He's been pushing himself forward, 3 elims on the day. He was able to secure the first victory royale, largely thanks to that glider grapple gun, giving him some more movement and allowing him priority edge on the zone. You can see landing in the water there, and the other player opting to just try and outlast him. That was Durant getting taken down, but Accept has also had a pretty solid day, Monster.
Oh, he's going, man. This is a name we haven't seen much of. So NA East has been the mix-up, the shake-up of new and old, and I mean really old coming back. We'll see what other names we're talking about as I allude to that, but take a look at Accept, man. Really tearing up the field right now. He's going to be just shy of 20 points and continuing to rack his way up towards qualifying his way towards Grand Finals Sunday, and I mean, he's on par to do it here. Just look at the frag, the chain of elims that he's catching here. This is what's capable of players this far, and talk about players that are old, and I'm talking Loonies, man. This is as old school as it gets. The earliest days of Fortnite, back in the World Cup days, of course, the World Cup qualifier himself, still proving that even after breaking, come back and continue to be at the top. This is incredible. It's almost admirable to show how good players like Loonies are.
Yeah, and he's been working his way back up, saying he really wants to qualify and putting in the effort, taking away the game there, but going to need to keep on pace as we hop on board with our current leader after 3 games in NA East. Heat number 3 is Lem. And you can see he's been doing it through a mix of both flopper gameplay and just good execution in the mid and late game. He's not necessarily looking to take these early game fights. He's very rarely coming into the late game with 3 and 4 eliminations, but he's very good at finding rotations and putting himself in spots to take advantage. And he's basically now at 33 points after 3 games, secured himself the qualification.
And all these Elims, you're seeing him fight on the back foot, either back against the wall or coming up from the low ground. And finally, you see what he can do with height. He's just going to hold it, keep a textbook, walk through the player, and just like that, he gets the best over Uzi. Here's a quick look at your final standings right now as they're standing out here after 3 games, though. Just to give you guys an idea of what NA East is looking like.
Man, so much action happening across the board. We have NA East later, and then tomorrow, another day full of Fortnite, where an FNCS champion will be crowned. It is all coming down to this, with only 3 games left to play. Who will find themselves the final spots available on the battle bus and be taken into grand finals tomorrow? So much action. With that being said, Fortnite fan, we need to cool down, so we're going to step away. When we return, we'll have the final 3 games from the Fortnite Champion Series here in Europe. Stay tuned.
We're going eventually, we swear.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. We are here halfway through EU and the final heat before Grand Finals. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk, we got Sundown and we got Monster D-Face. Gents, these first set of games have been incredible. And now with only 3 games left, EU is showing us anyone can take a game.
Yeah, anyone can take a game. I mean, you saw Mongrel do it to kick things off as a catalyst up to the top. He's managed to secure his way through. That's going to be a big name coming into Grand Finals. So now we're seeing some of the best solidify themselves there. And we saw a few others, players like Noah as well. So Grand Finals roster shaping out to be one of the best for EU in the way we want to see it.
That's right, man. That's right. Now, of course, we can't forget about someone like Moki, right? Hanging in there on the edge. Can she make it into top 25? Because, again, that's the line. Making it to the top 25, heading on to Grand Finals. 75 of these big players will not make it. We'll have to see how things go. With that being said, let's get ready to send it into the next game. So we'll send it over to BallaTW and Shy Wager to get us into the game.
That's right. Out of 175 won't make it, so it's up to that top 25. It's up to see who can beat the last qualifiers from Europe. This is game number 4 tuning in. I'm Shy Wager, joined by BallaTW, already into this game a little bit, and things have already gotten spicy.
That they have. Already 17 players have fallen. That means potentially some of the big names might have already fallen. We'll obviously get updates when we can, but regardless, right now, we're quickly into this one. Game 4 out of 6, and there's an Elim. Wolfie's clapping back from the very unfortunate performance that he had in game number 3, but also potentially could have shifted gears. You already saw him getting a little aggressive, and that's always been the issue for him. Starting strong and then ending flat because he plays too aggressive.
And it's kind of going to be, or it's 100% going to be balanced for everyone now. Looking at how your first 3 games went, comparing them to the last 4, 5, and 6. For Janice, for Noah Riley, they've been playing so well. They're 2nd and 3rd place, respectively, right now. Janice, though, has had some trouble off spawn here and there, maybe missed out on that first game or missed out on a little bit of a game afterwards. So he needs to just clinch up and get first place in another game again. Hold that number 1 spot, because you got to remember, this man was an FNCS Solos Invitational winner.
But again, he was so hungry for the actual FNCS win, and this is his opportunity. He goes in, gets the Elim, perfectly played. And there you go, Janice back at it again. He fell earlier on in game number 3, but now he's clapping back. He's about even with Noah Riley. Marvel's kind of taking the lead.
He's the captain, basically, I would say, for Wave Esports, who has 12 players competing today in just this weekend, or in this weekend in general, all across 4 heats. I'm curious to see how many of them will make those grand finals.
They've had such success over the last couple of months, specifically at all the different dream hacks. And then the breakout performance, I think, was for sure Janice in the Invitational, ending up winning that one through. But they also have quite a lot of players, and they show up strong every time throughout the FNCS and grand finals. See if that continues. Mitro, right now, he's certainly on the outside looking in. 13 points right now. That is not the pace that you want to be on. You definitely want to be slightly ahead of that. He's around the same part as Moki and whatnot. 37th place for him right now. The pace should be around 30 points. 29 potentially. It's on the lower end this time in this heat. So we'll have to see. Still a long way to go for Mitro.
Yeah, you got to be getting to top 75 to start getting those placement points. A lot of people get there, though. For Mitro, he hasn't really broken past the top 20 yet. He hasn't really seen some of those final zones, and if you've ever watched Fortnite, you know how good Mitro is once he reaches there. If he gets unleashed slightly, if he breaks those locks right now that are there on his mental, maybe his gameplay, and finds one end game, I can only imagine what we will see.
It's an interesting season for Mitro because he's lost his beloved pump, and he's one of the players who's so good at pre-firing that the charge shotgun kind of adds that to everybody's repertoire, where you have to charge it up and then fire it off when the time comes. Mitro was good at that with just the pump shotgun. Here he is, he's gonna be in a fight. No, okay, oh no. That's so unfortunate. Scouts plays the roof well, and I think that is somebody who knows this Weeping Woods area significantly. You see these roof plays all the time. You've actually heard a number of top players talk about how dangerous these roofs are and how they actually build up and over so that they can make sure that that situation does not happen. Booga being one of those players who knows in the early game and has talked about how important it is for him to do that. Mitro falls.
Scouts is looking really good right now. He has just adjusted his game style every single game to hit top 10 in game number 3. Now number 4, taking out Mitro, who's right beside him on the leaderboard. Noah O'Reilly, though, is fighting Nom 6 right now. Might have a little bit of trouble. He's trying to hold on to second place, and there's a reason he's second. It's because he's making plays like this. Quick acted crash pad box jumps that will always land with accuracy right afterwards on those tack shots. He's done this so many times in the first 3 games. He will continue to do so today and only take out these people who are trying to threaten his top spot.
Important thing, no damage taken for him. A lot of loot available now. And he'll continue to actually earn a little bit more points as the placements get divvied out. Especially with that extension of the game that he just got. With no damage done, that means no heals spent. His inventory continues to be good and set up for the end game. Looking at Floki, he slowed down a little bit after that first game that he had. But he's back into contention, 5th place right now with the 26 points that he has. And he's very close to Pickus on the other side, 3 below for him, and that's going to be the sign for him to jump in the box. I don't think this crash pad works. No, you've got to get on the floor for that to land on, so it will push you in. Unfortunate. And now that brings him lower on the crash pads. Also missing completely an inventory spot. Spent already some materials. He's going to try again, but I think that just pushed him out the way. Oh, he went on the other side, and that's a beam now from Floki.
He has to do something. He's getting hit by Storm Surge right now and does not really have the utility available to survive. The reason he's using these crash pads is because the server's taking damage down onto him. There it is. No shields left because of it. It's an easy pickup for Floki. One of the most consistent players right now. No wins, but still top 5. It's because of this game plan, because he's 300 damage above Storm Surge, that he's looking flawless in both early, mid, and end game every single game. With 72 people still left, 71 now, Surge is still ticking, and there might be a few players who are under it trying to still dive into boxes.
Loki now starting to rotate. There's a moment in Surge where everybody stays still for a second to kind of identify who the people who are under Surge are, so you can stay away from them or capitalize like Floki just did. 1 player to go down. It's probably already down. Floki following up. He gets position on this. Finally, we have a more centered zone. Oh, he's going to go in, but again, the crash pad misses. Another opportunity. There's the wall pressure coming through, but there's more players in here than he actually paying attention to. Thankfully, Fezzle is the only one in his sights and the only one who's paying attention at all. Floki will catch him trying to pickaxe through old builds on the escape.
He's really good at picking up all these mid-game eliminations, and that's very nice for your total mat count, especially if you make it to those eliminated bodies. And Floki is, because they're so close, side by side. He's basically getting Storm Surge and then moving across the map into places where he's predicting people are in trouble, haven't done enough damage. People coming out of Slurpy Swamp where they don't see as many people, where there's less people overall on the map. It's very smart. FlyZ will have to develop some sort of strategy as well to do so. At 11 points right now, he is not really close to the top 25. He's kind of behind the entire pack. He's had a few, or just 1 good game right now where he's kind of made it to end game, but this game 4 is going to be very, very important for him.
Another box fight, another Elim. That's Mr. X, who we've seen fall in that exact situation already in game number 2. He falls again, and so do his chances at achieving a qualifying spot for the grand finals. We're going to kind of shift gears, not only talking about the top spot, but also...
Wow.
That was a dodge and a half. No, actually, it wasn't a dodge. That landed on Carney.
No, it didn't. He was already 1 HP. And he crash padded an RPG at the perfect time. It's got to be so tough for Carmi right now. Game number 4, 16 points. He is in the top 25, but if he can't stay in this game, he will be knocked out completely. Has a little bit of utility, but how safe is he really? No mats yet. No mats at all. It's over for him. Sindre picks it up with one of the best dodges we've ever seen, I would say, in Fortnite, especially near the mid game. It's flashy, but it's not going to really keep him in here. Game 5 will be very important for him.
Right now we're in game 4. Right now it's kind of the quiet point as people start to make it in, and because it's center zone, we're not going to see that influence that we've talked about time and time again of the empty side of zone, dead side. Right now it's kind of all sides have a lot of players on it. Noah Riley staying above the lines of sight up on the mountain, same with a couple of other players, but down below inside the trees. There's PCH. He was hanging on to the top early, but now he's fallen. 21 points right now will put him outside the top 12. He's going to get aggressive, though.
I've seen PCH really good in box fights, especially when he deals damage first. I believe he did end up getting... No, he didn't actually end up getting the player who was in front of him, but he has control of the loot overall, which is very good, because he has used a little bit of materials on all three sides, wood, metal, and brick. He'll be able to get his wood all the way up to max, find a little bit of brick too, but that metal, very important to have overall in the late game. You were talking about things not really getting crazy all the way up top on mountains, but in the forest down below, oh my god, it's just all about angles, dealing damage, trying to survive. A launch pad used within the trees. I don't think that player actually went all the way up and anywhere. He might have been blocked.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, I think, for PCH. Yes, he might have gotten the tag. He wanted the Elim, but hey, I'll take a launch pad too. This will be perfect for the 5th zone rotation, so he boxes it up full metal. Hopefully that won't break. An SMG, the only spray weapon that he has, not good at long ranges, but it connects anyways onto Killer Mike. And that's the Elim in the bank for him. 22 points now. Again, still has that launch pod. Slightly out of zone, but he's still going to be able to use that and utilize it for what is a max distance pull.
It's actually really interesting that he got an elimination with the SMG. I think it was Resub who I was looking at one of the videos that he made. In FNCS qualifiers number 1, there wasn't actually any SMG eliminations near the end game at all. So I'm curious to see if that maybe was the first even that we've seen so far near these end games. Really cool fact there, but everyone else is moving. They won't have the close range of the SMG to really use. They'll have to be flying in the air. Scouts is blocked. I don't know who this player is beside him, but it must be so scary to have that blocked and have this player stay for the hunt, for the chase. He now moves. Scouts can take a breather again, stay in the sky, and then find his base ultimately.
Don't forget, this is the player who took out Mitra. It looks like he's hunting for another one. He might land on top of the ramp exactly where he played. Potentially going to find himself an Elim, a pickup as he moves still over this mountain and into zone. That launch pad not even enough. He doesn't end up getting that, but still stuck on the outside. There's a player right above his cone. He gets cracked. Shield damage done. And there it is. Playing the cone, now has to play the rotation. Where does he go from here? Lots of people are going to be looking straight at him.
I'm liking Scout Z right now a lot. All the way from the first game, getting taken out outside of placement, getting into top 10, and now getting eliminations in game number 4 of Europe to set himself up for an amazing endgame. Who even knows? Maybe a win. If he did that, he could break all the way up into top 10. He could soar to the skies, not only in these standings here today, but in reputation too. You got to remember how many people are watching this back home, how many competitors from all the other heats are looking at their rivals, where they're dropping, how they're playing. He's really setting a name here for himself against people like Letwick, Mongrel, all these amazing players in all aspects of the game. He's one of them, but look at what he has to face.
The first time we see, not in the hands of Toos, but it's going to be on his org mate, Letwick, this time. Potentially they ended up fighting. Janice still up. He takes out one. It's on Kredge. I think now that's an opportunity for Janice to kind of retake the throne. But Letwick right now is a big threat. He's going to launch pad quickly over to the 6th zone. Not even a short launch because he wants to maintain the height. He has the materials to do so. But this is much more of a team mode play than a solo play, because this is what happens. People start to focus you because they want the height. Mongrel's down below him. Wolfie's still up. Finally makes it past after that game 3 trouble. We see Noah Riley down on low ground too. So this is going to be a big one to shake up the standings.
So Noah holds down the earth while Letwick is just basically looking at all the airwaves. Flick, though, gets caught in between, taken out immediately. A big endgame player. Not going to be able to play today. Reason, though, is up. I would say for one of the first times near this endgame. He had one here before, but once again, he gets to have a say into how these games are going. A charge shot that actually didn't land, but shields that got taken up for him. He's looking kind of healthy now. So low on mats though. A charged shotgun shot in combination with the crash pad and the AR spray keeps him alive in this game. So many mats, more utility, and shields to boot.
And that was on Vato too, one of the best French players. Reason now starting to make his rise, 27 points. He wasn't in the top 10 before this game, but now he's starting to rise up there as well. 35 players left. He picks up an RPG too. That could be useful, but more importantly, he got all the way up to 82 materials as Noah Riley goes down. That was our second place before this. And now we're in the top 30. Who else? Mongrel falls too. So all of a sudden, this is wide open. Those players are not rising in the standings. They might have enough to hold on to it for now, but they're getting closer. Reason lands, charges, and fires. One elim again, 2 now up for him, and he's still rotating through the 7 zone in the top 25.
Top players falling down. The zone is going completely downhill. Reason is taking down low ground warriors and still fighting box to box. He's unstoppable, fueling himself. Momentous. 3 eliminations, not even a use of that RPG just yet. 13 rockets to add to this absolute destructive wave of box dives and eliminations. He's looking so good. This is the way he wins games. He has big statements. On low ground is what he wants to control. Letwick, though, is that warrior that can stop the whole server by storm with a shockwave launcher. He gets kind of hit off of height. Reason is in another box. Charge shot side by side. The crash pad will save that player, but how much further can he go?
He's in the top 15. He still has upwards of 80 builds remaining. He can work this for so long. And we also have Wolfies up on low ground. There's still Letwick up on height, potentially still more shockwaves in the inventory, and Lex makes it the top 12, but I think this is Reason's game to potentially overtake. Here's the RPGs, so many rockets in the inventory, and it connects for another one, but a response, actually, from somebody else. The rocket baits for another one to come in, and Reason now has to spend time to heal up.
A tactical war on all fronts. Every single person is holding on to their lair. There hasn't really been a switch from any side, just RPGs and shots taken from side to side over and over. Letwick dropped down by Reason. Does not have height, but we know how fast that can change. No shield for him, though. He goes all the way up, trading that out with Reason. Reason now possibly getting lower on mats. Has to drop down slightly. Wolfies is alive. Floki, too. This is a top 5 endgame with 5 players left alive. Reason with a pocket RPG. Lands the headshot. Almost lands the RPG shot, too. He's in the place of pressure, but getting pressured himself from height. Letwick is still up there. 4 players now left alive. Wolfies taken out by an RPG. Maestro taken down to just a sliver of HP while Letwick watches, waits for his moment to strike. Reason now falling down, really putting on the pressure. No builds left. We know what happens when he's faced with a difficult decision. He's always there with the shot. A final 1v1 for Letwick and Reason.
Letwick hasn't gotten an impact this entire time, so I think he's out of materials. Meanwhile, floppers for Reason. They're going to go for it, though! And he connects. Doesn't even need the floppers, even though he gets sent out his own. Uses 1, but there it is. Reason back at it again. 44 points, and all the people that we thought had an opportunity to take this heat by storm are here. Mongrel, Noah Riley, Janice, Reason, Floki, all of them contesting for that top spot.
Man, so much change in that game. The top 5 is definitely alive in Europe right now. Who is in that top 25, though? Who is faltering? Only the analysts can help us with that. Zeke, Monster, Sundown, give it to me.
I'm loving the energy, Shio. Absolutely an incredible game. I mean, Reason, yet again, just another big name that we've been seeing over the last 2 weeks of competition, and says, look, boys, I need to qualify. I need to push through in the top 25. And Sundown, with this performance, he's done it.
Yeah, ending up, I believe it was 44 points there at the end with the huge victory route coming through, 7 eliminations. But Letwick also pushing himself up there, making a surge, trying to get in position. And you also saw Wolfies in the top 4 there, securing his spot through to the grand finals as well. So good on him. Him and Reason definitely showing up today, and we expected that.
Absolutely. I mean, MDF, no surprise, Mongrel holding strong at the top yet again. But with that, Reason jumps up there. Janice still holding Floki, Noah Riley. But take a look, Monster. Last time we talked about it, Wolfies had dropped to 13th. Now almost doubling back up to 7th.
This is a great top 10 we're looking at, man. I'm loving the names that we're seeing secure their way, secure their ticket to Grand Finals Sunday. Noah, Floki, Janice, Reason, Mongrel. We have Wolfies right there, 34 points. You see swaps, racks, SD only getting 1 point that game. Will he be able to do it? Will he be able to get his game in order? He's got the victory out from the start, but he has been so frozen on the feed. Someone who jumped up, though, Maestro into top 10, so showing that anything can happen. The switches are happening. The tidal waves are coming in. Players like Letwick and Toos, look at them breaking their way up to top 20. Now's the time to really put up. They need just a little bit more points. This is the final stretch for the players. We have 2 more games in front of us.
Yeah, and you can see everyone who has gotten above that 32 mark has made it so far. So 8 players effectively have booked their spot into the grand finals. However, everyone else on this page still very much in the running. You currently see Juker1 holding that spot. 21 points is the line right now. You can expect that to jump up right around 9 or 10 points. Again, 32 has been safe. We're going to be talking a lot about that number over the course of the next couple of games and when players are able to get above that, because that's really kind of the sign, the little flag waving saying, hey, yes, you can go through and you get to play and be one of the top 100 players in the toughest region in Fortnite.
Yeah, and someone that specifically Monster called out is Esty, who's sitting at 27 points. Looking out at top 30, they can still make that jump. It just takes a handful of eliminations. A top 5 finish somewhere in the middle, they can still strike and place in top 25. Gentlemen, the story here has got to be who is on the bubble and who are just having these games that are suddenly cementing themselves in top 25.
Yeah, you have to push through and get guaranteed that. You talk about SD, but don't forget he won one of those first games with elimination, has been quiet since, but these guys haven't. You can see Light, we talked about him earlier on, the World Cup qualified player, needing to find the plays, needing to convert on these, and he's someone who's going to go in, be aggressive, picks up wrecked there, and you can see him also just playing defensively pretty well here, covering himself in the cone. You have to do all of the right things. You have to find these impact eliminations when you get the opportunity, and unfortunately was unable to convert there.
Yeah, and the story there is just showing how close but how far they are. They're on par to make their way through just consistency, but it's going to take a little bit more. Someone who proved that they can do it as well, it's Maestro. He was digging for a little more here. You can see the frags coming in, the big pickups. These are the elimination chains that allow him to be right back into the conversation, right back into the qualifying pace that he needs to be on. That's the story right now. Who is on the bubble? Who is going to make it to Grand Final Sunday? And I mean, Maestro just had one of the better performances that we've seen from someone who was far behind and needed to close the gap.
And especially with only 2 games remaining now, you really have to start executing on those game plans. You have to start looking at that point line, looking at what everyone else is around you, knowing what exactly do I have to do, because if you can't cross that line already, it's not going to be good enough. But here was a player who was able to get across that line. We talked about it, Wolfie securing himself in there, and then Reason just with a huge play at the end and a good recognizing point to know that his opponent is going to be low on resources, and with just 5 HP to spare, picks up the AR shot to secure the victory royale.
And I just wanted to say the significance behind that is those are their qualifying moments right there. Reason quite literally punching his ticket. He's there. And as is Wolfie's. Those elims that he caught there was just the final nudge, the boulder over the hill for him, as we saw Mongrel do just 2 games ago. So big names pushing their way through. Those are the moments that solidify them. On the other side of the coin, though, you saw Light fall short. Maestro kind of step it up, but that's the battle. That's the battle right now.
And it's all going to come down to this, right? 2 games left. You have to make or break these games, right? And for you guys at home, watch the elimination feed. Anytime you see any of these big names fall, that's it. They have to then hold and wait for the next game to start up. And that's when you're going to see this leaderboard swap up, right? Sundown, you're going to see people make these pop-off performances and say, that guy's down. Now is my time. I need to make something happen.
Yeah, and as a viewer, the key thing you're looking for is when people are crossing or right around that 30-point threshold, it means you're going to be seeing them again on Sunday. And then as well, because every single one of these points matters, when you see those placement thresholds, it's really important to note, hey, who goes down in that first 25? Who goes down in that next 25? Is somebody dropping? If you see a player who's right on the bubble and they get eliminated in 11th, or they get eliminated in 16th or 31st in Moki's case, that 1 point could end up being the difference.
Every interaction will matter going forward. With that being said, let's get ready to send it into game number 5 of the FNCS here in Europe.
It's a tie game at the top of the leaderboard, and we've got 2 more to go. We're in game number 5 right now, and it's Mongrel in a battle against Reason.
2 games left for these 2 titans to just put it all down on the floor. But it all starts with drops. Where is everyone going to start their final 2 games off?
We've seen a number of them so far. Mongrel obviously at the Fortilla. Reason has been landing Holly Hedge. As contested as you can see if he's still there. But then look at Stevie Stacks for Janice, who's in 3rd place right now. There's 4 players there. And he might know, 3 plus a Marauder pack. Regardless, it's not only the battle for the top that matters most. It's also that top 25 spot. The last 2 chances you have to make an impact to get there, if possible.
We'll have players like Moki who are just not there yet, but still have 2 chances to get there. Absolutely.
And a lot of space here for Moki. She can make it work. She's already done it in game 2 to get a lot of points to get where she is now. Just got to find some extra juice just for her to get up towards that top 25 spots. A lot of other people too on that range. It's Mitro. There's other players as well who are on the outside looking in or right on that edge. Andalex in 21st right now. We even have others like ADN who we've seen play pretty well who are 48th. So many people. I mean, again, we're trying to find out our last 25 players. And out of this pool of 100, 75 of them unfortunately will not be making it through. But these last 2 games are the opportunity to do that. Same thing for Jamside. Same thing for everybody else. The threshold today, most likely looking like 29 points. For Jamside, that's only 8. If he splits 4 and 4 over these last 2 games, or even better, solidifies it right here, right now. It's all possible.
You get those points from both placements and eliminations. Yes, he could go on a tear right here, but you got to remember, for Europe, the heats, there were 4 qualifiers to put these guys in 4 different heats. 100 of the best players right now are fighting for top 25. Jamside will start that elimination run fast, all the way over at Camp Cod, isolated and taken out by Pickus.
And just like that, the 8 points that he needs all have to come into the final game now, where all the pressure is on you. And it's so difficult to rise up to that pressure. When it's all on your shoulders right here, this could be the end of your FNCS. Jamside now switching gears and really focusing up on how to make this 6th game work for him while he waits for this 5th game to wrap up.
Per we're watching right now, Wise, we've seen him get some very impactful eliminations. Yes, 15 total points, but with this hunting rifle, he stopped people's tears and runs on the standings and in the region with just 1 bullet.
All it takes. All it takes is 1 misstep. 1 moment where you leave a gap for somebody who's completely not related to you for a brief second to take a couple of shots just like this. There's a box fight on this. I think it's Spectrum Benji 4K who just wrapped up the fight now. Wise is going to get involved, thinks that this is a low HP player. I don't know if he saw some shield crack, but regardless, he gets out of the box, thankfully, just in time because Wise was getting in. Now he's going to pressure, try to pickaxe it down. He almost takes it, but there's the reverse ramp. He's going to start to escape out the backside.
Goes all the way up top, though. It's not done for Wise. He has so many options to be able to get into this box. There it is. Triangular edit. Takes 1 of the shots. Gets right close and personal to make sure there is no advantage for Benji 4K. He gets taken out. Wise, once again, arises closer and closer towards the top. You have to remember, at this stage of the game for Wise, at 16 points, to get the top 25, he is basically tied with so many people. 1 elimination ball at 1 point makes him rise up 10 places in standings.
Yep, that it does. So many people ready to strike, but who will actually turn that in a different direction? Hopefully. Right now for Moki, that might be changing as well. Gonna engage on a fight on the backside of the zone. This is where she's good. She's good at fighting in these spots. But on the backside, it's a player already starting to chug splash up. There it is. The zip line to break. I don't know if that was intentional, but if it was genius. There's a big one. 63, the trades are good. Continuing to break with the zip line. Certainly intentional at this point. Gonna continue forward, another 75 tag. Only 150 remaining. And there it is. What a shot for Moki to get up to 15 points now, and also all of the loot available for her now. That's the confidence she needs once she starts rolling in these fights to continue for this placement in this heat.
Sometimes being behind the pack is a good thing, definitely for someone with Moki's mindset, because it really pushes you forward when you start to gain momentum. And with that elimination, she's going to be going straight towards zone, hopefully to a next fight, and possibly to qualification in Game 5.
As you just saw on your screen, right here, right now, we have so many of the top players that we saw through the FNCS qualifiers who had the most series points going into the heats, all in that top 10 right now. So this is so difficult to actually not only win out, but just make it through in general. This heat has had the most players who had top 50 finishes throughout the qualifiers in this heat. That gives you that difficulty spectrum. That tells you how hard this is right here, right now.
You can see it on the standings too. The man who won the first game, ST Shadow No, taken up by ADN there. Another quick sniper shot. But the people who have won games are still finding it difficult to keep performing and staying towards the top spots. People who are making endgames who you would expect, like Mongrel, to be there every single time, are not actually making it off spawn sometimes. There's people like ADN in the mix who have their game plans, have their sniper shots so on point that Wolfies is even having trouble fighting box to box, getting crash pads in properly. He's going to be trying here, but ADN is setting stuff up to make sure it's not easy for him. Hasn't really taken any damage. Wolfies is bouncing all around the place, and ADN is still holding the top spot in this fight.
He has to win this fight against Wolfies, and Wolfies is not going to stop. Once Wolfies qualifies in a tournament, you know it's all on from there. This man just continues to go for it. Another crash pad potentially going to be thrown for Wolfies. No, only one left. He's going to save that for a rainy day. ADN on the bottom side of this. He's going to go out to the side, try to dodge shots if the counter edit does come through. There's another wall taken from Wolfies, constricting the space of ADN. They're going to go higher and higher. Running out of materials. There's a crash pad that might break it all down, but no, still remain held up by his stair. ADN trying to hold on. He's got to be able to actually finish this fight, because like I said, Wolfies will not stop.
That's what ADN was waiting for, the third party. As this fight gets higher, Wolfies' position gets even more risky. Now he's disengaging, dropping down. But look at his mats. Look at what he's using. He's used all his brick, all his metal, down to wood. ADN, while doing nothing, just playing defense, has gained the advantage, gained the offense in this fight. With zone coming too, it'll be in ADN's favor. He'll be in control on how both these players move, and where they will actually end up taking their stories in Game 5.
But at what cost? Was that not the opportunity for ADN to disengage from this? Wolfies was going down to the bottom. Could he not have built over towards the top of Risky Reels and made his way away, tried to escape this for sure storm fight that Wolfies will attempt? He's going to keep looking back. This sniper's still also in the hands. This is dangerous for ADN. He is playing and riding a dangerous line. Thankfully, the Mad Dog has slowed down for now.
He's still waiting for a trap, but I think I know what ADN was doing. If you notice on the top left, you saw the number go down to 74. With this format, when you hit top 75, that's when you end up getting a point. He was waiting for that guaranteed point before really making any more risky moves. You'll see so many fights now go full throttle as they were waiting on standby before for this free placement point. Light is in a three-way fight all the way at Dirty Docks. We saw him finish things out fast before, but this time they're taking slightly a little bit longer. He has about 300 materials left. Really has to get a siphon, a refresh off of any one of these eliminations, but it's a fight at a distance in a close range box, and he gets right into Light.
Oh no!
Light.
What happened? Oh no! It looked like he had the shots. He already got the advantage on him, but still 47 HP remaining for Kims. Light had it. He was in there, but misses the last fatal 2 shots that he would have needed. And unfortunately, it looks like Kims hits harder. This fight will continue, though, against Rax.
Rax is definitely the person you have to be watching in this fight. There was an end game that ended out here. He went toe-to-toe with Mongrel. This is his spot. He knows exactly how to take these vertical fights down. We'll switch over, though, towards Belvid and Richard all the way near the middle. Richard, today, it's been so good to just watch him make these end games, get double eliminations back-to-back over and over again. And this time we'll see how. It's because of this big damage, the room he creates for himself with these shots, with possibly mid-game eliminations. Looking at 0 right now, but his loadout screams accuracy. It screams easy elims. Belvid taken out of game 5.
Start right on the side of this right here. The Polish player did so well all the way back when, but since then has not really found that taste of success since 2019. This year, though, hopefully it's time for him to change as we move into the second half of 2020. Can he repeat the performance that he had to win the ESL Katowice Polish Invitational? And this fight continues. This is what I'm saying. How does ADN escape? I told you that Wolfies will not stop. I told you. Now ADN has not found time to farm, and he's got to take this to completion. The storm is moving!
Ooh.
Oh! The hunting rifle shot to actually break down the floor that Wolfies was on as he resets is exactly what he needed. Now time is back on his side. He'll find some bandages and hopefully he can make it out of zone, but it's going to be a very tall task.
A man of sheer commitment and will in Wolfies versus a man of many talents and many different options with ADN. Today the options will reign victorious, but remember, there is one more game and I don't think those guys will be switching drops, so we'll see a rematch very soon.
So what that is saying basically is ADN, even though he's in a shambles position in this game, given the fact that we know Wolfies will be on the same warpath, ADN not only has to escape that path, but also, if indeed that fight continues again, he needs this game to count so hard to make it towards qualification. I think he can do that.
And even if it's not just off drops, you can see that same effect for all these players. Stenna, 16 points, crash pads, chuck splashes. He has such a good opportunity to turn this position into points, into placements, into eliminations. And he does. A nice pickup right there, I think, from distance. I saw the siphon come in, yes. Code taken out trying to fight Marauders. He's going to have to get that loot, though, get the wood back, the materials, through all these Marauders, and then push even more forward into the game. 17 points right now. Is right near that top 25. It's about 35th place, so he needs about a few more points. He'll be up there.
Astro right on that bubble. One more point will do it for him, and he's got to survive for 11 more players to go down, at least to get close. This is a brief moment. I thought that was a real player. Yeah, exactly. My breath was like, okay. I'm like, hold on. Why are we reviving people in the middle of this? It is going to be a box fight, though. A real player. This time there's Stinks involved. Yes, he forces the fight onto Floki and gets what he needs to qualify through. Potentially clinched with that one elimination. Maestro's still going to move forward. The Marauders are still here, though, and RPG starting to rain. Might force the lobby to focus. Got to be careful. Got to be so careful. He wants to survive and really clinch this out.
Rax, Maestro, Janice, all their teammates have already qualified. You think that Maestro has this clinched out with that elimination? It could change. They could not see their teammates in the grand finals have a battle with them for the top.
Dude.
RPG right now, I think, is coming in from a Marauder. It might be a player, but I don't think someone will go all in. It is a player, actually. Going all in. It's Andalex, who takes him out. Is 29 points enough? I'm not sure, but Andalex ends it out. Flick, who's been taken out before every endgame, I think, is also pretty frustrated. He might want a fast elimination here, too, but he backs off before slightly maybe even coming back in. But is 29 enough? That's the main question.
That is the question. That's the projection that we have right now. But things could change. So if you get above 29, you're pretty confident about that. That's going to be the range to look for. Andalex, who just picked up that Elim, by the way, was only on 22 points before this game. Now potentially on 24 with the Elim and the placement point that's already come through. He needs to qual. That is the reigning champion. So pay attention to him. He is the guy with the Axe of Champions on EU. And things are getting dicey for him. Dietrich's too, though. 14 points. He will get a big tag on the bottom side of this building. And Lazy Lake, and it's Stormy Red who falls. Unfortunate for him, but Dietrich's is fighting just as hard to make that qual spot.
Dietrich's, every player we've seen so far, too, have so much to lose and a lot to prove. And you can see it in their shots. They're patient, everything landing for more than 100. Heat 2 is at 15 points. Around 50 players are in the same position, and only top 25 can qualify. They're trying to hold their position. They're trying to hold these other 50 players from coming in and taking their spots in making the grand finals. It is so close on both sides of this leaderboard.
Oh, you're right. And switching gears to the top side, we have Reason right there sitting next to Mongrel, who are pretty much tied neck and neck before this game started. After game 4, that's where the situation was. We haven't seen their names come in through the elim, so we have to assume it's the same thing. Right now is the chance for them to kind of shift paces. We've seen Heat's winners win grand finals in the past. Specifically in EU, it was Alex and Nate who actually won Heat 2 to make it and win the grand finals. So we'll see. This will mean a lot, especially for confidence, especially for Mongrel, who picks up 1. Mongrel, if he wins this heat, I will 100%. This is a new Mongrel. This is Mongrel 2.0, ready to play for the grand final stages, ready to play for the set lobbies since the kind of fall after trios, how difficult it's been for him since then. I should say squads, actually, with the second place that he had.
Yeah. I mean, he's been so good. Now it's a refresh for him. Hydro getting taken out by Cartoon at 19 points. So I was going to mention, we're looking at these top players now, the top 25. For Mongrel Reason, people like Noah Riley, these guys I feel like are secured, right? No matter what happens, they're fine. For the people
100%.
like Hydro, right, in the top 15, the top 20, it's scary. They could be at the point threshold, 27, but it's not certain for them.
Not certain at all. Uncertainty pretty much for everybody in the lobby, except maybe that Mongrel. Everybody else, though, you're right. They're shaking in their boots. But I'm still interested in that duel. Of course, don't forget, there was that duel on day number 1, Mongrel against Reason. We had the same type of thing. Reason ending up coming out on top, taking him out in the final game to stop Mongrel's run. Definitely something that I remember clear as day in my mind. And also the fact that Reason won the Mongrel Cup. 2 of the players with success in recent solo tournaments, even in the set lobby stages. Mongrel at the end of Season 2 started even winning cash cups with that set lobby format in the final. But you're right, again, turning things around. ADN has made it out of zone after the fight against Wolfies, and he looks healthy, but looks can be deceiving.
Yeah, so far, elimination there. Oh no, that was on Hydro way earlier. So Zani is chilling now with another one afterwards. Good pickup for him. Mats, though, are looking pretty low even after that elim. Another player here on the wall, actually, I think maybe ended up getting everything over there. I think it's Nom 6, but eliminations right now matter so much. Everyone alive is getting placement, and they're so close in the leaderboards that it doesn't really matter that you're surviving. It matters that you're getting that extra point of eliminations overall as you're moving around, that you're taking out other people. So even when we say the top 5 surviving, it doesn't matter much for their qualification. Every elimination that Mongrel gets, that Noah Riley gets, they basically stop people from being able to qualify, and that is huge.
2 sitting on the outside looking in 2. He only has 24 points, and we've seen him had the Shockwave launcher 3 games out of the 5 that we've watched so far. This time doesn't have it. This time, maybe you're going to play a little different. Of course, that Shockwave launcher changes so much for you. Okay, it's Scouts who falls. Gambit Toos takes advantage of that. Another player drops in his box. He's got the wall. He almost could go for it, but no, going to opt to go for that 5th zone instead. Make sure that he's safe after popping the pepper. And he's got so much to work with. His Reason picks up at elim as well.
Is it just me, or does Toos feel more fluid now without that Shockwave launcher, without the pressure?
Yes, I agree with that. That's exactly the type of thing that changes up. Mongrel finds one too. Toos is going to be a fight. Oh, he drops him down. The double edit is so good for Toos. That's what he needed with the pepper still pop. The quickness from him. You say fluid. That is certainly silky smooth.
Yeah, I mean, after just breaking down those chains, dropping the weights, because it is a weight that you have on yourself, pressure, when you have that Shockwave launcher. He is looking speedy, running circles around everyone else, controlling builds, and also having height without the pressure or without the Shockwave launcher at all. Usually, he pops just one Shockwave to get all the way up top and have control over everyone. This time, natural position, pure gameplay to get up there. But it's ADN who survived up until this point and is still contending to be the king of the lobby.
Just gotta breathe for this one. For a moment, if you're all of these guys, 19 points for ADN. Yes, we ramped it up a little bit as we got to that 5th zone because there were so many important moments just then. ADN going to take a couple more shots as this rotate starts. He's on the front side, and yes, he connects onto Peppa Pig. ADN now 3 eliminations in this game. This could be it for him, potentially. Another one, yes! Even after fighting Wolfies, he's making this game count. Even when it looked like this game was completely done for him, stuck in the zone against one of the best players in the world, he still makes it count. It was his birthday on Thursday, and he won the Cash Cup. This time here, he's looking to qualify for Grand Finals Saturday into Sunday. Tomorrow is the big day. Can he make it work?
So many top 50 players in this game are rising towards the top 25. Those players are still alive, and the top 10 are also here to play. With 37 people left, this is going to be one of the closest Game 5s and an even closer Game 6 of Europe. Down here is Nate, taking out one of the top 5 players, Noah Riley, moving forward, making the lobby easier. And after that, not stopping, it's Toos afterwards. Rax goes down. Reason is still alive, though, but that's 3 big players out of game number 5.
Thankfully, Nate has the tools that he needs to actually work through this. Peppers and floppers, he giving him a way back in the zone really, really fast. And now, so much placement available. Every 5 people that fall is another point for Nate right there. He only needs 2 more to potentially solidify. He's going to go all the way on the outside of zone and rotate through. Mitro in this end game, too. This could be the chance. ADN takes out Mongrel to count for him 4 more points. And he needs to get to the top 10. Janet's going to be in this one as well. This game going to be so close, but also so many people fighting and vying for that qualification. ADN going to go down. This is risky because the zone could pull up, but if he makes it work, it will matter so much. The cone almost gets him and it catches him. What? ADN! 6 eliminations now, and I think he's about to do it. That was on Nate, too.
The bottom half of the leaderboard has had enough. They're tired of just getting eliminated every single game, and they're here to just take over completely by storm, by the zone, by position. Janice and Letwick might be the only 2 people left over here who have a say, along with reason, of staying alive in the top 3, in the top slots. Waze, ADN, Brett McStone, and Blackie are all the way here on low ground, making sure no one else drops down and takes over their homes. Letwick, though, is still up top. He's controlling. ADN keeping things slightly quiet. We'll see how this actually works out. Janice, so low, right on the backside of Storm. Will he be able to survive?
And it's so tense right now. So many people realize what's on the line as we move into the final zone. ADN slowing down, even Mitro slowing down. All these guys realize that every player who goes down is so important for them to get up to that top 25 spot that's so magical now. Top 10, we're in the final zone. Letwick's still on a hype, but there's battles all around.
All around while Letwick just waits for everyone to just finish their fights for possibly taking another game. A shockwave sent someone straight flying out of the storm. Now 4 people left for Letwick to play with. He's beaming the player he put. Oh my god, that's a big elimination onto Waze. He's out from reason. ADN is taken out by Letwick. Now 3 more people who have no chance at fighting against the shockwave launchers without builds. And Letwick's trying to find the angles. Top 3 situation. Mitro, Reason, Letwick. Both these players at the bottom are in the same angles. Letwick is all the way at the top. He's waiting. He's watching. Reason takes out Mitro, and now it's a 1v1. But how high is Letwick? Is it too high? He drops down. Way too high, and it's Mitro getting the Elam. Reason wins. Complete chaos. Unexpected. I did not see that coming.
What just happened? And Reason's done it again. 10 eliminations. And that's a back-to-back win for him. Last time it was 7. Reason has done it again. Oh my goodness, things have just changed drastically. 10 eliminations, 24 points for Reason. He is skyrocketed above Mongrel right now, breaking the 60-point barrier. Where is this going in these final game?
Where is it going? It's going to the final game. Boys, we continue to see these shakeups. First of all, Reason, again, back-to-back victory royales. Absolutely unbelievable performance. But back in that game, we're also looking at players like ADN, who's popping off. Letwick almost picked up the victory royale, just a small miscalculation running out of builds. Boys, we have to see these standings, because there's a few players here that have absolutely cemented themselves a spot in Grand Finals tomorrow, but there's also new players that are saying, hey, top 25 ain't safe. Let's take a look together, see how things are going right now. Reason finding that win, 68 points, pulling away from the pack. Mongrel, though, Sundown is still holding strong.
Mongo doing fine there at 53. You can see Janice, No Riley, and Floki rounding out the top 5. But Reason has really established himself along with MCS's Exqueezy as the top 2 players coming out of solos so far. They have been impressive in terms of aggression and executing and finishing out in the late game. You also have Letwick with a monstrous performance there, taking him from out of qualification range to well in qualification range now at 39 points. Again, we talked about how tall do you have to be to ride that grand finals ride. Well, everyone on that page had made it so far. Currently, we're looking at around 29-30 points, so we'll say 31-32 to be safe. That means Krejs, Vatate, PCH, and No Luck Nebby. Well, Nebby, your luck has changed. You'll be going through to the grand finals. However, ADN rockets himself up, but still needs a couple points. Maestro got a key elimination there, but he's still short. Nate, Downs, Toos, and Waze rounding out the top 20. And then Monster, look at some of the names on this page, particularly who's on the outside looking in.
That's right. I mean, I'm looking at Mitra, I'm looking at Carton, right? These are players that were having such a phenomenal performance. Slat as well in that previous game. They were popping off. Let's give hats off to SC, who found the points he needed that we saw in that first top 10. He's going to qual this way. Remember, he took that first Victory Royale too. So it's just showing you that finally now players finding the stride that they need, even in the later half, but it still matters now more than ever. We had a bubble to look at before. Some broke through, some qualled their way through. Now there's even more stepping up to the plate. Mitro probably being one of the more exciting ones on that final page now.
But I mean, he hasn't actually been exciting today. Let's talk about it. Like, going through and looking at it, I've been wanting to throw Mitra in some of the packages, like find the stuff he's doing, because he's right in contention range at 30th. He has 5 eliminations across 5 games. He's averaging a single elim, so it looks like he's trying to buckle down and just play for the placement. But as of now, he's really not putting me, like, in terms of confidence level, he doesn't look like he's playing at a top 25 level.
This is the difficulty of the lobbies, right? This is what we are facing, you know? And again, we'll have to see how things go for his final game. But on the other side, Monster, you were talking about these people on the bubble, and those have made it or still looking to make it.
That's right. These may have not gotten onto the broadcast, but it'll give you guys the catch-up and the full insight as the journey the players that are trying to go through here. This is Carton's ride up to the top. And you can see in the feed there, players getting lit up as well. Here's Andilix. We didn't really get to show him as much as well, but this is a crucial snipe too. And that's going to give him the 23rd. And he's going to continue to swing his way in. Remember, he's so close now to qual all the way through. We're talking about a grand champion right here himself, right? And Dilix was trying to make it all the way through. So let's take a look. He's going to take out Maestro, and the ramifications behind that is huge. And then hopping over to Toos, we saw Toos tearing it up. He gets shut down by Nate in the same exact clip, which is still massive for both of them because they are neck and neck for quals now.
Yeah, and you talk about Andalex. He's the former reigning FNCS duo champ, but now trying to make a push there. We're seeing the key eliminations and what allowed these players to be in contention. Toos now currently sitting in 19th. Will find it. Sometimes you just need to find the picks, and ADN got his run started with that key hunting rifle shot, and then he didn't look back, really enabling himself to fight aggressively with it. Bala talked about it in the close range situation, utilizing both that tactical shotgun and the hunting rifle to help take over the walls. And then also, you've noticed here, sometimes in order to get the qualifications, you gotta get a little bit lucky with those tags going through this. Both ADN and Carton finding players over on the side, low HP, and converting them. But this was such a run from ADN on the low ground.
And I just want to say it was the most impressive because, remember, he took out Wolfies on the rotate through the storm fight. So that was incredible in its own to turn that into a 30-point ending for him. And then the Slutwick, man, a little bit of height. He did so great as well.
Yeah, making sure he executed out, though. An important thing to note about ADN, he did fall in 6th, and in a world where every single point matters, you have to be careful. However, Letwick doesn't have to worry about that, considering he was able to push himself over the top. And the one thing we've noted, particularly with Letwick, when he gets control of the mythic weaponry, is he does so well to play it slow. He makes sure he has established high ground, and both him and Toos have shown that if they can get the high ground control with the mythic weaponry, they can execute and close out these games, or at least guarantee themselves a top 3, which is why you so often see them rocketing up the leaderboard.
Guys, these games are about to be so close. One game left. I mean, literally, we're looking at a top 25 total placement, and everyone on the outside is trying to crank 90s and get themselves up there. Now for those up in top 25, it's all about tarping out, holding it down, saying, look, it doesn't matter who's coming my way. I have to secure myself the points, whether that be changing my drop spot, making sure I don't risk that early game 50-50. There's so many key features. So when we head into this next game, watch that elimination feed. That's where your eyes should be almost like 60% of the time, because anytime someone looks at someone else and they eliminate or get eliminated, that's it. And that will spell the end of someone's potential run and give someone else that extra chance to keep going.
Yeah, and we've talked about it in particular, Noah Riley. We've seen him just going through and ending people's hopes, just taking down other opponents.
Yes.
So, I mean, you use the example, hey, if you're all the way at the bottom, you got a 90 up. If you're maintaining, just keep tarping. Well, those players who at the tarp, they're working their way from the high ground down. They have nothing left to lose, and they're just going for broke, trying to force people out of the tournament, create more space for themselves in that grand finals on Sunday.
Gosh, it's going to be so good. I mean, guys, the final game is being prepared for us. The battle bus is being ready to launch. And this is it, Monster. We're about to head in. It is time. The final game here in Heat number 4 for Europe. Let's send it over to our casters to take us into the battle bus one last time. Gents, take it away.
It's one last time for this Heat. One last time for EU in the Heats. Tomorrow we're moving into grand finals. This is the time where we figure out who is going to be in contention for that top spot. We start to write the stories and figure out, is it going to be Mongrel? Is it going to be Reason? Noah Riley, Janice, these guys all putting performances to prove to us that yes, they can do it. To prove to themselves that yes, they can do it. And then there's the other side. The other side where people are trying to eat their way in, just like we saw ADN, but it's by such slim margins.
We started from the Champion League Opens all the way now down to the last top 100, fighting for the top 25. The Maestro was close last time. The threshold that we put in place was about 29. I want to say 30 points, a nice even number. So a few more people have a little bit more work to do, but everyone is neck in neck in these boards. Game number 6 for Europe starts with a big bang. 6 people already taken out. Maestro looking for a third-party opportunity.
Yes!
The 1 point he needs,
That's it!
he gets.
Yes!
The 2nd point he needs, he gets. Maestro has definitely qualified and is in the top 25.
2 elims, the sneak attack on the basement house at Lazy Lake, and you can already see how exciting this game is starting off. Game 6, so crazy these moments. Maestro has just done it. What a showing for sure. Now it's Toos. Back only 28 points. Remember, he's been losing Kit Shockwave Launcher against Letwick, which has given Letwick the chance to really rise up. I believe this is Moki pressuring Toos, potentially trying to get Kit's loot, if it's still here, but little does she know it's not. Toos going to try to make an escape because there's no point fighting when that is not involved.
Yeah, I actually don't know who exactly has Kit's loot. It could be Moki, for all we know. And she doesn't usually land caddy corner, right? People are literally going all in now. This is possibly their final game for the rest of the season. Moki is in that spot.
I mean, you have to go all in, right? You have to take that dive into the deep end. Sharks or not. Doesn't matter if it's Wolfies that you're faced up against. This is your last chance. And Toos peppers all the way over to another spot. Obviously, very low amount of loot, and he's going to try to get the beams on somebody who comes out of this bridge. Who is it? It's crazy.
Look what ends up happening. Moki pushes out Toos, who's now in a rotation he was not planning for. So this domino effect happens all around the map with these drops. Not only is this a tight game, it'll be a different story we're going to watch with so many engagements we haven't seen before. Toos versus Crizzy at the bunker next to this big mountain. A box fight with only wood built.
He's putting it all on the line right now. Like you said, an all-in, has the crash pad, and he could go all into the box. That's not going to happen for now. A moment where he stops.
Whoa.
Okay, a big charge shotgun though will put Toos down to 23 HP. He's got to respond. A quick stare flip. Another crash pad out. Thankfully, that's the time, but no heals. He has no heals to actually get back into this fight. And it's Crizzy now on the offensive, and Toos, there's a third party in it too. Is it Moki from the other side? This is so scary. A risky play, and it doesn't pay off. Toos just needed the one, and it's him with the shockwave launcher. He's followed him all the way up and quickly up on the mountain, but oh my goodness, this shockwave launcher is potentially a qual for one of these players who's going to walk away with it, and Crizzy might be that one, but Moki is going to still be on his level.
Crizzy cannot qualify with 5 points. There's no possible way for him to even win the game. He would need so many eliminations. In this lobby, I don't think it's possible. So he is keeping away this golden trophy, the shockwave launcher, for anyone else who is trying. Toos, 28 points. He's gone. Moki, on the brink, still surviving, but doesn't have that extra juice to be able to win.
Crizzy down. Fusion just got him. That's the second time he gets it, but we're in another fight. Light with only 18 points. He goes down to Esty. Esty, who had the first game win, now has made it through. Especially after this last game performance, he was middling for quite some time. It almost looked like he wasn't going to qualify, but now he's done it, and he takes out a player who needed to get that elim in order to qualify. Esty has Dirty Docs, another fight on the other side. It's Wolfies again, and you know he does not care, even though it's his opponent who says that. What is this outfit from Wolfies? You know what's going on right now. It's the Wolfies Classic.
Wolfie's classic big slurp machine, but it's not heals that he's going to be playing with, it's damage. And you have to understand, before we were tracking if these guys could get first, there's a news story, especially with the final heat. It's about how many players can these guys stop. I don't think first matters that much anymore. It's who these guys will be eliminating overall, who will not be able to qualify. This player he's fighting right now could need this one placement point. There's 76 people alive. If this fight gets down and ends too fast, it could be too late for the player Wolfies is right next to.
Had to take some time to heal, and that's his final one. 6 builds only. He's going to get in the box. I think this might be an opportunity. Yes, a perfect one. Golden one, and it will work. Jason gets it. How many points is that? 15. Wow. Still a chance. A risky play, but that's what it's got to be right now for everybody on the outside looking in. There's a slight chance for Jason, but it's got to be huge. A 15-point game from here is necessary.
Here's a person that ends up getting the whole vault to herself, Moki Zoldyck. We'll see if she has the opportunity. No eliminations right now, but such a good loadout overall. She has a shockwave launcher.
I was looking for the inventory. It was blocked for a quick second because we look at all these players who have an opportunity, who are on the outside looking in. Mitro, Jamside, and like so many of these guys right now have to put up in this game, but Moki has just gotten a golden opportunity with the shockwave launcher. And we'll see. This is what you need. I mean, we looked at Jason, who had 18 points. He needed a big game, but Moki, the same thing, but she's got the kits. Pun intended in this one.
You got to understand, too, every zone we've seen today has been northern. I think this is the first time where we have a southern-type zone, and the person with the shockwave launcher is Moki. The biggest advantage she could possibly have is there, and she's got the launcher to boot, too. So, if it's anyone's game for a win, on paper, it's Moki's.
Saw Jason get another one, too, so starting to get closer to that 20 points. 29 is that threshold. Look at the players alive. This is how you know how different this game is, how much it means for everybody, how much they know this is the last opportunity. The entire season comes down to this. 68 players in the first zone, and still even fights breaking out before the second even reveals. Another fight here at the Authority. We have the glider gun in play for that player, but instead of playing passive, instead of hoping for the placement points to come in towards the end game, it's flipped the script. He's playing aggressive at the Authority.
Stena cannot move towards his back box. He has to go right, and this player knows because he can't build all the way back there. A big shot taken, a huge cost. Stena, 23 points taken out by Venno. It's over for him. And Venno with 6 points. These players are changing the entire game.
4 points, or 4 elims there, and 6 points means that 5 of his points has come in this game. So all of a sudden he's activated. All of a sudden he's feeling confidence, but of course, the realm of possibility for him. I said Jason is very thin. This one almost impossible unless he continues to do what he's doing. I mean, this lobby is getting really weird, really fast. Yuri from Team Queso with 23 points. Also trying to find something, but you could see it's clearly not the same style that we've seen from the other guys.
This is a lot more passive, but there is someone on his tail. Right on his fins, actually. Here he goes over to the land. I don't think he knows. There it is. 60 damage overall. Or 70 damage. Will Gripsy actually take this fight? He has to. This is the match for fighting to survive, basically. It's game 6. Gripsy's on top of the walls. He's going a little bit too high, though. Look at the amount of players now looking over at this fight. 2 players interested. Box to box. Yuri is down here. 80 damage traded. 50 damage traded. The edits. The shots are clean. And he lives. Gets the elimination.
Quick fight is what you need in these situations. As players are dropping like flies, the points available also dropping like flies, but Yuri knows whether players are dropping or not, that placement is guaranteed. So switching gears, another one, Ansar pushing onto Artcause. This is getting scary too. Ansar 21 points. Mongrel will finish things off on Belvede. Unfortunately, Belvede not going to make it through into the hands of Mongrel. That's kind of poetry, given the fact that they had a duel in day number 1 against and at each other at the Fortilla. Now Ansar, who we saw come from Sweaty Sands. I don't know how he's already all the way over here, but he is going for it too.
Indeed he is. He has to go for the dives, but this player actually sees it coming. Now trapped between all his builds. No option to really move out. Ensar has to play this perfectly, though. There it is. A nice shot over to Arcos, who ends up going down, and Ensar survives. Just take in. All these 20-point players are getting eliminations, and it feels like they're making progress. They're making moves up the board, but they're all doing it at the same time. They're neck and neck, and no one wants to let anyone else get an advantage. So many fights all across the map. This is what Bala meant as to look at the player count. 62 before the second zone even closes in. Cartoon is in his own fight too, already an elimination, but he's still full gas in the tank on the acceleration pedal, looking for this fight. He slows down a bit once again, but we see what happens when fights slow down. They speed up so fast right afterwards. Reason getting another elimination too on the feed. The whole entire lobby is active across the map. There's the drop down. There's the shot. He's in his builds, running around. There's nothing he can do. Cartoon with the 2 shots, looking close, but Browner taken out. He is so close to qualifying.
Okay, Cartoon wants to call him out in the analyst package, and he does make it work, but still 1 more point to go. And I think at this point for him, he's like, okay, gotta hold on. All I need to do is make top 50 right here to qualify, but it is so close. That 29 projection that we've been making might not actually be the case. Reason is also getting a little aggressive. He's got 2 elims already. I believe Mongrel also matching him. And yet 71 points. Ridiculous. Unheard of in heats. Unheard of, unless this is the squads days or anything like that, where it's a little bit easier to be consistent. Reason, though, gonna go in for more and just making sure that Mongrel has no space against him when the end game comes, and also just ending players' runs. There he goes, down to the bottom, almost gets the floor, but the wall is not there. Okay, it's gonna go it, and he gets it. Nebby down, and there's another one that Reason keeps out, another elimination for him as well, and we're already at 58 players in the second zone. Unheard of in heats.
I just don't know what to say. This 71 points for Reason, 58 players alive. He has ended, I mean, he must have an elimination record. He's ended so many stories single-handedly. And in this game in particular, so many stories have ended so fast. It has never happened before.
I thought that in Heat 3 earlier today for EU, it was X-Sweeze who was breaking the records. He had 64 points going into Game 6. But Reason says, nah. That's not even close, man. I started this season off strong, and I will end it strong as well. Of course, he still has the grand finals to go through, as there's this speechless.
It's another
what he's got to be feeling.
Four-pointer. He has to be, but just look at the people who are getting eliminations, who are getting to be active this game. A lot of these players, the bottom 50, have nothing to lose now. They're just trying to get the last drop of competition, the last form of experience for their future competitions. Because of that, all these other players who are playing passively are being taken out. Bala, we never pay attention to these guys before, but they're forcing us to. They're ending stories themselves.
Yes, absolutely. And I got to hand it off to What we're following the action. I mean, we've seen everybody. It feels like we've watched every single fight in succession, and it's all so important. So huge props to everybody helping. The production is fantastic, though. Moki 16 points back to her habitat, back to caddy corners, although it wasn't her habitat. She's just taking advantage of the gap that Toos and Letwick have left.
Back and forth, she's basically marked her territory across this entire mountain, and she has that power weapon. But it corrupts. Look at the way people play once they have it in their inventory. They become scared. Moki is a confident fighter. Will it affect her? Will she fight the urges of having that shockwave launcher in her inventory, already based up fast? We don't usually see that, so a different in-game style already. K2 at 30 points could also just be on the brink. We're mentioning it because it's important. 29 points is what we're predicting the projection to be for top 25. Based on this game alone, I feel like that's changed. I feel like it could be 30 or even 31. Too close to call. K2 could still be at risk.
It's a very good point, and at risk he is as a player dives into his box. I'm wondering who this is on the other side. It could be a huge advantage or a moment right here. Okay, he gets away. It's Noah Riley who's trying to end streaks. He's already done it to, I believe, Andalex. And even though it's Noah Riley who's going for it, it's Mongrel who gets the advantage from it, gets the credit. And he's going to dance on it too. 3 eliminations. He's matching what Reason is doing, but matching is not enough to take the heat, of course. Still, a big question. Is this really Mongrel 2.0? Is he really going to be a threat in the grand finals? I don't know. And at this point right now, I'm so confused on what I need to be paying attention to because there's just so many threads. Mitro is almost at risk of qualifying.
Let's get a breakdown of what the community looks like right now in this final heat. We've got 4 Mad Kings at the top: Rezon, Mongrel, Janice, Noah, Riley, all with eliminations in this game. We have the Kingslayer with the sword. It's double-edged though, the shockwave launcher, Moki, who has potential to slay these kings, get there, and make top 25. Across that, many noblemen, many knights like Mitro, everyone at this 26-point range trying to make it in. Is it possible? Will they gain their knighthood overall? That's the big question, because they have 4 eliminations to get or an end game to survive to, and we're so far away from it. Yes, it's 49 players, but it's so fast, it's only the 4th zone. Mitro's getting aggressed onto inside his box in the same way he would. Maestro takes him out.
Mitro, 26 points, he ends, and Maestro will push through and deny Mitro the qualification for the grand finals. One of the few times that you'll ever hear those words echoed, but I mean, it starts rough this season, and unfortunately that's the end of it. We've already talked about the projection. Oh, Kingslayers indeed. Kingslayers indeed.
For one person to win right now, 2 people have to lose in this qualifier slots. Actually, according to math, it'll be 3 people who won't get to see tomorrow. Flick, once again, out. I don't know what his total points are, but from what I've seen so far, I feel like he's been middling so far, still with good plays overall, not enough to make that 30-point line. Past that, Subo, Yuri, we've seen their points. They're all trying to survive. Versa included is trying to hold on to top 25, not trying to get taken out this game. Yuri at 25 points overall. Just needs to hold on a little bit longer, but this might be one of the hardest lobbies to do that in.
Dude, I'm exhausted. There are so many things right here to be paying attention to. And the tracks are continuing. The tension can be cut by a thread. It's so tight in all regards. Who will twist it even tighter? Yuri trying to do that. 25 points for him, but the pressure comes on. And only 5 builds. Make it 4, make it 2. He goes down.
No.
And yes, the end of his run as Eric is going to be able to take advantage of that. Only 11 points for him, though, and unfortunately, might be the end here, too. Look at how the lobby has shifted from very aggressive all of a sudden to still 45 players staying alive. That's what you expect when it's top players. It's just so risky.
It's because everyone's playing with their hearts. Yes, we're seeing bases and boxes, but these are the final builds for a lot of these players. We're tuning in with people who have about 100 mats left. Okay, here's the opposite. ADN with a lot, actually using a crash pad, predicting that launch pattern would be up top and in the air, landing multiple shots. ADN, oh my goodness, is still pressuring down in angles I've never seen. Predicted. ADN. What?
Out the sky, 5 hits in a row with the crash pad back to back. It makes it count, and he's already impressed us enough in the last game. Now all of a sudden, he's hitting shots that we can't even keep up with, in a sense. He's going to get all the way up, and I think he'll make it, yes, just barely, though. It only has the minis to get back up to 150, but that's enough, at least, to still contend for this game. Reason is very low on the other side, though, at the pool house. It's no party. As he's box fighting with only 9 builds, he has to find himself an impact right now. 74 points, it's already over for him. The heat is already captured. There's almost no chance of Mongrel even coming back into this unless he pulls something absolutely insane, and I think we've already seen enough of that.
Way more than enough, but we know it won't stop because the moving zones haven't even started yet. Half map has just closed.
Speaking of just closing, Jason ends Noah Riley's run, even though he's already qualified, but Jason is not. Remember, he got a couple of elims. There's a bunch of people fighting on the backside of this. Reason low HP, though. He might have potential to get a couple. I think he's down below, but the pressure's going to come in now. He has to go in the cone and hold. Is it going to be enough? And it's out. Oh, my goodness. How are you alive? In one cone, his last build, RPG coming through. Okay, I was going to say no chance, but there it is. The winner of Heat 2, I'm going to say it. Or sorry, Heat 4, I'm going to say it right now. There's no way that anybody is going to top 74 points. Meanwhile, still lurking in this game is everybody else. Moki, with the opportunity of a lifetime to qualify in because she has Kit's charge shotgun and shockwave launcher. She's gonna want to play low with the match she has and then take height somewhere in that 8 zone, but it looks like it might be now. The opportunity has arisen. She's gonna go for it, but quickly gets pressured. This is the risk she takes. Gonna have it for now.
She kept it secluded. No one knows she has height with that shockwave launcher. A launch pad to awesome 90s to take height overall, and then a box dive. Moki taking out ADN. 20 points now. Needs 10 more. Needs to hold on to this lobby, but Scouts is there. Spectrum Ice is in the way. Moki, when will that shockwave launcher actually come out? She's still playing naturally, taking a big shot from a nice dive all the way up in the sky, but has the mats, has the shields to be able to stay secured. Putting those shock splashes down will now finally use that shockwave launcher to get ahead. No, she's still building. She has so many materials off that refresh, she can afford to play naturally. It's at a big cost though, taking shots, taking damage all the way around. She's trying to survive, but there's a player right on her box. There it is. The shockwave launcher comes all the way alive, and now this player's in trouble. Moki has used that powerful weapon and gets the elimination onto Maestro with fall damage.
That she will, and still the shockwaves will reign supreme, and I think that's the one player who is going to be trying to take height, but she knocks them all out. So now she still has it, but only 25 builds remaining. She's built a lot in that last couple of seconds. Who is still alive right now? Mongrel is there. I'm looking for other players. I'm looking for players like Jason, but here's Mr. X, and he's at 25. He could still do this. 4 elims or potentially even just some placement will make it happen for him, and he's working for it. 30 builds. He has what it takes.
Been so active in that mid and early game though. Does he have the endurance to just stay alive all the way to these final moments? Mr. X is now finally building in. Mid-ground layers actually elevating up just slight positions, being very open though. Doesn't take any shots, down to his final builds. Now just has one more box he can make. The most crucial box possibly of his Fortnite career. 3 eliminations. All the ammo in the world. He walks forward, takes a little bit of storm damage. Is he on the backside? Yes, 1. Can he get the second one? The second, yes. It's there, the third! Mr. X with a 3-piece. Oh my god, 30 points. He could have qualified off of that one. What an insane movement, path, rotate, and shots to boot with afterwards. 11 people left alive, 6 eliminations for Mr. X.
Mr. X has potentially just done it. I still see Moki alive. Yes, she is. This could be her qualifying run too. Letwick's still in here though, and she's still holding on. Potentially got more of materials to last through it. It's going to come over the hill. Letwick has the glider gun. He's still working to get up there, but way up in points. Moki just 4 more points to qualify through, I believe. And she has, again, the tools. 29 is that threshold. And there's so many points available right here as we get to that top 5. Another one, charge shotgun connects and still launching people out. And remember, she was building this entire time, so many rockets available to launch everybody else out in the zone.
rockets there, but the final 10 mats here for Moki. Letwick down below is going to be the hardest opponent to fight in this lobby. She's waiting up top, just like Letwick did before. She's just praying that everyone else goes down. 26 points. I think she needs some type of elimination if he doesn't get the victory royale, though, so she has to rain down shots. Diving down below, 9 more mats, 5 more mats. Letwick getting elimination. Moki, can you do it? Needs this win. Shockwave launcher's down again. Is she out, though, of gas? The final 1v1. Moki for the qualification. Letwick going for height. Moki goes straight to the top. She soars, goes for a shot down below. It doesn't actually connect. Oh my god, it's nail biting. It's so close. Moki takes a huge shot, a lot of damage. This could be it for her. She needs to find a dream shot, the best charge pump she could possibly get and muster. The drop down hits, but it's not enough. Letwick gets the elimination, wins out the game. So close for Moki.
It looks like the king of Kit Shockwave Launcher will end up holding strong. He gets the one player who had the miracle run in front of her, but I don't believe it's enough. Oh, so heartbreaking. The first grand finals miss, but it's all good. Still a very good performance. The winner of the heat today is Reason, and it was a complete stomp after that game 5. 74 points, and you have to give it to him. Back-to-back wins, and the 7 elimination and 10 eliminations to do it.
Average placement of 23rd, a map-shattering performance, a region-defining performance too. If there's anyone to look at going into these final days, the final day grand finals has to be Reason. But oh my god, what a day.
What a day, no, for real, and you're right. Looking forward, this is it. Heat 4 is done. EU has done their heats. We know who is going to the grand finals, and Reason has put up a statement that he is going to be playing in those grand finals for sure. It is literally so good, and we can't ask for more from EU. The grand finals tomorrow are going to be insane, but that's it for us. I'm BalaJW, joined by Shia Wager, my co-caster. It's been a wonderful time. Thank you, EU, for showing up again.
Thank you indeed. And of course, thank you to you guys for casting those games. Wonderful cast on the day. Guys, Reason walking away that number 1. We saw him pick up a dub earlier on in the competition. Comes again happening. There's much to talk about, so we have to take a look at the standings. It has been an all-out slugfest at the top. Constant shifting, players rising, falling, names showing up in massive ways. And this is it. Now, of course, please do remember, it is the top 25 who move on at the top of the leaderboard. Sundown, you've got Reason, who is far and away the winner. Lead us into top 10, and then we'll keep going.
Yeah, you can see Reason there, the 2 victory rounds, but also the 27 eliminations, both 5 clear of the super aggressive Mongrel and Noah Riley. So that says something about his performance with 74 points. You also have Letwick there in 3rd after a brilliant final game. Janice in 4th, Noah Riley in 5th, Wave Racks in 6th, Supremacy Floki bouncing back there at the end to take 7th, PCH in 8th, Excel's Wolfies in 9th, and then Wave Maestro clutching up and getting 10th.
Just an incredible top 5 all around. These are some big names. Here's your 11th through 20th. You have Carton, Scots, Swaps. EDN clutches up, hits the 36. SD holds strong at 36 as well. Coming down to 17th, though, I see Nebby. We saw him make that end game just far enough, just breaking into top 20. That's going to be his 35 points. Bitflox Rotary and Vatates. And these are your next set of quals for grand finals. It's shaping up to be stronger and stronger. But Sundown, the final page, the heartbreaking page. How is it going to shape out? There's only 5 players can make it through now.
I mean, you're looking just for the final 5 here, Zeke, and who's it going to end up being?
Looks like Hi Joe just makes in there at the 32-point mark. Guys, heartbreak. Because in that last game, you don't actually even see here, but if Moki had picked up that VR, it would have put her in contention and tiebreakers for 32. If she got in the elim as well, it would have put her in 24th. That was a qualifying run. It has been... Oh, it's heartbreaking, but at the same time, to put on a performance like that, to come out strong, fall behind, and then almost qual, all the heads up in the world to you, Moki. Well played. To the top 25 who qualled, guys, it's been great.
That's what I was going to say. Let's not forget, we're going to celebrate the fact that these are the best of the best players in the world, everyone included. That was a tremendously close heat all the way through the end. That last game, you saw so many players that was fizzling out, all of a sudden catch these huge strides. So it just shows you that in Fortnite, it's anyone's game, and it's about whose day it is and who can be the most consistent. But the top 5 that we see pushing in to grand finals, those are some of the best on the scene right now. They've been doing it for weeks now.
And I also, just while everyone was focusing on the fact Moki almost had the most miracle run clutch up to make it,
Yes.
Don't let that distract you from the fact that Mr. X did have an absurd miracle run in order to make himself in and qualify in that 21st spot. That back-to-back elimination in the single box to then also put him up a placement tier and give him all the extra resources, effectively qualifying him right in that moment. And Shio called it perfectly. It was such a clear rotation and a good path to get him in there. And those are the moments where you absolutely have to capitalize. And seeing him step up right there was so awesome to watch.
So awesome, indeed. Man, I love Fortnite. Well, guys, that's it. The grand finals is set. We see the players at the summit, and now we make a return tomorrow for grand finals. Don't forget, we're back later for NAE, so you won't want to miss any of the action to see who qualifies then. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you on the battle bus. Hello and welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. I'm your host Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk for all of NA East, we've got Clay Staling and Shia Wager. Gentlemen, we just finished wrapping up EU just hours ago, and the competition was fierce. And now we find ourselves here in the final qualifier before Grand Finals tomorrow. Clay, temp check. How are you feeling, friend?
I mean, that was a spicy last game from EU, so I'm excited. I'm ready for these spicy end games from NA East, and I want them to pop off.
Yeah, for me, it just looked like I had a taste of how people play when they're desperate to qual and want to hold their spots and break records. So I want to see how NA East has their twist of it. We have so much to expect and watch.
Man, well, let's get ready to get into it. First off, though, let's talk about the tournament as itself, what you should expect as a viewer. Starting, of course, with the overall format of the tournament. Now, do keep in mind, we are tuning into the heat. Yesterday, we saw the first few. Some happened, and today we're tuning into heat number 4, where 100 players have made it. And from here, only the top 25 players in every heat advance to tomorrow's grand finals. Again, tomorrow we'll have those 100 players, 6 matches, and at the end of it, one FNCS champion will be crowned. Boys, I could not be more excited for this. The axe of champions will be held high by someone, or it will be relinquished by those who currently hold it. Now, of course, very quickly, we'll keep on moving, talking about the format. We got the Victory Royale worth the 14 points, with placement available as far out as 75th. You do want to try and hit that top 5 if possible. Now, of course, Clay, we do have the elimination cap here at 20, if you wanted to talk about that.
I mean, it's a very high cap, and we haven't seen it yet, but with the games, the way they've been going, I honestly kind of expect someone in NA East to go over it.
That's right, man. We'll take a look at the pricing, because don't forget, this is a global competition. We got pricing up on board for every single region. As a reminder, again, we did wrap up Europe about an hour or two ago. Now we're diving deep into NA East. I mean, Shai, what can we expect? Give us a tease. What do you think?
We can see that these prizes really do influence the way people try to play these games. $500,000 for the players on NA East. That's what they're going to try to qualify for. And this is the last heat that these guys are really getting a chance to play in. Top 25, it gets tight, Zeke. It becomes really, really close as to who can really break that threshold and qualify for tomorrow.
That's right. Now, we will keep the ball rolling, but very quickly, I wanted to talk about one thing, and that is genius. You see, it comes in many forms, whether you're dangerously funny, creating havoc with wild plants, or flooding the island with your best intentions. It often comes along with a companion, madness. Become everyone's nemesis with the Last Laugh bundle, featuring the Joker, Poison Ivy, Midas Rex, matching cosmetics, and 1,000 V-Bucks. You can pre-order the bundle through your favorite retailers, and it will be available on November 17th. So definitely check out the blog for all of the details there. And if you can't wait for more DC characters, Harley Quinn, Catwoman, and my personal favorite, Batman, will be back in the item shop for a limited time. Get their cosmetic sets before they disappear into the night. One final thing is, of course, we do see Joyride. It's in the game, but we will not be seeing vehicles in the competitive playlist, so just keep that in mind as we're watching some of these games. Now, of course, we're going to be tuning into Heat number 4, the final one before Grand Finals, but Heat 3 did conclude not that long ago, so we should probably talk about how that went for a lot of these players.
Yeah, absolutely
Clay?
should. So we're going to get the games or some of the highlights we saw from Heat 3 all the way in here. Obviously, for Heats, for games, when there are 6 games, you have winners from each and every game. You have winning moments. We saw it goes down all across the world. With NA East, I always say it's with hot fire. Every win they have is well fought all the way till the very end, whether it's eliminations or positioning. Lunez has the box out, gets the first one of the wins of the day. Bully, though, is right behind him with 6 shots, surviving all the way to the final moment as Durant goes down.
And in turn, Slim on the other side. Again, you talk about finding the final moments. There it goes. Picking up the elimination and the Victory Royale versus Uzi, as well as Cushies here as well. Four eliminations going toe-to-toe with Furious there, our FNCS Invitational winner here for the NA East region. We got to talk about next year's gameplay. The heads-up elimination there on to Hogman to secure Kit Shockwave Launcher to win him the game was absolutely crucial. And you see him hitting that emote while popping floppers because he knows he got in the bag. But it seems like the other player had some floppers as well. Zoloff was able to outstand him for a little bit, but next able to pick up that victory royale overall.
Now, one thing I've been seeing from NA East Heat 3 specifically is it's a lot of 1v1 showdowns all the way till the very end. Across the world, I've seen a lot of fights break down to third-party situations in the 9th zone. I'm curious to see how and why NA East is different, and if we get more 1v1s here in the final heat, heat number 4.
Well, it would be a little bit different coming out of EU, but hey, I'm all for it. Fortnite is Fortnite, and I look forward to the action. Let's take a look at the standings from Heat number 3 and see kind of how things did break down. We talk about a few of the players that did find themselves Victory Royale, but we can't forget it is only the top 25 that will move on to the Grand Finals tomorrow, except Bully finding themselves in the first 2 spots. Now, the point thresholds here, guys, not that spread out. It's very different. Like EU, we had the breakaway, but we're seeing it a little tighter here. Wouldn't you agree, Clay?
And I think that's typical of the NA East region. It seems like we don't really see that breakaway performance time and time and again, except did get the dub, but it was over a couple of them in elimination. You see no victory royales. And on this page, only 3 of the top 10 ended up having victory royales. It's very interesting to see the stark differences between the region.
It's kind of putting that question on, is it actually make things harder or easier, though? Because it could go each and every way. The one person I want to call on this page right now is Reverse2K, who's been playing so well overall in this entire solos FNCS. Really good overall placements and gameplay from every single part of these qualifiers, all the way to heats. Luna's there, too. We saw D-Roller on that page. Over here, right at 25th place, is Zolaf, past that Edgy. Barely just missing out Elish too, but AJ, Okus, Crip, and Teo, all these guys we'll be seeing in the Grand Finals.
And a lot of this is kind of what we did see in EU, right? Like, these are some of the very best players from around the world, right? And there's only 25 spots. You know, we will see 75 players not make it, but as we continue, here is your list of qualified players in heat number 4, the one we are about to watch. A lot of big names here, some familiar, some new. Avery, Calc, just to name a few. What do you think, Shai?
For me, all these players are fighting for that Axe of Champions for the overall first place title, and it's undefended. Furious actually ends up coming out 30th overall in heat number 3, so we won't be seeing him in the Grand Finals. Any of these players have the capabilities. Beanie, Deemer, Coop, we know how good he is all the way low ground and endgame. Niddle, arguably one of the best players in the world based off of placements, and Bucky, who had an insane performance overall coming all the way towards heat number 4. Any of these guys have the potential for first place. I just want to know and see who wants it more than everyone else.
And that's how it's going to be throughout all of these sheets. You're going to see people like Shark, like Booga, like Tiny Jelly, like Zexro that are up there, that are all at the top of their game, and they're looking to get that Axe of Champions. And this heat could possibly be one of the most stacked heats in NA East Heat's history, because look at that. I mean, just thinking about the name Booga in a heat has got to put some pressure on some of these players that haven't made it to heats before.
I mean, that's very true. A lot of these players might have one of their first times in the game, but there's a lot of veterans in this heat as well. I mean, Dubs is here. Bryce has been trying for solos for so long, is here again to drop things down. Daxer, Eclipse, names that we know. Newer names coming up, though. Brew, Tarp, Jelty is a man who was playing both on West before, now on East overall. Cool to see his transition and how he's playing. Assault is a player that won a lot of cups that were individual in themselves. Stretch is here too. I don't think that's the actual Liquid Stretch, though, a different Stretch overall. But Booga, Clarity, and Stretch, I believe, are all in this heat regardless, and that is also one big thing in general, because these guys were all teammates at one point before. I want to see who is the best teammate out of the 3 to get the best placement today.
There's only 25 spots, you know? This is, again, I can't reiterate this enough. We're going to see 75 of these big names not qualify. And in EU, that number was so tight, and it only came out to the very end where players had these clutch moments. We're going to see a repeat of that here in NA East. Let's talk about some players that we should be keeping our eye on as we head into heat number 4. What do you think, Clay?
There's definitely a lot of them. We talked about the old guard, right, of Fortnite here, Booga, Stretch, Clarity, all these players, but there's got to be some players in here that you have to keep your eye on that have not been to the stage before. So we're on board with Dubs, right? He's been here. We know it. We know he can pop off. He's got great mechanics and great game sense. He can make clutches that no one else can make. You see right here, literally staying in the circle until the last possible second, and then going for a creative high ground retake, was able to pick the dub up.
Yeah, that was surprising, very hard to react to, but that's what got him the win. Eclipse is also, I think, looking for redemption overall. His placements after World Cup have kind of been a little bit middling, but he's been playing with some really good players and really been at the top on a team. Solo and individually, I really want to see him take that first place slot. We know that three-way storyline, though, between Stretch, Bugha, and Clarity. Stretch in this seat, very alive, getting wins creatively from all aspects. We were watching this way back on one of the qualifier days. What an awesome positioning kind of play overall, and at the same time, the pressure put down was close to almost giving him the win, but ultimately got taken out. Paper's also a big name that's been making strides both on content and competitive. His stream's really fun to watch, and his gameplay really matches that tone too.
Oof, and look at the shot right there, just to capitalize on it. And of course, it wouldn't be an East without Bugha. The man is insane. You look at those shots that he's taking on high ground, 104 from that distance. This really shows the power of Kit's charged shotgun and the shockwave launcher. As now on board with Clarity, so someone who else also maybe new to some people, but if you're following the NA East region, you know who he is. He's been around for a while, and this man pops off on low ground. As you see right there, the 3 HP elimination on a Bugha nonetheless.
Yeah, it's cool to see overall the relationship Clarity has with two specific players in this seat, or three, I would say. I already mentioned Bugha and Stretch, but Niddle, one of his teammates on his organization, is playing here too. Ghost recently signing a few of these players. I want to see exactly what practice they've been putting in, how they're going to represent that brand. Luminosity Gaming Slacks is here too. He was playing with Keys earlier on, but this time it's once again him solo. Taking out Lord, taking over height. He's really good at playing when he has pressure against the wall. When he has to just win overall and hold things down without that pressure, I'm curious to see if it becomes a little bit too loose. But we saw before how tight he can keep games, how good he can actually end up taking these end games. I hope he gets to repeat that performance today.
And you talk about teammates, we've got Bucky, both on BBG as well, but Bucky has been performing so well coming into these heats. It is going to be hard to stop him, especially if he gets his hand. Again, we mentioned a lot, the kid shockwave launcher. If he gets his hands on those, he is going to be an absolute monster in these heats.
And that's going to be the question, right? With all these high-profile players all opting into certain landing spots, loot paths, what have you, this is going to be an all-out brawl at the top, right? Especially when we only have 6 games to play. If you take a 50-50 and you drop, you have to wait then. You only have 5 games left on the table to try and rack up points. Especially if you fall outside of like top 75, you're not racking up these points. So these are things to consider, especially as we're viewing this game, right, Clay?
Yeah, but we saw in the last game of EU that it's possible to get that clutch qualification on your last possible game. So even if you go out first, there's still 5 more games. And especially that last game, there's a lot of adrenaline pumping in that moment. There's a lot of things that could happen. And players make plays they shouldn't normally make.
I mean, one big thing that we saw is that even if you end up doing well early, sometimes it's a curse. Sometimes, you know, getting that first win is too much pressure, especially for a newer player to handle. So I want to see exactly what ends up coming down on game number 1. That game is, I would say, next to game 6, one of the most important for all these players to set a pace.
What happens, though? Let's say these players have a very bad start. How do they get their mentals back on track, boys?
I mean, it's 6 games in total, right? You guys mentioned it a little bit. In all aspects, even if you end up going down off spawn, you have a chance to come all the way back, right? Like Heat 3, the guys ended up coming towards, 25th place to 15th. These guys crawled all the way back or held on the whole time. It's a process of grand finals that a lot of these players are used to, right? Zeke, you're always mentioning that these guys have played 14 games and now they have 6 more to play, right? These guys have played through multiple rounds, and now just losing out on one game, I think they're pretty well-tempered to be able to play the next 5 and stick to their game plans.
And if they're not, they got to think about it like this, because Shao says this all the time. You're not nervous, you're just excited. Turn those nerves into excitement, come back in that final game, and I definitely think a lot of players are going to clutch up.
Man, I mean, if EU showed us anything, it's that literally anything can happen. I mean, there's too many players here that I want to see qualify. I want to see make it to grand finals because I feel like it would only elevate those final 6 matches. But at the same time, there's so much that can happen. So many runs that can be cut short. I mean, I don't even know how to feel. I feel so exhausted emotionally from EU.
It's the
But guys,
final barrier, right? Yeah.
it is, yeah. Well, guys, we don't have to wait much longer. Let's get ready to get into the first game here in NAE. So we've got Sundown and Aussie Antics that will be taking us through all of the actions. Let's throw it over to them.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and welcome. Here I am, Sundown, joined by Aussie. Aussie, how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing very, very well. Based on yesterday's games, I mean, I love the heats. You got to focus on the top, but you also have to focus around that 25 mark. It's constant excitement.
It's constant excitement the entire time. We'll be diving into NA East Heat number 4. The final 25 players will get their opportunity to qualify for the grand finals tomorrow, and we'll be dropping into game number 1 right now. The analyst talked about some of the players they're keeping an eye on. Aussie, who are you watching?
I mean, there's so many big names. I don't want to kind of just like repeat what they just said, but I mean, there's big names in here. Booger, Stretch, obviously. Stretch, I really want to see him just kind of keep cementing that point. It's so hard in solos to just cement yourself as one of the top, right? There's so many people always in contention, but I feel like Stretch is kind of up there right now with Rezon, with Arkrim, who's winning multiple set lobby kind of tournaments. So I want to see if maybe he can back it up again today and just see how he performs.
Yeah, particularly with just the ratcheted up level of competition. Once we get to the heats, it does just step up that much farther from what we saw in the qualifier there. 75 players have already gone through. We're going to hop on board right away with Smacked over in this Coral Cove area. And I know you've been playing it a lot, Aussie, and dropping here. What are your thoughts on this area?
Yeah, I really, really like Coral Castle. I find it a good drop. It has a lot of loot, but it's close to islands, which I used to like dropping as well. I like dropping places that have really, really big sight lines, really big areas of visibility, so you know where other players are dropping, and that can affect your next rotations. It also has really guaranteed mobility around it with the geysers and the boats, so I like the drop spot, and it gets you full metal and full brick. And as we've talked about a fair bit over the last few days, metal scarcity right now is causing an issue for some major drops, but as you can see from that broken down plane, there is more than enough at Castle.
As now we switch on over to Misty Meadows, you can see the 3 triangles. If you follow competitive Fortnite at all, you should know the 3 players hanging out here are Booga, Stretch, and Paper. They very much so cemented their claim on this area, been dropping on their set of buildings the entire time. Aren't looking to fight each other, really just want to loot up, get as much as they can, and then rotate straight into the middle of the zone. And I think it really fits these 3 players' playstyle particularly, because while they are necessarily known for being able to take those fights and take the 1v1s, I would say all 3 of these players generally struggle in kind of converting on early game fights, at least on a consistent basis. But right now, you do see Stretch was edging in over a little bit. We are going to flip on over to Claw, who's way out on the edge of that boat.
Yeah, way on the edge of the boat. Looks like someone's with him as well. Someone's kind of boxed up and has eyes on it, so not really sure how he wants to play this one. He's got 2 people with eyes on him right now, so he's got a decent amount of loot. Only got the grey shotgun, unfortunately. This player is kind of aggressing him, but doesn't know where he is. Uses that as to his advantage. I'm assuming this player had to have known he was here. Shark! That is not the kind of player I'd expect to see that mistake. I have to think he knew he was there, so just running straight in with kind of no information, no idea where he was a bit of a misplay there, and that's not how you want your game 1 to go in a Heats qualifier.
No, you don't want to get taken down like that. As we can see now, the other Stretch switching on over. Slurpy Swamps making his rotation, an area that I'm a big fan of landing around just because the guaranteed shields you're able to accumulate, whether it's through the mushrooms or just hanging out in one of those pools. However, you can see a number of players trying to establish themselves here. It was also just revealed relatively recently, so a couple players needing to go back and re-practice this drop spot, kind of learn the new territory, figure out where everyone's going, but some good tags, not really anything he's going to want to commit off of, though.
Yeah, it looks like the materials one thing is worrying me here a little bit for Stretch. I mean, he's got 55 builds, so he might be doing okay, but he's going to have to farm up a little bit before he keeps making this rotate, but they did get a pretty difficult zone. Looks like it's pulled, yeah, quite far north to the east section, so could be a little bit rough. But yeah, Slurpy Swamps proving to be a really strong drop with that extra metal now as well. Benji Fishy having a very solid first place performance out of the newly emerged Slurpy, so it's interesting to see who's come in here, and that's kind of been the story as well with some of these drop spots. They've been emerging, the map has been changing at a more kind of constant rate than what we've seen in previous seasons. seasons, and a lot of people have been able to change up their drop spots, go back to old drop spots, and really kind of find their groove. And that's what I'm hoping to see today. In those qualifying days, they didn't have a lot of time to figure out where they were going to drop in their game plan, where now with heats, they were able to scope out where do the other players in my heats drop, where are the big sharks, where are the scary names, and they can kind of change up their playstyle. As I say sharks, we've got looks like a three-way engagement trying to hit this geyser, a bit of that permanent rotation, because they are very far from zone. So hopefully most of these players identifying that and needing to hit the rotate.
And that's one of the biggest thing in solos in particular, as needs to be careful about that shark not gobbling up all that loot. They aren't called loot sharks for no reason, but you can see hitting that glider. Prioritizing getting to the center of the zone just grants you so much opportunity, because those first circles, we talk about the storm circle numbers. If you look in the bottom right hand corner, we're currently on the first one. The first 4 are always going to be inside that next safe zone. What that means is the farther central you are, the better chance you have of getting the next zone on top of you. Once we're into the 5th zone, and then after that, the safe zones will begin to go outside of that safe area, and that's when we get into the moving zones. So when the players early on, what they're looking to do is they want to get as much weaponry as possible, get as many mats, and then start heading towards that central location, because players will post up on the edge of zone and then try and gatekeep them out or set up these ambushes as Taki goes to work there with the epic pistol and doesn't give Backety even a moment to breathe. That weapon's so strong right now.
Yeah, very strong. An interesting decision there. After getting just hit so hard, to think I'm going to crash pad and just kind of make yourself an easier target in the sky as well. As much as the crash pad gives you some distance, it's very, very predictable movement. A lot of these good players like Taki will be able to kind of track that player out of the sky and hit some good shots, as Paper well ahead of the rotate compared to Taki, looking really good. And this was a far northern zone, so you talked about those big names at Misty. I want to see how they make this rotate. They are some of the best, smartest players in this lobby, so I'm not too concerned, but if they can make a good rotate like this in game 1 as Paper, looks like he's kind of stalking his opponent right now inside this little barn. Looks like they're using a med kit or a bandage, and unfortunately this player's coming out with no shield. Did put up the wall, but gets one shot through. A very big headshot multiplier, and there it is. Paper gets on the board with his first point. That's going to be his first point of the game on the elimination. Haven't talked too much about points yet, but none of these players are going to get any placement points until top 75. So these first games, same as almost every heat we've watched so far, always going to be the most stacked, as players are really just kind of playing a bit safer, feeling out the game, not going that full pace that we're used to seeing towards game 5 and 6. And a lot of players like Zexro here are going to be set up in really nice positions, just waiting to get those Storm Surge tags.
Yeah, and unlike Europe, there aren't necessarily as many players on NA East who are really comfortable going for those early and mid-game fights. And I'm not talking about the ones right off of drop. I'm talking about you have your initial loot. They're not willing to burn a crash pad to get in the box. They're not willing to pressure somebody off the side. It's much more aimed towards get safe, play for placement, hit those first thresholds, and get endgame. So it's much more likely we're going to see a situation where Storm Surge is coming into play and action kind of gets forced here, particularly during the early games where nobody wants to go down early. Everybody wants to get established and get a couple points. And you were talking about those placement thresholds, the first one coming in after you've outlasted 25% of the lobby, and the second one after 50%. And then after that, it's every 10 players up until the top 25, and then every 5 players up until the top 5. So you want to be keeping an eye kind of every time that player number will tick over to either a 0 on the side after top 50, or every intervals of 5. So people going down in like 51st or 16th or 21st ends up having a huge impact, particularly where every single point on the day has mattered as we look for that top 25 threshold.
Yeah, I don't think there's been a single heat where there hasn't been 1 point difference between qualifying and not. So those points really, really do matter. And we've been seeing a pretty even split of eliminations and placement. I think a little bit heavier on the placement side in a lot of the heats we've seen. So these players are going to be trying to get to that end game. And that's why the first game is so important as well. If you get a difficult zone like this, it pulls really far away. Everyone's playing safe. It can be very difficult because you have to make this whole distance up as you rotate from south to north. And you have to do it all while getting damaged and trying to avoid these other players getting damaged on you. It's a tall ask, but Boy's doing a good job here, and he gets the headshot snipe onto Eclipse. Someone I was just about to say that I've talked to personally about struggling a little bit during his qualifiers, trying to get to this point, and I really wanted him to have a good day, and that's not how you want to go down. That is a very difficult way to go down for these players who have 5 games ahead of them, because a headshot snipe is instant, and a lot of the time the players will feel like there's not much they could have done about it. When there is, you can rotate a little bit differently, you can block the shots, but now you have to sit there and watch everyone else play this game out and try to figure out what you can do differently next time.
Yeah, but if they get a beat on you and you catch it with your face, sometimes it's hard to say or be able to react on the side, especially when you just talked about you have so many different things to consider. And we saw it in Europe as well. You can't stop in the open when there's 92 players left. Look in the bottom right-hand corner. The second zone is about to start closing. There's still 90-plus players left. That means there's going to be 20 who will be threatened by that first storm surge after that. But yeah, you think, oh, I might be able to stop and get the 30 damage I need here. Somebody else is looking to finish your game. There's so many hunting rifles, so many bolt rifles, and while it might feel awful to get one off of the rip, when you have one in the mid game and you can catch somebody like that, it turns around games. And in Europe, we saw somebody able to convert that into a victory royale off of the loot they get from this pick. So it might end up being a big one here as we see that storm surge warning start to tick over.
Yeah, Kibit's in a fight here now. I believe it was Trank as well, trying to just break inside that top 90 threshold. Only 10 players have gone down in this lobby so far, and the game has already been going for so long as Kibit's trying to make it 11. He does, takes down Trank. He goes down. That's his first point on the board as well, and he gets a little bit of those materials that he needed because he was running pretty low, and that's a big material upgrade. He over doubled his materials on that one, went up from 50 builds to 120, so looking really good, but has another player pushing on him. And now because of that engagement, though, he's now rotating it a little bit slower. Hopefully Doxy Fishy here realizing their situation, needing to rotate. Kipper's got a lot of damage on that situation, so he doesn't need any shots here really on Doxy for Storm Surge. He just wants to make sure he gets in, but Fishy now making his way back across, looking like he is trying to stay a little bit close to him, whether it's for the builds or to get those shots, but Kipper's recognizing this and rotating further north, looking like a nice run.
Yeah, that was a good run from him on the side. Doxy also above Storm Surge right now from his tags there, but super low on Matt, so he's probably going to play the aggressor here. He needs the refresher. He needs to be able to get more off of this, and we talk about this staying for a second or potentially getting shot as Kippets trades more down with him on that legendary pistol. The high rate of fire, as well as the non-nerfed headshot multiplier. Oh! Doxy finds Kippets, and that's the gap we were talking about. You stop for a second. He didn't need those tags. He didn't have to pressure Doxy out, and he gets a little bit of an exchange there going down. And you can see 85 players left as the action will begin to pick up a little bit. 15 players threatened by Storm Surge. And now you're probably not used to seeing Storm Surge in your typical Fortnite games. Fun fact, it is activated in every single playlist. It's just normally the players will end up falling. What it does is it punishes the players who have the least amount of damage done to opponents. It will come down, it will do 25 damage every 10 seconds to you until you have hit a certain number of players remaining. That number in zone number 3, which you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, is 70. So that's up in the top left. 10 more players are currently taking 25 damage every 10 seconds. So you can hope to outlast it by burning through utility, but more often than not, you're looking for picks, which can also be punished, as Serbs punishes Ritual there, and he's going to get a huge refresh and tons of material right on the edge of zone, Aussie.
Yeah, and you could hear that. It's a very audible and very visual cue, too. It is a giant bolt of pink lightning, so the players around you know that you're back against the wall. They need to go for a fight, and they need to get damage out, so they can either hold them off and wait until the inevitably they fall, or, like happened there, they can start pressuring them and use the fact that they're taking 25 damage every second to take them out. As Zexro, who was in a great position before, up on the hill, we're prone to seeing Zate on, known as Zate's Hill, and Zexro coming over the top now, missing his shots. Very unlike Zexo in this situation, missing those tack shotgun shots point blank, but putting some damage on his opponents. He looks to maybe keep aggressing forward. I know he cracked the shield off this one. He's going to sit here and wait a little bit. He's still got his crash pads, and no, he does. He gets in and he takes out Scrubs, closes out the fight, and gets another big refresh. Zexo missing the shots, but like I said, Zexo very well known for his phenomenal aim, so managing to capitalize on that next fight. And he's got 2 points on the board now. Paper very close to him as this area starts to get a little bit congested now, but in that nice central area that Sundown was talking about earlier that you want to be to try and get those next zones as well.
And you can see ADHD and Sticks here on the side, but ADHD taking a ton of damage in the back. Sticks might be able to just convert this right away thanks to the third party. Preemptively flips the stair in the way, gets the first wall, forcing the player back in. Good job with the piece control, but also getting pressured from the side. Should just be able to force his way in here. Will eventually see ADHD run out. His attention span definitely falling short there as Sticks picking that one up, converting. However, no more big shields, so going to be at that 150 effective HP. 69 players left. Storm Surge has finally now turned off, and that's been one of the longest Storm Surges we've seen in a hot minute.
Yeah, that was 10 people that had to go down to Storm Surge, and it was going for a long time. So those players were holding off with their meds or just getting tags and trading it off for each other, because that went for a long time. And I was just going to comment there how good Stick's positioning was to rotate back around and make sure he went for the wall to put the enemy between him and another enemy. It's kind of like a pincer movement, and that's what really enabled him to get that good elimination, as Binny and Zucky, two players who are very, very weak. Only 21 health in a storm damage that's doing 2 every second. He only has, what, maybe 6 more seconds to survive this one. That's it. 3, 2, 1, last one.
Oh!
He gets the shot at the last minute. Binny falls. Zucky just gets the damage 1 second before he goes down. That extra siphon, but all it was the 1 point as Slacks cleans up both. But like we've said, 1 point can be the difference, and it's going to be a big difference for Binny, who now falls with only 1 point on the board for placement thresholds.
Oh, that's so frustrating for Benny to go down in that way, but what a good momentum swing on the other side. Like, yes, you're already on the edge of zone. You've been pushed so hard to get to that side, but at least you pull off the miraculous play. Get yourself that 1 point and get rolling, as now we see Slacks also going to work with that legendary pistol. You can see Assault picks up Disrupt just below that. I think Slacks is taking that just as a signal to say, hey, you're distracted, I'm going to leave. And this is now what we see with 4th zone coming in. The next one's going to be that half in, half out with a bunch of Storm Surge going on. So anyone who's on the outside right now, that's why you're seeing them burn so much utility, all these materials to get central. Because if you don't do it now, you're going to be in such a tough position. And just keep an eye on the triangles in that bottom right-hand corner as everyone tries to pack in right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, this is a lot of people. This is a far northwest zone. This has been a northwestern first zone, and almost every zone after that has pulled northwest as well. So this is a difficult rotate for a lot of people. Talking about how much I like Coral Castle, those kind of players are looking really good with these zones who come close to them. Everyone else having to rotate quite far. And as you can see, we talk about dead side of zone and congested side. Dead side obviously being where the least amount of players are. You can kind of see in that bottom right that Sundown was alluding to. That north to northwestern section has way less players because so many people have to travel so far. But this southeast section, as you can see, is one of the most congested edges I've ever seen. This is almost building their own little city here as everyone sets up, and Posed gets elimination onto Laggy. His second of the game, so he's picking up the pace a little bit. He's only got 35 builds though, so this is a player who needs to get what we would call an impact frag, an impact elimination. He needs to find elimination where he can get the loot, not just a ranged AR elimination, because he doesn't have what he needs to close out this game at this point. As you see, Dubs, who may be in a better situation, does, and he has Big Head getting into his box, and FaZe Tubbs turns around and hits the Big Head with the big shot, and he's got the big pot and the minis to make sure he goes back up in health, and that's a big elimination, his first of the day. So Dubs made this whole rotation without having to eliminate anyone in his path, as he's rotating, I believe, still out of Fortilla.
Yeah, and a good pickup from Dubs there. You did see how Big Head was super low right behind that, so Big Head was trying to force an impact onto Dubs, but that's a real difficult proposition there. That's like throwing a fishing line in the water and you wrangle one of those sharks. It's like, you're in for a fun time. But you talked about Pose and setting up the rotation. As you can see, Zone 5 does get revealed. So 2 things right now. Everyone needs to get in the half in, half out, which is about 40 to 50% of the lobby. And 5 players right now are going berserk looking for tags, trying to pressure opponents because they're getting hit by that Storm Surge. 25 damage every 10 seconds, so they're being forced to burn through their utility and try and get above it. And right now you can see the rotations are beginning to come out.
Yeah, the rotation's coming out now. Pose needs to maybe get a little bit of damage too. 52 above, 4 players go down. Not too risky, but those kind of times where you think you're safe is when you're not. And there it is though. Never 5 falls, and Pose gets another elimination. 3 on the board. Kind of shaping up as one of the more aggressive players in the lobby, or just a smart player who can kind of identify easier eliminations, because I feel like he hasn't had to work too hard for them. There haven't been any too overly aggressive pushes. As we chin in with Booger now, as I saw also Stretch fell in the feed. So the player that I was hoping to kind of have that big run and pick up another big title in his back pocket, unfortunately has fallen as Booger making his way through. And as you can see, as Sundown alluded to, so congested, and Storm Surge is still active. Sundown, there it is,
just going to get turned off right as you say that, with the solo World Cup champion picking up an elimination, not able to convert on the mats on that, and he's hurting a little bit here. Has a decent amount of wood, but otherwise his hard mats are really desperate, and without any utility, it means he has to find an elimination if he wants to keep going. We've just now hit our 2nd tier of placement points, so everyone getting 2. That's why you see Booga up to 3 points there on the left side with just the 1 elimination. Now we're moving into the late game. Full moving zones will be going on. Every safe zone will be fully outside of the new one and get smaller and smaller. 9 in total as we hit 6. Simple, currently up on the high ground control, has crash pads, tons of shield, and the shockwave launcher, and Kit's mythic charge shotgun. This is all the control in the world. That plus a launch pad means it's going to be really difficult to force him out here. The only thing he's missing is consistent materials, which means he's really going to rely on linking onto other people's builds if he wants to stay on high ground control.
Yeah, that's a big fight there. When you have Kit's mythic loot, you need to capitalize. If he went down there just to a simple just right peek with a shotgun, he would have been really upset with himself because he needs to capitalize on this loot. If Simple is dropping caddy corners today, we've seen the same story time and time again. When you walk away with the loot, you can have a big game, but you have to have those big games, and almost comes down to him coming in. He doesn't use either of the mythic weapons though, just holds out the legendary AR, and Simple gets 1 elimination again on the board, and he gets to hold on to that kitty loot, and that's who we're gonna have to watch out for. That mythic shockwave launcher has shown its strength time and time again in this series, and looking to do so again here as Posed has now made a great rotation as well. Has 3 crash pads now, only 21 builds and a player in his box, gets out, chooses not to go toe-to-toe with the shotgun, just rotates out with really, really nice edits and gets out of the box as he's got to keep making his way forward as he's running really low on mats. 11 builds left, uses the crash pad to get away from those opponents, but kind of a last-ditch effort as he looks like he's running out of control. Maybe gets a bit of breathing room now, and zone goes back. That's a big buffer of breathing room. You can see that second rotating zone now going back behind him, so he gets a little bit of a breather, but then pushes forward. Pose needs this elimination. He has 0 builds left, 2 crash pads. He's going to maybe get both minis off. No, only gets 1 off. Trying to find this shot. Is Poe's game going to end right here? Needs to do something big very soon, and there it is. Big. He does something big. Gets elimination. Doesn't get any of the builds, though, so now needs to do something big again, Sundown.
Yeah, IGL Entropy going down there just outside of the top 30 Pose. Now just riding around on the low ground. And we've talked about this before. This is a position where you have to go big if you want to stay in the game. 0 builds, but he finds 1 and he finds 2. The low ground of the Storm is just a breeding place for all of these eliminations. He's going to pick them up over and over again, just being manufactured, being funneled directly into him. He's going to pick these up, finding 2, but now only on 5 builds. We have Ace, 1, XX, 7 Pose on the bottom ground, going to be able to continue running this through. And you can see everyone else on the wide on the left as Ace continues. Avery going to the far side of the zone. Liquid Gabe still up as we're closing in on the top 10 there. You can see Pose picks it up as we're inside 8, and then he goes down. Checking on the wide there. You still have Ace up on the high ground. Adrian, Coop, Avery, Tenzian, and Gabe as well as in the lobby. That's your top 8.
I think Ace might have this one as well, because I'm pretty sure I saw Simple go down with the shockwave launcher outside of Storm, so I don't think Kit's shockwave launcher is in this lobby anymore, which means Ace has a lot more high ground control than what he would have otherwise. Only 8 builds left though. You touched on it earlier. He needs to use old builds here as much as he can, because he doesn't have a lot of builds to keep his way through, and that SMG is going to town right now. It is doing work. Ace getting another elimination with just the green SMG. He also still has his green tack in the back pocket. 4 eliminations, only 5 builds left. Avery in this one as well, so needs to be careful. Avery makes a play for high ground with the grapple gun, I believe, and unfortunately it is too little too late. He can't take it out, and now Coop, Gabe, and Ace are in a 3-way competition here. 1v1v1 for the first game, and we've seen this. If you get a big game in game 1, you can almost get close to qualifying off that with 20 points on the board with 5 games remaining after this. Ace getting shots down from above. He does. No, Coop picks that one up. It is now 1v1 Ace and Coop. Can Coop close it out from the low ground? Doesn't have the health and shield advantage, but comes up with a crash pad, gets a big charge shotgun shot, but it does not land. Ace finishes him off with that higher fire rate with the tac shotgun, and he picks up the first game 6 elimination victory royale.
The difference of 32 HP there. We talk about charge shotgun versus tac all the time, but the high rate of fire coming out, and he's able to turn around and change that into the first victory royale. 20 points coming on out there, but a brilliant finish to game number 1. We're going to send it back on over the desk for the gentleman to break it down.
Thank you guys so much. Our first game in heat number 4 of NA East. I gotta say, as always, that classic slower start to NA East, but it's okay. We still have 5 games to really ramp up. Ace with the Victory Royale, pretty well fought there. I mean, didn't have a particularly crazy loadout, but understood what he needed to do. Control high ground, hold it out to the end, and then lock up that Victory Royale. You like to see that, don't you, Clay?
You do. It was just textbook Fortnite at that point. He put it, into cruise control, let the instincts take over.
That's right.
Yeah, after
Let's take a
this
look
classic game, we'll look at who's actually on top of those standings. Zeke, you're mentioning Ace. Is there anyone else here that you recognize from seeing these standings over and over again every day?
Man, Dubs, Gabe, Mikey, just to name a few, and of course Avery. I mean, now that being said, Ace has an extremely strong start. All right, 20 points, 10 ahead of Dubs, but even for someone like Dubs, who's currently in 10th, he can still turn that around, right? He can still make a shot for the top spot. Now, don't forget, top 25 are what we're looking to qualify, so that's kind of where we want to be watching, right? The very edge to see who is going to come out in that qualifying range.
Yeah, it's scary to see Coop here in third place. I was mentioning it a little bit before, but when Coop is online, it is so difficult to hit him off. It's so difficult to really get this man stopped in an end game, in early game off of his spawn. Past that, though, on that second page, these guys are also so close neck and neck. Look at that point breakdown from 11th to 20th place. They also want a chance at that top 10. Bryce, Okote, Adrian, Paper, Simple, Taki, Lazar P, Aluk FNBR, Booga, and Tinny Jelly.
And Simple, a very, very good player. Only 2 eliminations, though. And if you look now as well, look at that. A point separates top 26 from top 25. Assault on that cusp, 29 places. Extro inside. Niddle inside. So sitting right on the cusp at 5 points. Again, too early to really be concerned with a lot of these plays. But as it gets further and further in, the pressure's going to mount.
Absolutely, man. And we've seen the projection, right? The projection is right around that 30-point threshold. We do see in EU it was a 32-point points total needed to be able to hit those top 25 to hit on the battle bus. Do we think we're going to see 30? Do we think we're going to see higher, maybe lower? What do you guys think?
I feel like for NA East, it's going to be different in the gameplay. The points might be the same overall once people start to realize this might be the last Fortnite I get to play for solos for this season competitively on the official, track. So I'm curious to see how that affects people. I think it might go as high as 32, maybe even higher, but it's game one. So far, it's looking like it's pretty close.
I'd agree. I think we're going to see about the same points, but I'm always down to see it shuffle just a little bit.
That's so true. Now, guys, talk to me about the mythic weapons for those who maybe aren't familiar with them. They didn't seem to play a big factor here, but going forward, they could.
Yeah, in that game, I think Aussie asked the question, I can't see the Shockwave Launcher. Where is it? Well, let's actually break down how you get the Shockwave Launcher, where it comes from. It starts over at Caddy Corner, which this game was very, very different, Clay.
It was indeed, and the Shockwave Launcher is so powerful. You see a lot of people go for it and talk about it a lot, and it's so powerful that some people go for it and they're just unfortunately not rewarded.
Yeah, over here there's henchmen and a big boss you have to take out for that launcher. One of those henchmen ends up taking out both Edits and Polarized as they're getting chased for position in the POI. So these guys are not going to get to have a say in game one, and there were 2 points not actually added out or handed out. Kit can really spawn anywhere in this POI, one of 3 positions in that little base that both Edits and Polarized were at. Here at the gas station where Simple actually picks him up, and then sometimes in the middle of the POI, but he gets the loot. There's a cost to that, though. When you have it, you get kind of pressured. You want to start to play a little bit more passive, box up fast. That's his game plan. It's a good one, but it makes you miss out on those mid-game eliminations.
Being a mid-game elimination, Serbs, not a stranger to finding him. You see, looking backside his zone, knows he needs to pick this elimination up. The 75 build is not where you want to be in the end game, and then a heads-up play, realizing there's somebody down below getting focused, and then pop right in the top of the head. There's the elimination.
Yeah, Serb's nothing to lose, doesn't have the mythic loot to really think about that much. He likes to play box to box, he's fine with it. In the end game, though, now you have that risk, that cost. This is the reward. It's free movement box to box from Simple. He got to play out all the way closer to top 25, top 10, got taken out, and that's where the charged shotgun and the shockwave launcher ended up being overall. But that's kind of how that item plays a big kind of way in these games, game to game.
Yeah, and we could see it playing that vital role at the end game. If you do control it, you want to do one of 2 things. One of them being hitting on that high ground and making sure you have the builds to kind of hold out and just be raining those down to knock people into the zone where they will tick down and hopefully be eliminated so you can place higher. Of course, guys, there are other mythical weapons out there that we'll probably be talking about later on and keeping an eye on as well. We are getting prepared to hop into the next round of games. Don't forget, we have 5 more. 5 more before grand finals. I'm hoping the action picks up. I need it to pick up, and I know it's gonna. It's just gonna be like a switch, right? It'll just kind of happen.
Ooh. It's simmering right now, right? People have kind of gotten a feel for it. We saw 97 players alive in the first zone once the drop spot battles ended. So we'll see that shift now in the next game. People will start to get more aggressive. The pads will change. I mean, game 2 is where things really start to get serious.
It's like cooking spaghetti. You gotta boil the water first before you put the pasta in the pot.
I love it. There you go. With that being said, guys, let's get ready to hop into the next game. So let's send it back over to Aussie Antics and Sundown, who is very familiar with spaghetti.
I was about to say, don't get me started on spaghetti. We'll be here all afternoon, but it's not about that. It's about Fortnite and the action these guys are putting down. Match number 2 underway. This is the final opportunity. The last 25 players are looking to cement themselves in grand finals. I'm Sundown, joined by Aussie Antics. And Aussie, after match number 1, is there somebody you're kind of keeping an eye on, or a particular drop spot that you think is going to be influential over the course of the game?
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen almost back-to-back mirror zones. I was going to say, I want to see how the leaderboard shakes up if we get a south zone and we get a northwest zone again. So, I mean, I'm obviously looking at Misty because this is a big drop, especially if Booger and Stretch maybe start to kind of slow off the pace a little bit. Maybe their Storm Surge was mismanaged. I saw Booger was obviously fine till the end, but Stretch wasn't so much. Will they take a bit of a fight? Will they show some more early game aggression that right now I imagine they're not? I mean, later on, we're going to have a discussion about this spaghetti thing, so I feel like I'm completely out of loop on this one, but I'll get that later. But it looks like Booger's having a good start here. He's getting some good loot in the inventory already and making a good start to the game.
Like I said, today it's all about Fortnite. We're talking about Fortnite right here. Over in Misty Meadows, you can see the 3 triangles you're used to, but just to the southwest there, we have 2 other players going on, as 4 players have already gone down, so a lot quicker of a pace right now. And you can see on that little infograph in the bottom left-hand corner, this heat features both Booga and Polarize, whose rivalry goes all the way back to the FNCS trios, where they faced off a number of times and had a couple of key interactions that were really influential over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, some big names in here with some big rivalries as well. We talked about it when we were kind of in the qualification weeks. There was that Booger versus Stretch run for the finish too, where Booger was obviously in the lead and Stretch just came out in first place and took it from him, Booger coming second. So there's so many big names and so many big interactions to still see here. Game 1 kind of played out a little bit more classic Fortnite. Didn't see too many of those big kind of fights, but that's also because in that mid game, everyone was playing so safe. We touched on, I think that was the longest Storm Surge I have ever seen. It was active for almost the entire zone coming in, and I think 10 to 11 players had to go down. So as these kind of games speed up a little bit towards the end, we see here we're already at 92. It will start to get a little bit more aggressive, see more of those big interactions, as Posed, who had such a good first game, can see he's already got elimination on the board, and from a spot that I wouldn't fully expect maybe someone to contest. I'm not sure where he found that elimination, but in solos, people split their drop spots far and wide, as now we see Tiny Jelly getting in and finishing this player so quickly. Sharky's going down, and Tiny Jelly getting his 9th point on the board.
Yeah, and a good job from him being able to execute and finish that fight out, particularly if you're going to be burning crash pads, using those to go in, or your opponent is using them. It is key you're able to resolve those fights, because we've talked about it. Setting yourself up for the mid and the late game all starts right now. What rotation can I secure? How many shields do I have if I need to go trade with people? And winning that initial drop is really important for kind of setting that up, as now we switched on over to Polarize, who hopefully can actually clean up this 1v1 this time. Not going to be taken down by the henchman and cleaned up there. Edits also was cleaned up right at the end. You can see him running away, using the henchman to open the vault. Nice little interaction there, seeing whatever kind, or not the vault, excuse me, one of those chests, seeing if he can get any extra loot from that. And the crash pads could potentially signal a go for him. That and an early charge shotgun plus 100 shields is a real easy way to get aggressive on somebody.
Yeah, I was wondering where Polarized was after we talked about the little infographic, and that means he is going to have a big play in this lobby. If Polarized can walk away with that kit's loot, he is going to have a very, very powerful position. But again, we got a far zone, so they need to kind of speed this up a little bit. We saw how strong Simple could be with it last game. I talked about how he needed to have that big game, and I think he did fall maybe right around that first rotating zone area, which sounds like you're still so late into the game, but at that point, you've normally only picked up maybe 3 placement points. You've really got to survive that extra rotating zone to break into that top area, as this fight is really taking a while, and you'll see that other cursor in your bottom right, that other kind of triangle marker pushing in, as a lot of eyes go onto caddy corners to try and come through, clean up maybe some of the vault loot. I know a lot of players, Zate specifically when he wasn't dropping here, was identifying the strength of how many peppers and how much food was available at caddy corners and coming through and taking that extra loot. So Polarized choosing not to clean up the fight and walking away with what is a pretty respectable loadout, considering no one has opened the vault yet.
You know, it's just insert the astronaut meme. Has it been about third-party caddy? Always. As Polarized now trying to catch that own third-party or out. Because the thing is, if you're not able to get there and get the loot from caddy, you become a very, very easy target for somebody who decides to rotate out early. So Polarized, while not having any of the mythic loadout, not necessarily picking up what he needs from there, is able to get launch pad, crash pads, and that means he's able to go drop on somebody else who hasn't had the opportunity to kind of go through there and pick up all of that excess stuff. As now you see Laggy getting disengaged from there, but able to close up his flank, looking for this elimination. And honestly, it seems like he's in a decent spot to be able to secure this as he continues pushing forward and hounding on this player.
Yeah, he's got that harpoon as well, so he can try and use that to get into maybe the box if he needs to, because he looks like he's going pretty aggressive. Needs to speed up this fight a little bit, though, because I'm seeing a lot of players, and there it is, the third-party potential in solos. That's why crash pads have become such a key item in this meta, because you need to close the fights out quickly, as Laggy boxes up next to this player, making sure he keeps himself safe from those third parties. But Duzan doesn't take it. He comes back out with a stare, and Duzan on the back pocket. Oh, he's in the back seat. Is he going to put him in the back pocket? No! Duzan wins that one, and Laggy goes down. He gets the elimination. 61 health. He survived that on 11 health, and the over-aggression there, and he's going to hit him with a bit of the disrespect. He really should have been able to close that one out. I feel like he just forced it a little bit too fast there, Sundown.
Yeah, it seemed like Duzan moving all the way past him caused him to miss that charge shotgun shot. And we talked about it time and time again. While the charge definitely hits stronger and the tac isn't necessarily able to put out as much consistently hard damage, the high rate of fire and the higher end potential of it actually ends up lending it to have many advantages in those close quarters combat or those box fights, as we talk about when you're wall to wall with an opponent. You can see Dubs as he's gliding in there. Heat 4. Former teammates Booga, Stretch, Clarity, Mikey, Smacked, Niddle, Binny, and Assault, and then Eclipse in Dubs. So plenty of people who are familiar with others' playstyles, but also some versatile approaches there, because generally you'll see team members will have very different approaches to the game in order to fulfill different roles, which just goes to show how successful players have been playing different styles across this format.
Yeah, different styles, and we're talking about an interesting one here. I have to think this is a pretty deliberate loot rotation from Dubs. I have to imagine that he knows if he's low on shield or has a spare slot coming out of Fortilla, this is a good spot to swing by Holy Hedges, because this is going to almost be his rotation path if he goes north, and quite rarely you see people actually run those cabbages, but they are one of the only food items in the game right now that is stackable. So if you eat them and you keep eating them back to back, the health that it generates will stack on top of itself and keep healing you, and it's one of few of the food items you can actually use to out heal a 10-tick zone. Not for long, but it's definitely an item worth grabbing, and Dubs just gets a full stack of them for free on his rotate. So we see Shark here, who went down really, really rough in game one. A pretty big misplay, like I was saying. I wouldn't expect that from Shark, a player who's shown some pretty incredible consistency here. Only played 1 week of the qualifiers, and all he needed was that 1 week. It was the final week. He was that confident. He left it to the last week to try and qualify and did just that, but 0 points on the board, so he needs to do something soon.
Yeah, to be fair, there was plenty of money to be won during those Daily Trio Cash Cups, and him and his trio were able to clean up on a lot of those while everyone else was focusing on the FNCS. So the risk paid off for him a little bit, but so far not so good for him, as he was taking down, I believe, in 96 or 95th in that first game. So really struggling to get established. And I feel like if you get forced out and towards the outside of Sweaty Sands early on, and you're not really able to kind of get one of those key looting routes, it can be really, really difficult to get the loot you need, and it might require some luck in picking up those picks right there. Good shots coming through, combined with the player being pressured from the side, it's going to set Shark up pretty nicely here.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. We've talked about, obviously, there's been a lot of solos and a lot of weeks of qualifiers. It's a lot of practice. Players like Clicks, who qualified for every single final round, have had more practice in these lobbies than anyone else then, and they've shown that they have the mental composure. What do they do game 3 in their week 2 qualifier when they went down early? What can they do now? It's just, it kind of really shapes up those skills you're going to need for solos, because it's a pretty big mental battle as well as mechanically. So Shark not really having that advantage over other players who have been playing out every one of these weeks, as Coop has a really, really healthy loadout as he kind of makes his way through. Someone that Shayo pointed out as someone to look out for once they're in the lead. Very hard to kind of push off the pace, as he's on pace here to try to get to zone ahead of all these other players and picking a nice path in as well.
Yeah, the optimal ambition player. Not a loadout you necessarily see all the time, but the 3 crash pads, 3 slurpfish, and 3 big shields, effectively up to 300 shield, so he can take all the trades, but he also has 15 seconds of storm survival that he's able to use if it gets into that 10-tick zone. So plenty of options available to him and a very versatile loadout. So now we're going to swing back on board here. ZD Danny, 0 elim so far, does have the 1 placement point from last game, so he ended up getting knocked out between that 75th and 50th position. Currently hanging out, being a little bit of a bush Wookie here, looking to see if he can't just set an ambush, which is something we've seen a little bit of a rise of. I mean, it's kind of a step back to traditional BR, where it's a lot, hey, I'm going to hide and bait this chest, or I'm going to be around a corner and take whatever shots I can, whether it's to get Storm Surge tags or ultimately get the drop on somebody to get the elimination. We're starting to see the top level players either go all the way back to that or even get caught out by it, as we saw Benji get door ambushed yesterday.
Yeah, I think it is. When you've got some of the best players in the lobby, you can't rely on those mechanics you're used to just walking through other players of a less skillful caliber. You've got to take every little edge, every little advantage you can. And Danny has a nice little base built up here out of wood that he can drop back into if he gets pressured. But he's using that bush to take shots on people when they're not expecting it. And 3 shots come in, and now Danny gets the elimination, not just the Storm Surge tags. And I think he's the closest one to this loot, but looks like he's feeling a little bit pressured from someone who's also moving towards it. But I think he will secure that loot, and you need those advantages. We've seen some of the best players. I saw Furious get door ambushed as well the other day at Lazy Lake after killing 4 other people in that Lazy Lake area.
Yeah, and it's so tough when that ends up happening, because you feel like you finally cleared everyone out, that one person is able to take advantage of you, get all the resources, secure that elimination, and finish it out. So now we're on board here with our match number 1 winner. Ace 1 trying to push in. The Alpha Cord member desperately trying to find the shots here. We have the tac shotgun in the close range, as well as the crash pads, going to utilize both against the AR spray from Trunk Monkey, and not going to be able to convert on that one. Needs to be careful around the sides, but getting that elimination and securing himself up. As Avery now, FNCS Squad's winner, is going to dive right on in, hopefully trying to take advantage of Alex. Alex forced to crash pad away, disengaging, using the chug splashes there. You can see it on the wide as that comes through, but Avery pre-editing the walls and trying to push in, as Alex is just like, nope, not doing anything about that. Ace desperately trying to disengage, wants nothing to do with that situation, and it looks like he's going to be able to get out. So now we swing back on board over. Nope, as I say that, gets taken down right away. Avery says, joke's on you, you're out, see you next game.
Jeez, I feel like that's a very aggressive push by Avery. Like, I feel like I don't know why he was going so aggressively on that. We didn't get Avery's perspective to see what his loadout was, maybe his material, maybe even Storm Surge could have been an issue there, but there was something that was pushing Avery to be incredibly aggressive there, because I don't think that is a fight he normally would have pushed unless there was one of those factors that he needed to control. As Coop gets elimination onto Ryan now, and he's even upgraded that inventory now. He's gone through one of the big pots, but he's gained an extra 2 crash pads, which can be very, very big, especially coming into these end games for that extra kind of utility and rotation.
And now you can see he's trying to measure out just how much of these extra hard mats he has, create as much of a tunnel he can, and then he'll probably look to utilize a crash pad, considering it's not necessarily the safest rotation. There were a number of players on this path. Nope, just kidding. He's just going to run out through the open and hope he doesn't get shot at, which, bold strategy. We'll see if it pays off there now. As we switch on over, we saw Big Head get taken down last game by Dubs. We're going to swing on board here with Saucy, who's right on the side and might have an opportunity to pick up an elimination. We saw just how low and he had gotten sprayed. There's the first white tag. Can he follow it up with a second? Switches on over, still utilizing the burst, and this is going to be it here. Right after the server catches up for a second, you'll see Saucy pick up this elimination. Hopefully I'm not wrong. Apologize for the lag, and boom, there it goes through. Going to pick that one up. and be able to convert. And as he does that as well, the Storm Surge pressure will turn off as we have our top 70 placement points going over to top 75. So good job on Big Head at least making it in that time for it, but still plenty of players to go down here.
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't go for the loot, though. That's what confused me. He's only got 4 medium bullets there, so maybe someone else pressuring in from close than he can to get it, because he's now running into endgame with no medium ammo, which is what just got him that key elimination. So Kippert's in a good position here to go through the crash pad into the corner box if he wanted to. Maybe not choosing to be as aggressive, though. It's just, with these crash pads in the game now, I thought Heavy Sniper was probably one of the most kind of pressuring items, one of those items that you just don't want to hear, and there it is, exactly like that. I was going to say, at any point, at any time, if someone is on a box adjacent to you, they can get into your box very quickly. As Smacked falls, though, as he gets the jump on Kippers, but doesn't get the shots, unfortunately, going down there. And it's perfect timing, as I was about to say, how scary this item has made it for these players. You could almost never feel safe.
Yeah, you can't feel safe. You can't just be comfortable sitting in a cone. Even if you're double layered up, it will end up bursting it out there. The best thing you can do is stay on the move and engage out the side. But also, I'm going to reprimand Smacked a little bit there. Went in leading with the AR, or he might have whiffed his charge off of the start. Went with the AR, whiffed every single bullet, and then followed back up with the charge shot, got him down to 11 HP, and then also whiffed every single bullet to then get taken out. So if you're going to burn a crash pad aggressively in the mid game, you have to convert, particularly if you get into a box like that. However, getting hit immediately with the 173 is going to put pressure on you. As Booga now get put into the box, can he fight it defensively? Good job putting the ramp in the way and then blocking the other player off, trying to phase the ramp through. We will wait for a second here as the server does catch up. Booga under pressure, just under 70 players remaining with 4 players left in the circle. Apologize for this, as it will get resolved here in a second, and you can see Booga will be the one to pick that up against Crack. So that's twice now we've seen the aggressor on the crash pad play get taken out, and Jelty just above that says, I don't want anything to do over here. 2 players being taken down recently. He's going to head towards center zone, as a lot of other players will likely do the same as we see 4th zone revealed.
Yeah, I mean, they're making me look good here today. I've made a point, and then just back to back over and over again. They're just jumping in the boxes as Zexro looking to make his rotate. Don't think he needs to go for an aggressive play. Hits that launch pad. Now he's going to be able to recycle that. So holding onto his launch pad and the 3 crash pads he had on top of that, as he's now making his way onto ultimate low ground here, building out a nice kind of 2x1 out to the side, choosing to stay more on the ground level in his hard mats rather than going up another. Has 67 players alive. Going to try and find these angles on the low grounds. He's nice and safe, and there it is. That's why the low ground's sometimes the spot you want to be. You can get some good shots on other opponents, but it leaves you safe from the third parties. Probably going to get and secure add that extra loot, as he's now got a nice long base along the floor here with a lot of room to control.
And Eclipse also got taken down just right before that, so unfortunate timing. Again, we've talked about how key this 4th circle zone rotation is and why you're seeing so many players burn utility here, because if you can get into the zone and guarantee yourself 50-50, it's a good chance you'll be able to advance farther in the game. But right now, we're seeing the lobby aggressor has been Avery. 3 eliminations with still 61 players remaining. He's been taking the fight 2 players, and it's been paying off because the refreshes are granting him tons of utility. Just look at this loadout. Epic weaponry in the form of the attack shotgun and the AR has plenty of chug splashes, the minis as well, and then 6 crash pads as well as the launch pad. Like, he's going to be able to have so many options both aggressively and defensively that if he wants to keep running at people for refreshes, he absolutely can.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's something earlier that was pushing him to go for eliminations. Maybe it's just confidence. Maybe he's just backing himself to win these engagements and get those extra points on the board, because he's looking very, very good for those 3 eliminations, as we have Nobu Abe not looking too great, and he falls down to Mikey there. He was on such little health with so many opponents around, but Mikey not out of it yet, as he has a very, very tough rotate ahead of him. Got to go all the way down to the bottom left for that half zone. Sundown explaining it last game. That is obviously the first zone in the game that goes half in the old zone, half in the existing zone. So it goes out into Storm, and as you can see, it doesn't leave a lot of area for these players to fit in. You've now trying to cram over 50 players into that tiny little area. This is where it gets very, very congested, and then first rotating zone is going to show after that, where the first zone is going to go completely out into the Storm, and these players have to start using that utility, the utility they can hold on to after this big rotation. Booga looking like he's in a good spot, already in that half position, which is massive, seeing as he only has 50 shield and 41 health with no extra meds to top him up. So needs to find an elimination before these rotating zones kick in, and it's exactly what he does. Damien falling there.
Yeah, and then utilizing that harpoon to get whatever upgrades and materials he can. Good job making use of what he has with him. As you can see, everyone now being forced in the rotation. Everyone but 4 players have already made it in. You can see the late launch pads being used, so it's going to be dangerous for everyone on the outside. Storm Surge has now turned off as we have 47 players remaining. Second placement point being gifted over as we move now into the moving circle phases just after this circle closes. So starting to herald the start of the late game, transitioning kind of out of that mid game, and we'll see who's able to establish control. The key things you want to know is who is on ultimate high ground, the player who's able to look all the way top down, and then who is making the moves on the back side of the zone. That's everyone who is rotating late, just trying to be forced to move along and burn as few utility as possible. There's so many plays and fights that end up engaging on that side. That's where you want to keep an eye on. Whoever ends up being on the mid tarp, if they can find a free layer, it should be a pass into basically the top 20, top 25 or so.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier. Like, if you can make first rotating zone, there's still so many players live. They've only gained 2 placement points at this point, so you've got to survive right now. You need to make it to that late second rotating zone to get these big points. We haven't seen a heal-off come out in the last couple of heats I've seen so far, but it is always a possibility that the Storm will end up taking every opponent, as these games, they are the best of the best. They play out for so long, and you really have to make every decision count here on this end game as Berserk. There you go, picking up his first elimination of the game to start off his rotate. Now gets a nice little mat refresh off that. No, accidentally hits the crash pad. Gonna go back down, and the harpoons come out. I think that crash pad's now made him lose a lot of the loot he would have gained, especially those materials. Only has 45 builds, but still maybe enough if he can recycle some other mobility around him, as we see someone in a different situation, Scrubs, looking really good on that front side with 117 builds, in a position to close out this end game and kind of just stay ahead of the Storm. The more you can be on front side, the less risk there is from behind. If someone aggresses on you, if someone takes a fight with you, you have that extra buffer of time, but the least amount of players are going to be here on front side, as they're getting caught up in different engagements, different rotations, getting just stuck on that backside, trying to get forward, as Scrubs only has 6 points here in game 2, but looking to make it a big game and trying to hold someone who is on that backside of Storm that I was just talking about.
And this is where we talk about that action that happens on the edge of zone. This is where players are looking to convert, make big plays, and Scrubs makes Bandit pay right away. Big refresher there, but somebody is out on the side of the zone and also pressuring towards him. You can hear all the crash pads being burned as it's a far rotation for a lot of players in the lobby. We just hit inside top 30, so placement point going over, Storm Surge turning off. Zexro also going to go down just inside the top 30. Scrubs picks up a huge elimination with just 9 HP left, able to pick that one up, turns it over. Well done from him there, as you continue seeing as we move over the river, everyone burning that utility, using the crash pads, trying to find a layer, trying to get away from everyone else. Booga's going to pick up Simple, who's able to run down from the top high ground last game. Scrubs not going to opt to take that shot there, as he just continues rotating around the side, looking for top 20 for the next placement point. Then it's top 15 after that. We'll have it there, and Scrubs will also contribute another elim of his own. That's 5, but only 4 builds left, Aussie.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by Scrubs here. He's making the same game plan. Rotate frontside, hold someone backside. Go back to frontside, and there you go. Now he's back on backside, though. Needs to make his way back through, and look, back on front side. He's got such a clinical game plan here, and it's playing out so well. 6 eliminations, only 9 builds though, so needs to use everything he can here. But this zone is now pulled back through the old builds. So what that means is a lot of these players can now go back through these builds. They can kind of break their way through, hide in them. They don't have to have as many materials to build their own tarps, but that's exactly what Scrubs is doing, and he's burning through them quickly. Identifies he has 0 builds now, going back into the 1x1 he has, and this is the most exciting part of the game. This is the make or break, and that is it there. No builds. You need to capitalize. Can you find your elimination? Can you keep going forward? And that's exactly what Scrubs does. And now he's got 3 more builds to keep going forward. And again, back in the same spot. No builds now, Sundown. Can he do it again and again?
Yeah, but a little bit of a misplay there, not going out and picking up all of them. He only got 4 of the builds. Now down to just single-digit HP. Can he turn around? Finds one shot. Can he find the follow-up? No, he goes down. Kelk in the top right, up on the high ground. Keep an eye on the left-hand side of your screen as well. Just kidding now as we flip on in and zoom on Kelk. Has that mythic shockwave launcher coming out of caddy corner. Also has a legendary AR to pair up with it, or epic AR, excuse me. You see Assault, Berserker, Bucky, and Daxor make up the rest of your top 5. Top 3 is the next placement threshold, but it's all about aiming for the victory royale in the eliminations here. Bucky in the box has that epic Shotgun looking to find it, also has the Pepper running as Berserker picks up Daxter. Assault goes down to Calc from Shockwaving out in the zone. Bucky finds a 75 tag. Can he convert it into it? Yes, he does, but Calc drops down. VSB takes out VSB, and then at the end, Built by Gamers takes out Built by Gamers. Calc finishing off Bucky, 23 points for him, rockets himself up with a brilliant 19-point performance there.
Yeah, we talked about it. There's so many friends in here, so many teammates, so many clan mates, so many org mates. There's just so much going on right now, and Calc playing that so well, just waiting for that last opportunity to just drop down from high ground and finish off everyone down below. We're going to have to break it down with the guys on the analyst desk. I saw Stretch up there. I want to see how they did it.
There we go. Calc finding himself the victory royale here on the stream. You like to see it. Now, boys, he did have the caddy launcher. This is something we talked about that wasn't in play last game. And now, Shy, we see the results of what that mythic weapon can do in the right hands.
It also shows us the changes that happen in the game once it actually ends up inside an endgame, right? People are playing that much more defensive when they hear the audio of that weapon just be fired. You do not want to get thrown all the way into zone. There's not many items that can really pull you all the way back in once you get hit.
There's one other one.
Incredible.
Fool's glider gun there as well. That mythic glider gun is one of those ones. You get hit in the zone by that shockwave. It's a counter to it. You can get right back in.
Man. Guys, let's take a look at the standings together. How have things shaken up after Calc's big win? Now, do keep in mind, Coop here, holding strong in first place. He did get second place with 5 eliminations in the previous game, and now found a top 22 performance with 3, so that's why he's holding with 1 point. But Calc there, now joining him at the top, saying, I have victory royale, 5 eliminations, and 23 points. Shy wager. Look, though, Booga creeping up there now.
I'm just looking at players who are used to being in a certain position, a certain seat near the top, and just not enough room for everyone to take a seat, take a spot. Like Coop and Calc, very similar in the fact that they like having the glory, the first place titles game to game, low ground control, high ground dominance, but only one person can really have that title at a time. You were mentioning Booga, who's rolling up too. Him and Bucky, very similar of playing low key a little bit first, playing for control, and then popping off towards the end side of the game. On the back page, though, we have Stretch, who's right behind just there. Scrubs, who we saw have a phenomenal moment there from the 7th to 8th zone. Daxter, Doxyfishy, Zextro, everyone who was a bit lower in 30th or 40th place is now cementing their spots in this top 20.
You talk about seats. There's only so many seats at the table. 25 is where we're looking, and we're going to show you who's on that top 25 and who's on the cusp of not making it to grand finals. Again, it is a very, very slim margin right now, as it'll probably be that way into the next games as well. It's usually within a point. It's probably going to come down to the last game for a lot of these players. As you see, Okote there in 25th, 11 points. But right behind is exactly FN.
Yeah, top 100 players, and once again, top 25, 25th place where A1 Okote is what you need to hit. And that point threshold is 11 right now. It'll only get higher, higher, and higher. You will need to place every game and get eliminations over and over again to be able to qualify for the grand finals tomorrow.
It's going to be a great rest of the day. We do have 4 games left to go. Guys, we did talk about the caddy launcher earlier. Now, we want to shift gears a little bit and talk about the glider gun. So I'm going to hand it over to you to do so.
Yeah, so the glider gun, Clay mentioned it a bit, is a counter to that shockwave launcher, and one of the mythical items that are also in Fortnite in 3 spots overall on the map. To get this glider gun, you have to end up eliminating Jules, which is what exactly does over at the Authority. It'll give you not only the glider gun, but also that little drum gun there, Jules' drum gun. It's also mythical, and it's an item that a lot of players aren't really using this season, Clay.
Yeah, it's a bit different from Midas' drum gun, which we saw last season. It doesn't do as much damage. It doesn't fire as fast. As you see exactly, he actually is going to upgrade it here for a legendary AR as he decides that's more worth it in his inventory.
Yeah, and this is the vault you're looking at, which is there on every single mythical spot. A card will also drop from every boss, basically. Exactly, though, using that glider gun has to have slightly faster reactions, doesn't end up actually getting to see the full end game. But this is the effect of these weapons. It gets people dropping from their lairs to search for them if they just find a whiff of it. Berserk picks it up and uses it over and over again to stay alive, save materials, and get ahead of the zone. Something that is so important to do because you dodge a lot of damage, a lot of pressure from everyone else. He's literally flying by layers over and over again just to make sure he has a safe space to be. He has a box and he's not really that pressured. I mean, didn't get a lot of eliminations, but he got towards that top 3 spot just flying past boxes and then getting one big final elim onto Daxor, who's in your top 3, ends up going out, but this was the item that let him maneuver this entire endgame.
Putting in all the work, boys. Thank you for the breakdown. We'll have to see how these weapons can really change the flow of what NA East is looking to do. Obviously, with someone like Calc, it's like when you don't have the caddy launcher in game, everyone's just kind of like, okay, it's not in play. We have more freedom. Then you put it in the hands of someone like Calc, and he's like, okay, I'm going to just rain down these rockets from that high ground. And now you're going to play the game I want you to play.
It's give and take, though, right? With these items, we saw it with the shockwave launcher. You have to stay very hidden in the mid game. With the glider gun, every time you use it, you are immobile in terms of, or you're not able to shoot at all when you're using it. Your weapons actually get put away for that glider in midair. So there's a cost for these weapons for how strong they are. These players are overcoming those costs, playing a little bit more passively than getting to get active later in the game.
And for some of these players, that's not their normal play style. Yes, they've been dropping here in scrims and in the qualifiers, but it goes against what they are. We know Calc as a very aggressive player, and the Shockwave lets him do that, but only after he takes high ground.
It's adapting to the maximum, right? Because Fortnite is a game of adaptation when it comes to spots, when it comes to patch changes, seasonal changes. But literally mid-game, you have to change your whole game if you find that weapon. And if you're used to playing it, you could be like Berserk. It's really good, but you could also trip over your own feet before you land in endgame. And that's an issue. So you got to be very careful when you have these items and make sure you get the best performance you can.
And a lot of these guys, if it does switch into their hands, they are capable of making these plays, right? Just like you're saying, you have to be able to adapt. Especially when you get ready to head into grand finals tomorrow. You put a power weapon in someone's hand, they have to know how to execute on that. With that being said, guys, we are getting ready here to hop into our next game. So let's send it back over to our casters, Sundown and Aussie Antics, to take us through. Gentlemen, let's hit the battle bus for game number 3.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Clay, for breaking that down. We're now a third of the way through, about to hit the halfway mark here for NA East Heat number 4, the last chance. Aussie, man, what do you think so far? What do you think of the action?
The action's looking really, really good. I'm excited. Saw Stretch back up there. Saw some of those big names that I do really want to see in the top. And that's kind of going to be the story of this heat. There's so many big names. Shai said it. There's not a seat for everybody at the table. There's 25 spots up for grabs. And I could name at least 25 players here who more than deserve to be qualified and into the grand finals. But it's just NA East. It's EU. It's those big regions with big names. And there's so many people who deserve to be in the grand finals. But you have to prove it on the day. You can't rest on your past experience, your past games. I know yesterday in Heat 2, 12 of the 25 people at the top going into the final games qualified off consistency. They didn't even make the top 25 in their qualifying final days. So there's some big names in here, but there's other people trying to rise up and take their spot and jump into the spotlight. As we see Calc, someone who's used to being in the spotlight, and spotlight was on him last game, but did it on the back of having the mythic caddy loot. He drops it Craggy. So chances that he gets that again is very slim. So can he capitalize and can he play his game without that mythic loot that I have to imagine he won't be getting as often? So he's going to try and take this fight here. And it looks like there's no one really around him. We have Marauders coming in, kind of packed behind him. Not much he really has to do here on spawn. He can kind of still out, but a spawn fight is going to happen every single time. We have Rich Homie Buon and Crunchy having their 50-50 fight at the boat. It is the ultimate 50-50. And when we talk about that, what we're referring to is the fact that this drop, if you go this drop, you can't pull out and go another building. You can't loot it from the outside in. You have to drop on the boat and you have to fight that opponent. And if you want to win the tournament or place, you have to win this fight. And Crunchy does just that. The reason these players are going here is because the loot is so high. There is so much loot on this boat that it is worth that risk. But you have to remember as well, That boat is the only drop on the map that is constantly moving. It'll be in a different location every single game, and how you play that and where the boat goes means you have to know different rotations. A lot of these players will drop Craggy, for example, like Calc, and practice that rotate for every zone. But if your drop is changing, your rotate has to change every single game. As we now see Authority, a staple drop spot with what looks like at least 4 players here, and they're trying to fight it out over that mythic loot. And looks like we have exactly has the drum gun, but he doesn't have the grappler gun or the key card. So maybe, yes, getting some of the loot of Jules, but not getting all of it as Ritual falls, and now he has it all. He has the grappler gun, he has the key card, and he has that drum gun to open that loot. He's looking really, really good here for this game now, but this is the drop spot. It's one of those mythic spots that always has issues. Can you walk away with the loot consistently? Walking away with it one game, and even potentially winning that one game, isn't enough. You need to get enough points consistently through 6 games, and you need to leave here a lot. Eclipse, the other player that's here, looking like he doesn't want to get involved in that fight, maybe just grabbing as much loot as he can and then leaving. Now we see Sharkies on the edge down here near Slurpee, and these are those southern zones that so far today, these southern drops are getting a little bit unlucky. This is game 3, and I think we've seen every single zone pull north so far. So if these players can manage now, and then in the final half of today, get some more favorable zones, they'll be looking in such a better spot as Sharkies knows this drop. He knows the script's here, and he's baiting this chest. He's waiting for it. We've seen this. Sundown talked about it. These old school BR strategies. No, Script has no idea. He's breaking the wall. He doesn't see him, and there he is crouching behind it. He's behind the, oh my gosh, he's behind the, like, what, the bedside table? So Script manages to go down here. Sharky's picking up the elimination by strategically using the furniture for cover behind that wall, and another big pickup. He was just straight up hiding behind it. We talk about old Battle Royale strategies. Fortnite implementing a building system. Having builds means that a lot of these players will kind of brute force their fights. They'll build up. They'll use their superior mechanics. But some of those old tactics of just baiting chests and having superior drop spot knowledge gets you the elimination so much more easily. As now we see Misty Meadows stretch, looking to not take any of those fights with Booger, respecting the other players that are at his drop spot, knowing that on this side of Misty, he gets more than enough loot. And it's worth noting here, this is exactly where Stretch dropped when he won the DreamHack Finals. The first NAE DreamHack Finals, Stretch won out of Misty, and he only had this row of houses you're seeing right now. He didn't even have the other side, as that's where Paper was dropping. So if Stretch has this whole half of Misty, I have to imagine that he's going to put up a massive performance today. He's getting guaranteed crash pads and sometimes even launch pads with that amount of loot available, and he's going to rotate maybe up to this henchman chest that a lot of people don't know is up here to get even more utility in his kit. So we have Ryan now in a fight with Luck FNBR. He's got him on the back foot. Ryan pushing forward, has those crash pads, so good chance we're going to see those put to use to get into this box. But Ryan, maybe not needing it, just going for the old school shotgun piece control on the wall. And there it is. There's the crash pad. You have to adapt to the meta, and you're seeing it time and time again here today that this is the meta. Crash pads is your way to get your eliminations with so much less risk and so much more for free, as Ryan trying to go back up now and close this fight out if he can, up against the wall, using the stair to phase in, not showing that Ryan has multiple tricks in the back pocket, maybe also wanting to hold on to those crash pads. They are so useful. If you use all of them now in one fight, sometimes it's not even worth it. These fights are a very good example of winning the battle but losing the war. But Ryan, no, wins the battle and hopefully can carry that loot out to win the war here today as well. Try and come get his points back on the board, as that's his first point of the game, Sundown.
First point of the game, and you talked about his many tricks. Just like mine, I disappeared and reappeared. Apologies for that.
He is back.
Little bit of a storm coming through my area might have contributed to that, but all's well that ends well. Unfortunately, Ryan going to be on the receiving end of that one, going to pick up the elimination and the point. So fortunate for him. And Lazarb on the other side, if you're not familiar with him, somebody who is very mechanically talented, but can sometimes struggle to kind of get a foothold and make it into the end game. And he's on the other side of VSB Scrubs, who we've already seen today put up a number of really impressive performances in terms of these individual engagements, and he's looking to convert again here.
Yeah, Scrubs looking to see if he can close this one out. 16 points on the board, so he's pretty much at the halfway point for qualifying. And no, the shots go out. Lazar, the third party. No, it wasn't the third party. Lazar picked up the elimination, but the third party applying that pressure definitely contributed. And now he gets that loot as well. I was going to say they're around that halfway point. So qualification for most of these heats has been around that 30 to low 30 points. So that's what you're looking at. This is game 3 of NA East right now. So you're looking for those players that are on pace or around that 15 points to hopefully secure their qualification. But but they have another point, another game to make it before they're at the halfway mark. As we're now tuning in over at Steamy, a drop spot that we haven't seen contested or having too many winners come out of NA East, but so many coming out of EU.
And I think it has to do largely with the rotations that end up coming out of here. And also, like, you have to give a little bit of the credit as well to the players who end up coming out of here. Janice, who has just been a phenomenal player out of the area, just doing so incredibly well. You can see Purrs here trying to line up a long-range shot, but the odds of converting on those snipes, very, very, very slim. Players are going to cover up when they're around the supply drop, but there is just so much loot available in this area, as well as, I mean, we touched on it earlier, the access to metal, and very quick metal as well, in the form of those chain link fence. If you're able to get that and then get out, it's so easy, and then getting out is pretty accessible as well between both the steam stacks and then the zip lines that run up the entirety of the East Coast. It makes most of your rotations relatively easy, as we see Purrs just popping pot shots over in this direction, hoping to pick up this player. And as I say that, he'll get Ved one shot, one elimination, and that's going to feel bad for Ved, but feels great for Purrs, but unable to close the gap and convert on that in terms of the resources.
Yeah, I think like you said it, though, you feel bad for people with headshot snipes sometimes, feeling like what could have they done better, but I think that's a pretty big misplay from Ved. I think that's a bit of disrespect. You're playing against some of the best players in the world, the best players in your region. You have to respect that if they're taking sniper shots at you, they have every possibility of hitting. You've at least got to try and cover yourself or kind of move away from that area. And back on the steamy stacks, it kind of fits into what I want to talk about with Calc's drop as well, being craggy. This north side of the map has a lot less POI congestion as well, has less points of interest. Between craggy and steamy, you really only have a couple of drops that would work for solos, and if that, it's only really going to fit one solo each. So if you get zones pulling in this north area and you can manage to stay on the north side of the map, you're going to have way less people around you, and I think that's kind of playing into Calc's success so far here today. 23 points on the board, and there has been 2, now 3 northern zones playing into his favor. So seeing if he takes this fight here, whether he backs up or no, looks like it's not whether Calc wants to take it. Looks like Newfly wanted to take it, but Calc going to be the one who finishes it, dropping in. Does he get it? He does. The tack shot comes out, and Calc, I don't think wanted to start that fight, but Calc will sure as anything finish them.
Yeah, Nevify trying to get aggressive there with the Pepper, using that advanced move speed. It does last for a minute, so really good if you decide to go aggressive or when you're rotating in the late game. But Calc is one of the better players in terms of punishing mistakes. He's not necessarily someone who I think of as going hyper aggressive and going to be able to steamroll a lobby, but if you push him and you mess up even once, he's going to hit you, and he's going to hit you hard. As we see there, able to get that, secure his space towards the center of the zone. Can still see plenty of time left here, so we hop on board with Eomzo, and he's 14 below that Storm Surge threshold. Still 15 players who will be under pressure from that, so expect a nice little surge of action here as Viable Emzo is going to figure out how viable he can be. Going to use a long-range crash pad to just try and get control over this build. Is going to get sprayed from the side, so needs to be a little bit careful in this situation, because again, Storm Surge is about to come through and start pressuring him in the next 90 seconds. He can't afford to take any excess damage.
Yeah, and I think that kind of long-range crash pad play end game is quite effective because it kind of breaks the player up and makes them a target. But in the mid game, it's not about so much as getting them out of their box. You need to get in there. Otherwise, you're going to get third party like we just saw. There's no point breaking this fight up and making it really exposed and in the open, because that's only going to open you up, as well as this is what I'm used to seeing. Very clinical box fighting, where right now they're heading those little angles, and clearly Eomzo knows how to box fight. So I'd want to see him maybe use those crash pads to get in more than stay out, as he gets his first point of the whole tournament. So maybe realizing that, identifying that however he's been playing these is not working, and kind of changing up the strategy. And this is the point to do it, Sundown. Game 3, if you have got 0 points on the board, you've got to change something quickly.
Yeah, you have to then be averaging 10 points a game on the back half, but more than likely, you're going to need a top 5 performance with a couple of eliminations to really bank one of those big 14, 15-point games that we see so often, kind of establishing people and really pushing them into that top 25 range for a threat. Otherwise, it's all about maintaining consistency and going forward, which is what Coop has been doing. A little Mr. Savage classic, sitting in the top of the cone, waiting to catch the rotating player there, going to get one, trying to turn it into 2, too, which is something we've seen him do really well today, is converting on one elimination and then not slowing down, because we've seen players, they'll try and go through, they'll try and get the loot. When we talk about refreshers, that means what a player drops on the ground and taking those materials, taking utility, getting upgraded weapons. But everybody knows when elimination goes down, and unless you're right on top of it, then it becomes a fight over control of that loot. And you can see here Smacked trying to establish area control around him. He is on the edge of the new safe zone, but he's also under Storm Surge, so he has to be careful for that.
Yeah, 6 points for Smacked is not a position I would have thought I'd seen him in, but you talked about it last game. He went for a big crash pad play and just missed his shots, and you can see that damage going right now. You can't see the animation, but if you see his health, see that hit? Looks like he's getting hit from something that is inside his box. That's that Storm Surge we've been talking so much about, and he's going to try and opt to out-heal it here, which I don't know about you, Sundown. I don't think that's the play. With 6 players to go down, he's going to be healing here for a while. He needs to go for something, and with only 18 below, you think that's not a lot of damage to get a shot off. I'd be looking to see him go aggressive on Crunchy here rather than just kind of sitting back and burning what very little heals he has.
So you hear the term griefing all the time. Smack's griefing his own game right now. 110% he's griefing it. He's making the play he has to do, and he's going to convert on Bandit. But he should have just dove in somewhere else before. Luckily for him, the player he's going to convert on has plenty of a refresher. But there is no need for you to go through, I think it was 3 minis and up 2 big pots to even get that chance when there was somebody right next to him. Like, having all of that excess utility, you can take a fight early on and engage and go, and then opt to use the utility afterward to heal back up. If you use it beforehand, you're just limiting your options. So good job on the execution to clean up that fight, but Booga now, not a good job on that execution. Treforest getting in with a pair of crash pads and going to clean up the World Cup solo champion here. So tough run for Booga in that case.
Yeah, tough run there. I think this rotate kind of got him focused a lot. You can see in that bottom right, there's a lot of players just on this edge kind of set up, and there is a little bit of a high ground, a little bit of a hill here, so you can see how many eyes would have been on that fight, but Treforest coming through and closing it out. And yeah, like you said, Smack got very lucky there that it wasn't just the fact that he got an elimination to keep him alive. There's a very good chance that player could have been quite weak in shambles, but he found a player that was incredibly stacked, and they're going to be so upset to falling that way, because all they would have had to have done is hold their builds and back up a little bit, played defensively and avoided him, and he would have inevitably fallen. But Sticks now here as well, 13 points on the board, looking to try and make what will hopefully be a little bit easier to rotate. There's kind of some high ground he can hide behind. There's some mountains, some hills on this northern side over near Frenzy. But he's got some players with him, and Sticks looking to put some shots out on him, trying to push him away or maybe get some damage. Quite often you'll see these players take shots at people in front of them, forcing them to build, knowing they'll keep going forward, and then they can use those builds as well, because Sticks is down to 61 builds total. He really needs to hold on to what little he has if he's not going to get a refresh very, very soon. But that one crash pad in the back pocket, we've seen it time and time again. You can't count it out. If you're looking for a refresh, that's going to be the way to do it. As he's setting up next to him, and here it comes. It might be a hit now. Here he is. He's jumping down, going for it. I can just predict it now. I can feel it. As soon as someone needs an elimination and they have that crash pad, they're going to go for it as he's in the box, and the player falls. Not by his hand, though, as we see that OA Sticks has placed second in console FNCS Doers and has placed top 20 in mobile cash cups. So we're seeing someone who is adept to every single input, but unfortunately going down to Calc, who is adept at 1 and has been very dominant on mouse and keyboard PC since the beginning of competitive Fortnite.
Yeah, odds are good. Sticks living up to his name, playing on the sticks. One of the controller players representing, can be played on all of those inputs. Now you can see over on the side there, we do have Ketsui, Sharksy, Takei, Okatu have some room on the side here, but the question is, where is that next zone? It's going to pull a little bit north. Again, River is slightly in play, but most players have already established themselves. And again, during zone number 4, we talk about kind of where you're looking to rotate, and traditionally it's be as center as possible. But once you get to that half in, half out zone, as Okote pushes in and takes out Decay, two of those players who are side by side, the half in, half out zone doesn't pull towards the middle, right? So you can rotate into the middle, but odds are good you're already moving past players who have set up position on the side of the zone, are going to gatekeep in these players trying to rotate like Okate right now, and then hopefully pull that half in, half out. So just look how many players are stacked on the south side of the circle here in zone number 4. You can see it on the bottom right-hand corner as Jelty does pick up Okote during that dangerous rotation, and he's going to get all the spoils of that. A little bit of overbuilding to secure it, but probably necessary there, as there is a player right on the other side trying to get those crash pads and just get away. Let's see if he can set up the ramp, and nope, not even going to burn one, just going to go back the way he came and says, nah, 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 boo-boo, but I got the loot.
As Ace getting another elimination now, 23 points on the board. Came into this game on 3rd place. He's picked up 2 so far. So he came in 2 points behind Calc and 3 points behind Coop. So that top 3 is really kind of cementing themselves. I haven't seen Mikey or Avery as well in this lobby, but it's been a big day for sure for these players. And I think the way the crash pads are playing into this one, a lot of those players are going into the kind of mid to end game where normally you think you need to have gotten your refresh by then. Usually before, you had to take your fights before it got this congested, because trying to like kind of close out a fight quickly in these kind of areas was difficult. But with the crash pads, you're seeing so many players going into end game desperate for their refresh and just going all in. And that's what it's going to be about, is can these other players avoid those all ins? And that's where I'm looking at people who I see like Kanata, who like to box up a little bit higher in these zones, not expecting to hold high ground, but just to get away from all those other boxes around them. If there's no one on any of the boxes adjacent to yours, you're in a much better spot, because the one spot you can't crash pad through, well, reliably, is the floor. So I feel like Kanata's been doing that really smart, and I want to see some of those players at the top of this leaderboard today trying to hold off these aggressors, do the same sort of thing. And that's what comes into Fortnite. As these metas change, these players have to constantly adapt and think, how can they avoid those fights and those eliminations that are just coming all the time?
Right, and as you say that, it gets popped out of the cone, crash pad going up there. Got to give a shout out to the VSB boys. They've been playing incredibly well across all of them. We saw Scrubs earlier, Panda having also a couple good rounds of games. STL has been doing incredibly well here, as you see Dubs trying to find some tags with that epic pistol. We've talked about it time and time again, the high rate of fire, and then also still having that 2.0 headshot multiplier. What that means, the assault rifles have had their change to be 1.5 in the most recent chapter, and now or in the most recent season, excuse me. The pistols, on the other hand, still at 2.0. So if you hit that headshot, you get the 50 damage coming through. So when it's in the hands of a hyper accurate player like Dubs, he's able to convert. As now we move over, circle 5 shots will come out. They do have a player right next to him though, and the second round of placement points have also ticked over as we transition into our late game.
Yeah, and Dub's kind of setting up in that higher ground position I was just talking about. It's also really great because when you try to use those crash pads to rotate endgame, if you're up higher, you can get more kind of verticality out of your box and you can tee them together. You get more momentum on the second one. If you're stuck in congested layers and there's lots of builds around you, quite often you'll see those players crash pad and just keep flying through box after box, and they never get that breath of fresh air they really want. So a lot of these players going for that high ground, but you've got to always be thinking when you're on that high ground, who has the shockwave launcher? Where is Kit's loot? Because that is the ultimate threat when you're on high ground. You've seen it time and time again. We've seen it Sundown. If you're on high ground and you don't protect your sides and that shockwave launcher comes into play, it's a very quick ticket straight out into Storm.
Yeah, you don't go for high ground unless you've identified it. And even then, I think it's gotten to a point in the meta where you don't go for high ground without it unless you have at least 6 crash pads, and you'll be able to force that player off. But we've also seen in NA East, players who aren't going to rock a rocket launcher start dropping their rockets as they're rotating through. So less of them have trickled down kind of in the end game, just a self-limiting factor there. One of the few drawbacks of that shockwave launcher. As you see, Daxter utilizing the crash pads, doing his best to find a spot. Also finds back-to-back white tags. He's going to pick up Jaxie there just inside the top 40, so Jaxie will get that pity placement point as it comes through there, but that's going to be the end of his run. Calc still up in the lobby, up on high ground, which to me, not seeing him use the crash pad signals he might have at least some utility there, and as I say that, he comes out and he's going to join the party of everyone just trying to overlap each other, and we're going to hop back on board here with Daxter, who's at the front edge of the zone.
Yeah, front edge of zone looking good. 20 points on the board, so well and truly on pace to qualify here in Game 3 of the last heat of NAE. So this is this player's last chance to qualify. If you're just tuning in, you're looking for players who are trying to get in that top 25. That is going to qualify them for the grand finals, as Daxor putting out a lot of damage, a lot of pressure, but not getting the elimination to show for it. And I haven't seen Coop in this feed, but I definitely saw Calc and Ace at the start of this rotation. So that top 3 is really pushing ahead and cementing themselves as Daxor gets in. The player still inside the cone, unfortunately. First shot doesn't land, but second shot does. But he's now down with, he's got the minis and he doesn't grab the crash pads. I think he tried to grab one, but possibly didn't. He's held outside in Storm now. It's in a rough situation. High ground is now focusing him down, and 28 health left, 18, 8, and he doesn't get the finish. He goes down to Tenzin as we slip into another threshold for placement, the top 25.
Yeah, and going down in 26 is so big there for the E11 player, missing out on a critical point as Katsui picks up Treforest. Tenzin goes down to the zone. We're on board here with Mikey. You can see him trying to make plays, and we've talked about it time and time again. Low ground on the backside of the zone. This is where the plays happen. Who's hanging out and playing floppers, trying to find an advantage? Who can convert as we have our top 20? Mikey right now just hawking and looking for anybody. You can see him controlling the space, and he finds his first one. 51 blue tag, but can't quite necessarily follow up. He's going to get pushed back for a second, trying to find it. He will get the conversion. Can he turn it into 2? Not going to find it, as Calc will pick up dubs there instead. And now we have Simple up on the high ground, Clarity on the low ground, Ace, 1, Binny, Jelty, and Calc all in the mid ground. Shark hanging out on the side of the zone. Doxy Fishy still up. So a solid top of the leaderboard right here, as we have exactly in your top right and XX Shark in your bottom right hand corner to close out the game.
Yeah, we saw Shark go down in game 1, so I'm looking Shark to be the big shark here in this lobby. Maybe try and eat up some of those fishies as well, like Doxy, and try and just close this one out, because he needs some big points on the board to start getting on pace. Only 8 points going into game 3 is not where you normally see Shark, and he's on the bottom right of your screen, and there it is. That's where I'm used to seeing Shark, taking the elimination on the low ground. 8 players alive now. Calc on the high ground again, and we have Exactly low in, but Exactly still has the Mythic Grappler Gun, which losing its effectiveness here in the end game can't move as far forward as Shark, losing no effectiveness, takes down one of the 2 A1 players still in this lobby. Simple falls. I believe we have lost Ace a little bit earlier in here. Shark going back down now. He's on the front side. That shockwave launcher in the pocket. Let's see if he goes for it. Calc had the power of it last game, but now Calc has to feel the wrath of the shockwave launcher on high ground. He can't hold it. Sundown talked about it. Most of these players won't try, but Calc actually going to give it a go. Shark only having 5 builds though, so needs to be careful on how he uses this. 2 builds left, 3 rockets left. It's a 1v1v1, and I believe that is Calc that is out in Storm. It is. Calc managed to use this gun to win the fight last game, win the game, but now he falls to it in 3rd place as Shark, now trying to have his moment, and there it is. Shark was the big shark, takes down Exactly FN, and picks up the game 3 win after getting 0 points in game 1.
And a great job to execute. We talked about what can happen on the backside of the zone when you're forced to make plays, and the play he made got him the mythic loadout, enabled him to close out the game. 19 points, going to rocket him right back into contention as we cross the halfway mark in the final heat before the grand finals.
Thank you guys. Great casting on the day. As Sundown did mention, this is the halfway point. Shark fighting himself to victory royale. Calc, yet again, he picks up the victory royale a game ago and finds himself in top 3 yet again. This is exactly what we've been talking about for the last 3 weeks or 2 weeks of competition, right? It's like, this is where you want to be. You have to find eliminations, and you have to make these top placements.
Yeah, I mean,
This
for
is where you
everyone,
wanna
it's kind of
perform.
been... Oh, go for it, Clay. Go for it.
This is where you want to perform in the last possible chance. If you don't perform here today, you're unfortunately not going to qualify. Of course, we do have grand finals, but you got to make sure you secure that qualification early, like Calc basically did there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Let's take a look at the standings together to see where he's at on said leaderboard. Now remember, he did pick up the victory royale in game number 2. So with that performance, Shy, he's still holding on to that number 1 spot.
Yeah, I mean, I called it. It was either Calc or Coop if these guys are let out of the coop with all these other chickens and hens who are just biting and pecking for the top spot. He will be one of those 2 to hold it near the top. He will be there every game once he has momentum. 38 points. Now we're seeing that kind of difference we don't usually see in any East between 1st and 2nd, between Calc and Ace. 7 points in total. Both these guys with victories, but still in the top 10. Big names, Dubs, Daxor, Simple, Jaden's here too, Mikey, Doxy Fishy. They're all very, very close as well.
And even at just as close, Ensign, Avery, Lucky, Shark, we just saw pop off there. That victory royale shooting him up. It was a very, very, very good game for him, and he desperately needed that. Look, if you see 14 points in the victory royale, so coming into that game, he was at least on, do the math there, 5 points.
I mean, that's correct. Math is hard for me, boys. I'm sorry.
It's fine. I mean, for everyone, though, in that game, I think the one person who was ready, set and ready to go, basically, was Shark, who played really well, had that dub. In Game 3, making his statement, too, because before the halfway point, if you're playing well, if you're getting moments, that last back half of this heat number 4, is going to be that much easier for you mentally. So a bunch of these players who are in the top 25 or near it might have that. I mean, we've seen Berserk get that glider gun, get all the way to the end. Booga's there in 21st too. that they might have it too, but they're also on that brink of not really being set in the top 25.
That's right. We have to keep in mind that top 25 are going to go through, and right now, Simple in 8th is within that striking distance of the sweet spot of 9 points. Now, with that being said, guys, we've been talking about these different Mythic POIs, but I think the last one we're missing is the Fortilla. So talk to me about this.
It is a very interesting POI. One of the only Mythic POIs that has a heal as the Mythic item. That bottomless Chug Jug there from Ocean is very, very useful, but in solos, it's also very risky.
Yeah, to get the Mythic loot from this big POI with so many different houses and places to land, all these different drop spots, you're going to have to eliminate Jules, who does have that big health pool. It's Tinny Jelly who gets there this game and gets that loot. Remember, though, that this is not really movement-based. As Clay said, it's heals over here that you get, as well as a little bit more firepower with that burst AR at more longer of a range. Popping this bottomless Chug Jug, though, Clay, it's difficult, and it takes some time. As it was happening, Tinny Jelly actually gets taken out by one person box diving him, and that was Calc, ultimately, who ends up getting that loot for the late game.
Hey, Calc was on fire, and that really set him up for that late game push. The bottom of Chug Jug is good, but in solos, it really struggles if you're not able to get it off at the right time. Calc did get into Dubs' box there and get the elimination, and you see he did end up dropping that bottomless Chug Jug, but in the final 3, it was a Mythic versus Mythic. Shark had Kit Shockwave Launcher and Charged Shotgun. Exactly, had Jules Glider Gun, and Calculator had the Fortilla loot.
Yeah, right now is a 3-way Mythic battle, so everything basically culminated all the way to that top spot. And I'm going to rank it. I'm going to say that that Shockwave Launcher won that game and is the winner of all the Mythic POIs we have on the map right now. Authority to boot at close second, and then at third, Fortilla still packing a big punch.
There you go. You'll love to see the breakdown. Absolutely incredible. Guys, we are now at the halfway point. There's only 3 matches left here in NA East before we know which top 25 will be joining us tomorrow for Grand Finals. Now, with that being said, the action is heating up, but for now, we need to cool down. So we're going to step away, but when we return, we'll have the exciting conclusion from NA East to find out which top 25 will join us tomorrow. See you guys in just 5. Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to continued coverage of the Fortnite Champion Series. I'm your host, Zeke, and joining us here on the analyst desk for all of NA East, we got Clay, we got Shy Wager, and in just a moment, we'll have more games. Gentlemen, 3 games left to go. Calc's making a strong push up there, but again, we're looking at that top 25 bubble, boys. With only 3 games left, what do you guys think we can expect?
I'm looking at the top 50, the top 70 overall. They're so close neck and neck. Everyone past Calc, who has that 7-point lead. So I want to know what people will change for the last 3 games. I want to know how this competition will look when it's getting closer and closer every game.
Man, all right. Well, it's time. We don't have to wait that much longer because we're getting back into it. So let's go ahead and bring the house down with our boys Sundown and Aussie Antics to take us through the next game. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Clay. But Zeke, I'll give that one 4 out of 10 at best.
Well, I was going to say I want one of those myself. I was about to challenge Zeke to try and give me his own. Don't worry, Zeke. Do one for me if you can, and I will give you the recognition it deserves. I promise.
I mean, I felt like I definitely gave it the recognition it deserves, but these players need the recognition they deserve. We're in the back half of NA East Heat number 4. This is the last opportunity for players to qualify, and with 3 games left, they really need to put their foot on the gas if they haven't already. But the players at the top really now just it's an action of gatekeeping. Calc being one of those at 38 points, looking to end some players' opportunities and close them out here.
Yeah, and Calc's good at doing that, as you see here. Takes down Scrubs, a player we've seen performing very, very well today. I was very impressed with his endgame skills, getting frontside, looking back, but some players are better endgame. You have to get there, and unfortunately, Scrub's not going to be able to do it today. Calc is not the player you want to run to. He's on 39 points. He is now above qualification, well and truly. Calc is going to be in your grand finals, and now he is going to be changing up his play style a little bit. We all know who Calc is. You've heard about him, unless you're a casual Fortnite player. You've heard about Calc. Maybe even if you are, he is someone who's going to play aggressive now, and he is going to end people's tournaments because he can really hold his own toe-to-toe.
Yeah, well, he's going to look to try and take those aggressive fights, see how much he can flex, considering he will be in those grand finals. We're going to now spend a lot of the time over the course of these next 3 games talking about the line and whether or not people are on pace. And what does that mean? That means that little yellow number there to the left of his health. That's what we're looking at, and whether or not those players can get above 30 points. That's what we've seen. If you're able to kind of get into 31, 32, you've all but guaranteed yourself a spot in those Sunday grand finals. So right now, Claw definitely has a little bit of work to do, and he's trying to do it right now.
Yeah, and it scares me a little bit that Claw was above that player, had the crash pads. He could have been able to use one of those on the stair that he set up to go into that box. We've seen happen so many times before, and I know it's an early fight, and we talk about playing consistently, but once you get to this point, Claw has 3 games remaining to rack up 22 points. He really needs to get these kind of eliminations and cement himself, and now looks like this other player, Trunk, is trying to do the same thing to Claw, which he was too scared to do. So Claw now wrapping around, maybe backing himself in a more traditional box fight, maybe not as comfortable with the crash pads, so I won't count him out yet. He could still make some as he goes up, never mind. Clearly very comfortable with the crash pads, going for high ground though, as Claw needs to win this fight. If Claw goes down here, very, very good chance he will not have a chance to come back into and qualify for the grand finals. He pushes forward with the tac shotgun, and he is able to close that fight out. Trunk Monkey falls. 2nd elimination on the board, so I guess Claw is no stranger to taking these fights. Maybe just wanted to get inside zone before taking the fight, so I'll commend Claw there. I'll take it back. He clearly had a strategy to close that one out, just didn't want to go for it at the time earlier.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to wait till he was in zone, or at least more towards the zone, not try and lose any excess HP there. He's now on board here with Tinny Jelly. And also, just a reminder, since we're coming back from break, we want to keep you guys as close to up to date as possible. We did hop into this match a little bit later than we usually are, and right now Tinny trying to end his match a little bit later. Unfortunately, we're going to see him fall yet again. I think that's his 3rd or 4th early elimination we've caught on board with, so not his day, and not Glides' day early either so far, with just the single elimination and 5 points. Definitely has work to do.
It has work to do, and that's the thing. That's why in solos it's so important, because these players are at the bottom. As much as it's going to be very, very difficult for players like Glides to qualify, if they take down one of those players at the top, or even more painful to watch, one of those players that's around that 25 mark, they can still have massive interactions around the map. We saw it yesterday. There were so many big names going into the finals of Heat 2 NA East that needed to qualify around 25th, and we saw some of them fall to players on, single-digit points. That's the problem with solos. It's why you love it. It's why some of the players hated it. You can go down at any any moment to any player. And just like that, your tournament and your chance at hitting grand finals FNCS is over. So Gabe here looking pretty good, 20 points. He's going to have to pick up about 10 to 12 in his next remaining 3 games. So not too bad. He's kind of on pace right now, but one big game to secure it feels so much better. We saw P-God yesterday have his 5th game absolute dominant run. I think it was an 11 elimination second. So he got to have that 6th game breezy run home. And some of these players hopefully going to do that too. You don't want to bring it down to your 6th game to have to clutch up.
Yeah, and here's Storm Surge coming through, and what a perfect time for Gabe to get some huge tags onto El Damien S. Caught out in the open, trying to play a little bit sneaky, but going to get taken down there, and that's, we've talked about it so many times. It doesn't matter if it's an AR, a hunting rifle, a sniper rifle. If you stand out in the open when there's this many players left with Storm Surge on, somebody is going to make you pay more often than not. And now Gabe going to do his best to burn through as many of these excess builds as possible. The reason for doing this is, again, to get a safe rotation to zone, and so anybody else who comes back behind him isn't going to pick up those excess materials and top themselves off.
Yeah, you see a lot of players, as soon as they get their elimination, they'll try and expand out a little bit, whatever free mats they have around them, preferably hard mats. Is Mikey getting in the box right now? This is Mikey who came into this game in 4th place, showing why. Already on that 30 points, so he's really only going to secure 1 or 2 more points, and he's going to be qualified. So probably safe to say here that Mikey will be in the grand finals and probably playing a bit more confidently there because of that. And it's that tack shotgun. We've talked about it, charge versus tack. Me and Sundown have gone into it a lot. If you're going to be playing aggressive and you're going to be getting in boxes with the crash pads, it's quite often that tack shotgun that has the advantage because you can get multiple shots off. If that opponent can't get a perfect one single full damage shot with the charged shotgun, they're going to lose that fight almost every time.
Yeah, it just gives you more options in terms of pressuring the opponent's wall, using it in combination with your pickaxe to break walls. You're slightly faster in terms of off the edit and being able to place. And in most circumstances, if you do get into a box-to-box engagement, even if they charge swap, you're going to be able to get 2 tack shotgun shots. And if you do connect with kind of one of those chunky spread shots where you're getting a lot of headshot pellets, you can really put somebody down quickly, particularly if you get those epic and legendary variants.
Yeah, it's the epic and legendary that really puts down the extra damage. And we're talking about those shotguns, though, the charged shotguns, that's the big upgrade you want. If you get an epic or legendary charged shotgun, that's where you get that extra bullet in the clip. And it makes a big, big difference. Panda here trying to have a good game today. 14 points. He is right kind of below pace right now. He's pretty much 2 or 3 points below pace, needs to have a final good 3 games. Someone that I'm confident can and definitely has the possibility to do it, but this heat's just so stacked, Sundown. We're talking about all these players. Almost everyone I tune into, you're going to hear me say they have the possibility to qualify. These guys have got themselves here for a reason, but a lot of people, I've discussed it with quite a few of the other analysts and commentators, think that Heat 4 is possibly the most stacked of any of the heats we've watched out of NA East.
I think particularly in NA East, the big thing that has to do with it is there's so many players who look to play a similar play style, the ones who are hanging out on the mid ground and then looking to make a decision. However, if everybody is doing that, then it's really hard for all of them to do it effectively, as Panda gets a super effective Elim just hanging out on kind of what looks like a skeleton build. It doesn't look like necessarily somebody would be occupied here. Looks like somebody kind of based in and then moved farther central. So Reek's getting just really destroyed right there. So we're hopping on board with Doxyfishy, another player who only needs 1 or 2 more points to guarantee a spot in that Sunday final. Again, we have hit the first placement threshold with top 70, also turning off Storm Surge, which was on for a significant amount of that time, driving most of that action, as Doxy getting a couple key armor shots here, but not necessarily sure he wants to commit to this. There is a player coming and rotating directly behind him right now, so if he wants to resolve this fight, he needs to do it quickly. Nope, that player is going to opt to just rotate around. Doxy still hunting, though.
Trying to get in there. He's trying to find his way, and he's up against this wall too. It's an awkward spot, but it can also slide him in as he takes down OSP. Doxyfishy getting that elimination, 31 points on the board, doing very, very well here today. He came into this game in 3rd place, so around kind of Mikey there as well. And I know I've been talking about it so much, Sundown, and it might be kind of, harping on the same point, but we get another North Zone. And I want to talk about how this is playing into some of those players that are dropping on the South side who are struggling a bit more than usual. I see Dubs up there in 7th, coming out of Fortilla, doing really well, but I see players like Stretch right now who are down on the leaderboard who I expect to do phenomenally well, and I want to see if potentially it is that zone. They have to Stretch is rotating all the way from Misty, trying to get to these North zones, and there is clearly something off today with his games.
Yeah, I think it's tough. Stretch in particular is somebody who we've talked about it before, how how important establishing an early game foundation is, and then setting yourself up, but also an early tournament foundation. If you're able to get 5 or 6 points in your first game, and all of a sudden you get 4 or 5 in your next game, then hey, I'm right on track. If you have that one big game in games number 3 and 4, which a lot of these guys are capable of doing and heating up and turning up a 9 and 8, 9, 10 point performance, then all of a sudden you're sitting pretty and you're right there. However, you get knocked out early, then you have to wait and you're sitting there in queue, and then you're under pressure, and maybe you don't necessarily get the best loot out of your first couple of chests in game number 2, and all of a sudden you're looking at all of these other players who are already up at 15 and 20 points, and you're sitting there on 3 or 4, maybe if you're lucky enough to get into the top 50, and that can be a real rough situation to be in.
Yeah, and you talked about it there. I think you summed up perfectly. It's the pressure, too. These are not just big players. They're also big names. There is a lot of pressure on players like Stretch. Obviously, like I said, having won 2 set lobby grand final situations. But then we also have players like Booger. He's won the World Cup. There is so much pressure on these players to perform in these solo situations, like Panda taking down Laggy, and there's expectations on them. So I want to see what happens if they get a more favorable starter zone. Can they have that big game you've talked about that we all know Stretch can do, that Booger can put up? But the pressure's going to start mounting soon. They've got 2 more games after this to do it if they go down in this game, and they're going to have to make it happen soon, because game 6 is where I'm expecting to see if Stretch isn't up there or some of these players aren't up there, they're going to leave nothing on the line and they're going to go incredibly aggressive.
And Panda is set. He can actually use all of that extra loot from the 2 eliminations he converted on to tunnel himself into zone, and then he's in 4th zone, so he's waiting for half and half after that. He's effectively transitioned himself into the moving circles with 2 extra people's loot right there. We're going to hop on board with Team Solo Mid, Zexo. You can see in a low ground situation in a stack side of the zone, but he works very well in this space, occupying that box, picking up Techie, but then immediately going down, and that's the problem with getting pinned on the edge of zone. Look in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Look at how many arrows are just stacked on top of each other there. Every single one of those players has already made the rotation, so if you aren't in the zone, they have nothing better to do than to just sit there and throw whatever medium and light bullets they have at you. Zexro going down there, 16 points after 4 games. He's going to need something really solid in games number 4 or 5, 5 and 6 if he wants to advance, as we see Ketsui pick up Okate there.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking. If some of these players, are they going to do? Are they going to go maybe even the caddy corner drop? We saw Unknown Army do it in the qualifying weeks. He was having a rough tournament, dropped caddy corner and dropped 7 eliminations before first zone even started to close in. Unfortunately, couldn't rein in that aggression and he went down. But I'm kind of looking for those situations. Are these players going to step up and maybe change their game plan entirely? Or is maybe Zexro going to get a bit frustrated or try and show that kind of prowess and mechanical skill that we know he has and just take more early game fights? Because a couple of big games left here, if he goes down again or doesn't have a big game next game, it's all going to come down to eliminations game 6. We've talked about how big the placement points are, how many you can get consistently, but if you're looking at needing 15 points coming into your last game, there's not enough placement points up for offer. You can't assume you're going to win. They're going to try and go for a higher elim, maybe 10th or top 5 maybe, and try and clutch up that last game as Polarized has the Shockwave launcher. This is his chance to have that big game to really jump him up into that position, because again, coming out of caddy corner, I've talked about how players might start dropping there who haven't been dropping there earlier in the tournament. So if he misplays this and doesn't have a big game, it's going to get pretty dicey for him coming into 5 and 6.
And poor edits being taken out there in 53rd. A henchman took him out in match number 1. Polarized returning the favor there a little bit, but getting a good rotation here, opting to play towards the low ground. Almost skips directly into the box. Excuse me, does skip directly into the box. Nevify never saw what hit him. It was a gliding Polarized. Good job to get that little bunny hop there. That's jumping right at the end of the glide to continue your momentum, pushed him forward, and then followed up with a huge shot. That's how you convert on opportunities.
Yeah, he gets a nice little map refresh. That's all he needs. 112 builds there with 6 rockets in the Shockwave launcher. I've seen players clutch up these wins with less for sure. If you have the mats to kind of get yourself through that first and kind of maybe into second rotating zone and then use the 6 rockets to take high ground, there's more than enough to kind of work around there. But Polarized now, you talked about it, Sundown, players actually opting to sometimes even drop their rockets to not have that trickle down effect. If Polarized gets an impact elimination here and he can get the loot off it and he picks up even more rockets, he is absolutely completely set for this end game as we see Crunchy here now marking where zone's going. So he's marked the distance there to try to identify which way zone's going and the elevation, because this zone is now going down the river and then back up the other side. So this is where players who don't have the utility, don't have the mats, who drop down into that river base and are going to struggle. But Crunchy choosing not to go aggressive out of the cone, actually dropping down to get away from this player.
I'm not sure about that. It seems like he wants to prioritize the rotation, which is understandable since you do have to go over the river, through the woods, and then up that hill, not finding Grandma's house, but finding an elimination. There's Crunchy onto Sharky, so immediately getting the rotation off, and he's going to get some much-needed upgrades because he was rocking just the common tack and the uncommon AR, but going to pick that up. Plenty of crash pads there as we see the rest of the lobby now taking to the sky. We will have our placement point tick over there as 39 players left as we hop on board here with Liquid Gabe. 24 points. Again, the qualification line 31, so pay attention to the players who are able to push themselves over that and guarantee them a spot in the grand finals.
And if you're just tuning in, this is game 4 of the last NA East heat. This is the last chance for these players to qualify. The top 25 from today will go through the grand final, and that will make up our whole 100-player roster to close out this solo FNCS. As Gabe trying to cement himself in that position, sitting back here in Storm to use these floppers. He has 3 of them. They heal up 50 health in 1 second, so you can take up to 5 ticks of Storm and then pop that flopper and keep moving. And now he's on backside using, because he had little material, incredibly well played. He didn't have the material to make this rotate, and like I touched on earlier, this is going up the hill, but he might kind of find this little breathing room around the side where he doesn't have to go all the way up. But no, he's going to try and go up and getting shot from behind. He still has 1 flopper left to try and play that in Storm. Gabe need to make something big, and big he does. Gets another elimination onto Han, and now he's down here on the edge, 27 points. If he can get 3 or 4 more here, break inside that top 15 to top 10, he could almost secure his qualification on this, and 29 points, not a bad game at all.
Yeah, and he snuck into the top 25 there, so got that 1 extra point. What he was trying to do was wait for other people to build up, but you saw 3 or 4 people all ran out of builds at once, so what did they do? Slid down Old Man Mountain. They said, let's have a go of it. Who gets the siphons? And right now, the answer is Crunchy, cleaning up, and this is what happens when you get one of those floor edits that has an angle on the backside of the zone. Yes, people can make plays down there, but if somebody in the zone has control and can punish you, they can convert it very easily. You see Crunchy getting 1. Why not make it a double there? You can see Avery and Stretch going down Stretch just outside of the top 15, not Liquid Stretch. The other one, as Smacked, also gets Panda. Crunchy gets Calc and takes him down. That's 32 points for him. We'll be seeing him on Sunday with a fantastic run here in game number 4. But eyes up top. That's polarized up there. Smacked on the low ground with XX Shark. And the question is, who's going to be able to convert? And right now, it's still all Crunchy.
All Crunchy, and Shark having another good game though, so I think he's really cementing himself up there on the leaderboard. We have so many of these players around that top 25 bubble, 7 players remaining. Crunchy has 22 builds, 2 floppers and 3 minis. He's got a good shot to make of this one because he can hold back a little bit, use those floppers in Storm. He didn't choose to push down here, has the elevation, gets the elimination. Can he take the wall and pressure on the second player, choosing to push back, has 20 builds left, and he's really going for placements. He did not want to push that fight on the backside or just going forward. Actually, never mind, going forward, taking those builds, getting that control ahead of him to then push back into his polarized, still on the high ground, having that big game that I said earlier he needed to have with that caddy launcher, and there it is, 27 points on the board. Can he close this out? Can he confirm his placement? This is a player that I'm scared of. If he doesn't confirm it here, he's got 2 games remaining, dropping the most volatile drop on the map. Crunchy on the back foot now, 2 floppers in Storm. It's him and Polarized 1v1. Can Polarized cement the qualification? Crunchy has already done it, and Crunchy falls. Polarized does just that. He has the big game he needed to. Very reminiscent of Cody yesterday, having that big jump up with that mythic loot, ending on 39 points. A phenomenal performance for him in game 4.
Well done from Polarized there, also pushing himself up into the qualification range. We're starting to see players cement themselves into the grand finals, and the question is, how do you like your peanut butter? Because Crunchy was absolutely smooth, and that was nuts. Analyst, can you break that one down for us?
Thank you guys there. Another great game out of NA East. Did not go the way I anticipated. Sundown making all the Crunchy puns. I mean, Polarized, especially coming out with a big win here and a massive game. He started the game of the day being eliminated 99th and now has made a full recovery, Shy.
Yeah,
High entrant, though.
He was Yeah, by a henchman. It was what I was about to say. It's literally got taken out by a henchman to start off the day. We keep talking about the mentalities of these players. How do they come back? That's exactly how. Win a game. Make sure that game plan is intact afterwards, right? Even if there are mistakes. Really good job from Polarized there. Really cool plays from Crunchy, too. So many hot eliminations.
We'll have to see how this affects the standings, because we already know right around 30 is the projected number of qualifying in the top 25. So we know players like Calculator sitting at the top with 50 points, probably safe. We will probably be seeing him tomorrow's grand finals. But now we start to look outward, right? Looking at everyone else. Second place, down. It's a big 10-point separation between 10th place and second. Crunchy finding himself up there right now. Polarized jumping up to 4th with that performance. I mean, he's more than likely qualified as well.
I mean, one big thing here is these people who are in top 10, who are guaranteed qualing, are having to win games to get there. Yes, I know Calc and Polarize are a little bit near that top spot, the top 5, which is sometimes unreachable by people who are still trying to qualify, but even winning a game will only land you near the top 10. I'm scared to see how much people are going to have to play for top 25 overall, because for some people, it's so much harder to get a Victory Royale than others.
It is indeed. A lot of these players not strangers to finding them, though. Uga, Dubs, Avery, all capable of finding that Victory Royale, as well as Jelty down there in 19th place. But again, the question is, who is on the cusp? And it's going to be Bucky right there in 25th place. But there is almost a tie there for it. 1 point separates them. But look at that drop down after top 26. 3-point difference.
I mean, yeah, and especially we have 2 games left. I mean, for a lot of these guys on the bubble, someone like Berserker, right? He can make the cut. He just has these 2 games that he needs to really show up and make something happen. Whether that be high placement, eliminations, even just 2 and placing even in top 10 is such a game changer for a lot of these players. With 2 games left, they have to kick it into high gear if they want a shot at tomorrow's grand finals.
Yeah, the big thing right now is literally the final mentality in the final stretch. You hit it home, Zeke. It's just, what do you change now? What do you end up doing? And, you know, it's been happening all around the world, though. Some competitions have already ended.
That's right. Speaking of that, we actually have a look in on Middle East to see who was the grand finalist and the new FNCS champion out of Middle East. Now, do keep in mind this happened a while ago, but we wanted to go ahead and celebrate here with our champion, Cash Cup Warrior. There you go. Finding themselves at the very top, our grand finalist, 62 points, a Victory Royale, 15 total eliminations, and an average placement of 21st.
Yeah, that's actually going to be ASMR Spy. He did change his name there for us, so, you know, it's making it a little bit difficult. But ASMR Spy, congratulations. Getting that first place, getting $10,000 US.
I'm looking at a person who's going to have a name change to FNCS Warrior and possibly winner. That is a big bag to take home. What a way to win, too. A 3-way tie that he was 7 points ahead of. Overall, though, more ASMR players always say that Middle East is one of those places where these big orgs have players that always perform near the top spots and get these big placements in tournaments near the grand finals. Sacker is one of them. Rapid, Ferez, both these guys in 12th, 14th place, too. Down the list, Snowika, a lot of other players, too, all the way to 30th. Unit, Twistinator, Abdullah, Virus, Adam, Vane Non, MSG, Kuki, GNTL, and 7 Mood. I mean, Middle East just looked so tight with the point breakdown, too, so it must have been such a good finals to watch.
It must have. It definitely seems like it came down to the very last game. And it's seeing someone who is as strong as Sacker's unit down there in 30th means that it was a hard-fought battle in the Middle East.
Hard fought, but well-deserved. Spy will hold the Axe of Champions high, being the next FNCS champion. And we still have many more to crown. Grand finals are tomorrow, and we'll be diving into EU and NA East. I cannot wait to get into the action, but we are getting ready to hop into game number 5 here in NA East. There's still possibility. 2 games left to go. Anything can happen. Anything will happen, as we've seen time and time again here in Fortnite. Boys, my heart's racing. I can feel it. I know NA's about to turn it up.
I'm ready for it.
I mean, Clay, I want a hot take from you, my man. What do you think is going to happen here in this game? Is it going to be a mythic item again near the top side?
All right, you want a hot take? I think, on the bubble, Bucky going to come out, going to just delete everybody. He's going to get 11 eliminations and a victory royale.
Okay.
The spiciest take. Goodness gracious. Clay, you coming out swinging? I want to see that. I mean, Shy, same question to you, my friend. Give us that spicy take.
Spicy take, it's going to be a little bit mild for me. I feel like it's going to be a shockwave launcher at the end of the game that's going to be taking a win, but not the person that lands at Caddy Corner. So we'll see if that happens. We'll see if he holds on to the item, but whoever it is will be a mystery player we haven't seen before.
Man, well, we'll have to see how this goes. But guys, that is enough of our antics. So let's get ready to turn it over to two quality casters to get us into game number 5 here in the FNCS.
I was waiting for it. I was sitting here. I was like, is he going to give me my moment? Is he going to do it? And yes, thank you, Zeke. I appreciate that. Definitely an 11 out of 10. I'm obviously joining in. Welcome in. This is the 5th game of the NA East Heats number 4. This is the last chance for these players to qualify. They've got 2 games to do it now. Can they do it? I'm joined here by Sundown as well. Sundown, how are you looking forward to this last 2 games?
I'm very much so looking forward to the last 2 games, especially because it means we don't have to focus on Zeke's puns as we finally get a southern zone here. I mean, it's been rare, like a good pun from Zeke, but you can see everyone now rotating and going to be forced to head down to this side of the map, which is going to be a change of pace from the first couple of games.
Yeah, I've been talking about it so much. We get a southern zone. This is where, are we going to see it? Are we going to see Stretch, Booger, some of those players that are kind of around that bubble point have their massive game because they finally get a southern zone that's going to work into their favor. Also, though, players that are dropping caddy corners, I predicted that maybe a few of those players are going to start going there these last couple games for their big games. This is what you want. Not only do you go the mythic drop potentially to have your big game, but you get a zone too. So I'm expecting to see the leaderboard shake up a little bit here. We look at players like Calc, who's in first place on 50 points. He is at the complete opposite end of this zone. He has gotten the last 4 zones in a row and he doesn't get the 5th. Let's see if he can hold up. If anyone can, Calc is a phenomenal player. I'm sure he's able to, but we'll have to see.
And Berserk just set up for such success here. 9 crash pads, has the epic SMG there. Whirlpool center zone over by Gorgeous Gorge. He's going to be able to farm up very quickly. And we're going to hop on board here with Phases Binny, one of the representatives for the controller gang. You can see him way out here on the beaches by Steamy Stacks, just trying to collect whatever he can and then get on with the rotation potentially. There's tons of rock over on the side, and generally you can rotate late. However, you need to be careful if somebody does opt to take the top of those silos. They can rain shots down on you and just make your life really difficult.
Yeah, it is one of those drops that it has very, very interesting early game engagements, but they can be quite difficult. If a player wants to set up there and hold up there, there's very little you can do to get out of their sight lines. But I was going to say, on Binny being one of those controller players, he's also up there, obviously known with Diggy, his duo mate, as being 2 of the smarter, safer controller players. Even during last season, where we saw so many controller players rise to prominence and go for those big point aggressive games, Binny always been playing his style, playing slow, controlled, and methodical. And I want to see that here as he needs possibly about 5 points in this game and 5 points in the next one, as we do see the placement format show on the right. If Sundown, you want to break it down a little bit of what we've been looking at.
Yeah, so you can see there that first placement threshold that we talked about is top 75, then top 50. Then after that, it's every 10 players to fall. So you get points at 40 and 30. And then it's every 5 players to fall. So 25, 15, 20, 10, and then top 5, and then as well as top 3 for little bumps and points. So definitely want to aim, obviously, to always win the game. It is a battle royale. At the end of the day, that is your goal, to outlast everyone. But in terms of maximizing point efficiency and where you see people make these big swings, it's when you get kind of those 2nd and 3rd places in a couple of elims, or that top 5 in 4 or 5 eliminations. Those end up being those really big kind of 14 and 15 point swings, when today the objective is in that line is around 31 points. 32 will guarantee you through. It looks like we're on a little bit of a slower pace today, but we also said that from Europe it ended up being the highest total we had seen yet.
Yeah, definitely. We do the projections behind the screen and we kind of run the stats and we see what we end up with, and it's looking like about 31, but you really want to get into that mid-30s to obviously make sure you're safe and really kind of secure it. As Crunchy on 40, more than safe now, taking a more aggressive fight, knowing he is safe. And this is where players have to do their research as Crunchy gets in and takes down Shaw. Don't know how many points that player was on, but that was their last game out of this on, and Crunchy hitting him with the disrespect. And I was going to say, you got to do your research. Who are those players around you who are known to be aggressive, who have already qualified? Who do you have to avoid? You need to change your pathing. You need to change your game strategy, knowing where the tournament's at. That's the advantage of these set lobbies. They have the access to the information, same as you guys at home, to know everyone who's playing in these lobbies, and they can study them and know where they're going. The replays there are available in the compete tab of Fortnite to these players and yourself to go back and watch, and you know they're in there looking. When we see those kind of like setup plays where they camp the chest or they door camp, it's because they've gone back and they know that player rotates that way, and they've just got ahead of their rotate path to kind of lay those ambushes. And unfortunately, that player going down, not realizing the Crunchy is out there, and that's his tournament almost over. One chance left to finish this one off.
Yeah. And it also looked like Crunchy took advantage of the fact that he had the pepper to close the gap faster. Not again. We're 5 games in. You're not going to be able to be center zone and not covering your side, standing still. That player losing 108 effective HP. Good follow-up there from Gabe to get the white tags as well. And he will convert. Cracked going down 30 points for Gabe. Just needs to hit that top 75 threshold, and we'll be seeing him on Sunday.
Yeah, and it's just those shots that kind of go through the builds like that. Obviously, the burst rifle shooting 2 burst shots now, and they do. The second shot is quite prone to going through the builds like that, and you can get those follow-up shots, and Liquid Gabe doing just that. And that's a big elimination for him. He's right around that 30 points, so if he can have a solid game here, even break into, you know, top 40, top 50 with one more elimination, he's going to secure his qualification off that. As we see Bucky, someone that Clay made a very, very spicy, bold prediction for an 11 elimination win. I'd love to see it. I mean, if someone's going to do it, we could even combine the predictions here. Does Bucky get his hands maybe on that caddy launcher like Shio said, and then have his massive game? Because Bucky needs something. 21 points. He's still on pace, but Bucky needs a big game here. And I think if anyone's able to do it out of nowhere, it's going to be Bucky.
Yeah, and he's just barely right on pace, right? But though having that scope sniper rifle going to be able to allow him to potentially find picks and rotate in here. You see him closing up here on the gap, going to opt to just instead maintain the high ground right over by this gorge area, just trying to do his best to control as much space as possible, give himself some sight lines. And this spot in particular is really central on the map, and it's positive because you have the whirlpool directly below you as well as the zip line to be able to give you options to kind of convert. As now we switch on over and we see Simple has popped the pepper, looking to see if he can't pilfer a pair of plentiful points here right as we close in towards the top of that placement threshold. But will he be able to get it? Not necessarily getting the follow-up there. Liquid Stretch is backing him down right now, and Stretch is somebody who he really can't afford to lose this fight, and with only 7 builds, he's going to get a huge shot right there. The fire on the edited wall and then resetting it right away. Desperately needed that, down to only 20 builds even after that. So both players in utter shambles, but Stretch will have an opportunity to at least stay in the game.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, those southern zones. If this was that north zone, Stretch would already be past this point. He would be rotating. He would not be setting up here, getting these eliminations and getting these points. I'm really expecting these kind of players to show up big here today, because Stretch has been showing up big and performing more consistently than almost any other solo player in this region, if not more than any other solo player in this NA East region, trying to join the ranks of people like Arkram that are doing so well and winning consistently in these set lobbies. And Daxor, another player out of E11 who's been performing so well on 23 points, kind of stalking his way around this building inside the woods, seeing if he can find him, as he knows there's a player here somewhere. He must have heard him. We can see on the minimap that they are there, probably in the roof or somewhere above, but a few eyes around. I like this spot if you're going to try and have some more aggressive mid-game engagements, because there's a lot of cover from the trees. There's a lot of kind of like sight lines that get cut off, so you can lay an ambush, but also if you take a fight, not as many people can see you if you're somewhere that's a bit more open and exposed.
Which is really key, and you can also safely farm up some of the key mats that he needs here. You can tell he was already maxed out on metal when he was harvesting there, so able to get the brick and the wood he needs. But you can tell he kind of knows there's somebody lurking by, which is also very typical for when you're in not these player-built structures, when you're in the ones that are native to the map. As now We hop back on board here with Crunchy, who is continuing his run and just jamming on everyone. Made him a sandwich right there. Zuki going down. 83 players remaining here in match number 5. And if you are just joining us, welcome everyone. My name is Sundown, joined here by Aussie Antics. This is NA East FNCS. It's the Heat round, Heat number 4, the last chance for these NA East players to get into the grand finals, which we will be casting live tomorrow, so make sure you check that out as well. And Crunchy really has been putting his stamp on this Heat so far in the last couple of games.
Yeah, really has. He came into this game in second place on 39 points, 11 points behind Calc, and maybe that's it. Maybe Crunchy knows, hey, I've already qualified, but I don't want to be second on the podium. I'm going for first. If I need to catch up this 11-point difference, I need to put down some eliminations, and that's what he's doing. Is Trap on 16 points realizes he needs to put down some eliminations too if he's going to be able to qualify. Has 6 crash pads, so far opting not to use those to go in, but this player, massive misplay there, just doesn't identify that he had the cone, opens up the roof edit, and then Trap sees this and just goes straight through the cone. Good choice not to use the crash pad, didn't need it. Gets 1 point on the board. He's on 17, so needs to pick up the pace a little bit, but that's a really good start to game 5 for him now.
Yeah, Jaden Lacoste just getting picked up right away there from Outcast Trapped, aka I believe that was Trap Kill 2, just picked up by Outcast Rain here, but now rotating through Authority here. Hopefully not going to get caught by anyone, though they should be long gone. As I say that, a player drops right next to him in the frame. As we switch on over here, you got Booga stretched nearby, Mikey on the side, VSB, Panda, Trank also boxed up right next to Stretch as we hop on board here with the Solo World Cup champ, who is right now on the outside looking in. Very much so on pace, though, with 27 points.
Yeah, Booga looking better as one of those players. So it's just interesting to note as well, Booga rotating out of the exact same POI, Misty Meadows, as what Stretch is, but has quite a few more points than him here, coming into this game on, I think, 10 points above him. So as much as I talk about zones, it's not always about whether it's just you're going to lose because of it. It's just who's adapting better, who's dealing with it better. And Booga doing very well here today, 27 points with some difficult zones. He is set up near Mikey, though, which needs to be careful, as Mikey has been right up there on the leaderboard in 6th place. And that's the kind of player, again, already qualified. Maybe they're a bit more confident to go aggressive on these fights, so Booga needs to make sure he's dealing with this one well. I don't know if this is Mikey right now. He's in the fight with it. Is takes down Mikey, and that's a big swing, as now Booga's putting himself up there, potentially going to get enough points this game to jump above Mikey, and there it is, hitting him with the dance as well. So we got some big names in this lobby still up all around each other, and we're used to talking about Booga and Stretch really kind of who's going to take it today, who's going to, who's jumping up on top, who carried who in duos, but looks like Booga's coming out on top today.
Yeah, and right there, that was huge because he was actually 7 damage below the Storm Surge threshold, but still 10 players to go up at the time. And the thing Booga did incredibly well in that situation is when you have a cone in your box and the other player isn't able to own it and take it over before they dive in, rather than resetting it, you can just crouch and commit to the fight, which is what he did with the tac shotgun. And he actually avoided almost the entirety of the first 2 spreads there of Mikey's shot by just ducking behind the cone and strafing around it. So that's one of the skills that you don't necessarily always get to see, that little wiggle strafe and using the extra shape of the cone to give you additional cover. So really well done. The experience of Booga showing in a clutch moment, and then Duzon gets a gift from above, and that's a glide, not necessarily gliding well, and that's also going to be a 2-point swing when Duzon desperately needs it as we get our top 75. So still 5 players under pressure from Storm Surge, but the first placement point going around as everyone is desperately trying to claw into that top 25.
Yeah, trying to claw their way back in. And you talked about a movement. It's such an underrated skill in Fortnite that not a lot of people kind of utilize, especially. It's one of the main advantages, I believe, the controller as an input does have over mouse and keyboard. Right now, very, very balanced between the two. As you're seeing on these leaderboards, you're seeing those players on both inputs perform very, very well. And it does. It's that extra movement. Booga just being able to strafe while still hitting his shots is incredibly hard. As we now tune in with Dubs, and you see that 83% of Dubs' points in the finals are from placement, the highest rate of any NA East player this FNCS. So he is coming out of that far south Fortilla drop, even with all those north zones, and still getting more placement points than anyone else here today.
And a lot of it has to do with getting that launch pad, making sure you're securing it on the rotation. That gives you just a huge bonus if you're not able to pull that 5th half in, half out zone, as we are in zone number 3. Still 3 players will need to go down, being pressured by Storm Surge once that comes through. You can see Benny over on the side currently healing up and trying to get aggro on Nutex. He is one of those players under the Storm Surge threshold. You can see that on right above the map there on the right side of your screen. He's going to wait till the second one comes through to eat that flopper. Now he's going to try and go aggressive and turn this off. Storm Surge still going to continue ticking over there. Again, every 10 seconds is going to be that 25 damage coming through, and he's going to have to find a tag. No more utility for him through. One more will happen. Can he crash pad and get in and find the tag? He gets launched over the other side, gets a hit, and goes above. He's 11 damage above the threshold. That's all he needed to do. It cost him every single bit of utility. 3 players going down. Instead, he's going to follow up right away. He says, I have 25 HP in a dream, 22 points. I can't do this without the refresh. He's trying to find it, but now the storm is closing away. He's going to be forced to run away, and he goes down.
No, that can't be a repeat. Was that Binny? Binny just went down to, I swear, almost a mirror image of what we saw game 1, wasn't it, Sundown? The crash pad as Storm Surge is coming out from the player, about to go down in Storm, and hits the charge shotgun midair to take him out. I swear that has now happened to Binny twice today in 5 games where he's just gone down in that exact situation.
Oh, and it's so frustrating to be on the other side of the equation with the Storm Surge threatening you, and then you get above it, but then the actual storm itself then pressures you right there, and to be so close on the edge of the threshold and converting that play, but then Nutex turning it over. Stretch there just sneaking a cheeky little E them. Steezy going down on the side, but just barely even throwing a medium bullet in that direction, and he's letting him know. He's like, yep, I was the one who got that. Thank you.
Does manage to pick it up, and when 1 point's very likely going to be the difference between Stretch qualling or not, if he doesn't have one of these last 2 games as a big one, that's a very important little elimination as he expands out, and we see Daxor and Ace. Ace, who's been doing very well. We have 2 of the A1 members in the contingency in the top 10 right now doing well. Ace coming in 9th place, just above Daxor, who really needs something big. And he's got that launch pad you talked about, but only 1 mini for shields and nothing else. If he takes any damage on this rotate, he's not going to be able to kind of go back through too much of it. So needs to be very, very careful how he hits this. Possibly wants to hold on to that launch pad too, as that's his only utility. So big, big rotation. Daxor's tournament could very well come down to how does he make this next zone. He's going to have to play it carefully. He's got the hunting rifle in hand, waiting to see if any of these players ahead of them peak when the people around him start to move, and see if he can get a free elimination on that, or maybe going for a shot on one of the other players rotating.
He has to look for a pick here on the hunting rifle or recycle some utility. He doesn't have the builds to use the launch pad, and because of where the zone is on the rotation, there's 2 hills directly on his path that players have already built up on. He can't go in, and Okate is on the exact same path as him, so it's not going to be a clear path. He's going to have to at least fight right there. But now, since everyone else has burned their utility, look in the bottom right-hand corner, kind of that conga line of players doing the little slide into the box, right into the funnel between. What Daxter's going to do is, because he's later on the edge of the zone, he's going to rotate right around that out left-hand side, use the crash pad he just picked up from the elimination, and just try and sneak in, as you can see there. But he's still going to eat a bunch of damage despite coming in late. So a good rotation from him, a good job picking up a much-needed elimination. However, it's going to put him in a rough position coming up for the next one in terms of separating and finding the half-in, half-out, as zone number 4 has revealed. And lucky for Daxter, it's on his side. We're going to hop on board here with Nutex, who picked up a miracle elimination right there onto Benny to realistically keep his tournament hopes alive. 24 points right now, Ozzy.
Yeah, I did. I really fell for Binny when that one happened, but Nutex needed just as badly as he goes in now. Charge shotgun out, and he does, gets the shot straight through, and there goes Rex. So at the same time, as much as I fell for Binny, Nutex making his run home as well. So at least it was someone else who needed the elimination as bad as he did. I'm sure it's not going to make Binny feel any better. I'm sure it's not going to make that player feel any better, but Nutex is pushing forward. He's having a big jump in this final 2 games to try to qualify, and that's why solos is so exciting. Just one elimination is everything right now. We've seen it with Daxor, we've seen it with Nutex now. One elimination is sometimes all you need to get back in there, as we now see Shark in the feed having a much better tail end performance, as Nutex finding Distrep. He has 3 eliminations on the board. If he can secure even a top 30 or a top 25 here, Sundown, I think he's going to qualify off that.
And the key right before that second elimination, he was below the Storm Surge tag, used the crash pad, went through, and he phased the ramp. He had placed himself in the box well enough, though, even though the player tried to cover himself, he was phasing the ramp and allowed him to hit that huge charged shotgun shot, and then following it up with a nice little ambush around the side, really pushing him further into the game. He's about to get the top 50 placement point as well, so setting himself up to make a run at qualifying either here in this game or potentially in game number 6. Again, right after this, we will have our final game of the Heat, but everyone else has to get established right now. And Vix using the launch pad, throwing it against the wall, and picks up and ends game right there. He's going to have to go back to the lobby, and the pressure is going to be on him to guarantee his spot in match number 6.
Yeah, he's hovering around that 30-ish points. Came into this one on 29 points. So with the 2 placement points that he did accrue, he should be okay. But Vix really need to pick up the pace. 17 points on the board. Xset Shark making his way through. New signing to Xset as Stretch also on the top over there. We saw M Booger in this one. So those players on those southern parts of the map are doing better. Zexro also a player I did not expect to see really quite low there. Needs to pick up the pace in a big way. So I'm looking for Stretch here. I'm looking for Zexro. I'm looking for Bucky in the feed. 3 of the biggest names out of NA East who are definitely not safe here.
Yeah, and while we talk about Bucky, I would love to know just how many times Bucky has actually dropped double-digit eliminations in a game, because whenever I think of his huge pop-off plays, they're always super smart and tactical, and they're in these kind of pairs where it ends up guaranteeing them. You never see these kind of monstrous runs of eliminations from him, which he's not going to need right now. He's necessarily on the pace for just guaranteeing himself if he continues playing for the placement points. Now, we've been saying on pace a lot. What does that mean? It's aiming for that 31-point mark. If you can get that, you'll be in the top 25 statistically, and we'll be seeing you play tomorrow for your shot at the $500,000 prize pool there. And Stretch right now is somebody who needs to push that pace a little bit more. He's been trying this game so far with already 3 eliminations and the 2 placement points, pushing him from 15th to 20th, but he needs to do more, and throwing these rifle shots is a great way to start, finding 1, 2, 3 tags, but not quite converting it. Can he find another player there? No, but is going to do a good job denying the crash pads and denying other rotations from players.
Yeah, we're making bold predictions here. They made him in the standings beforehand. We saw him shy of Clay. I'm making it now. I reckon Stretch with this loadout can make top 5. He's got 3 crash pads, got the launch pad, enough builds to do it. I'd fully expect Stretch to come back here, and there's 1 elimination. There it is, gets it, takes down 80 HD, gets 2 eliminations, I believe, actually on this rotate as well. He does, gets 2, trying to make me sound good as I make that call. He's got everything he needs now. 3 crash pads. He got even more mats out of that, and the launch pad. Stretch is going to be in the grand finals. I'm putting my mark on it now, but we'll have to see. He needs to have a good performance, but he is so consistent. He is so smart with his rotates as Nutex, someone else who is now on 28. I said it before too, if he can get trying to in that top 25 area, he's going to be looking so good. 29 points on the board. He's still got 55 builds left, has the rockets that we haven't seen put into use too much today, seeing what he can do with it with only 50 shield and 35 health though.
And you can see Booga picked up an Elim there just inside the top 30 as well, so a good swing for him. Nutex, though, making all the plays that need to happen. We've talked about it so many times. The FNCS gives you an opportunity to capitalize, to rise to the occasion and say it might have looked like one small moment, but it turns into so much more as top 25 will push him up to 30 points. Can he secure himself here as Eclipse will pick up Ace 1? Bucky still in the feed there, gets exactly, so he's going to push himself closer and closer to that margin. Nutex, though, looking to confirm it, and he will right there. Starving Aiden goes down, top 20 for him. Nutex, will see you in the grand finals, and what a run it's been so far this game. Taking down Benny on the edge of the storm. Storm Surge just barely helping him out there, and he's going to close it out. He shuts down Liquid. Stretch as well. Could have effectively just ended his tournament. You have Panda up on the high ground. Booga challenging towards it as well. Jelty's over there. Buis just behind him. Vix completely uncontested on the low ground, but Buis in the top right. Bucky in your bottom right. Everyone else on the left-hand side of your screen as we close in on our top 10.
Yeah, I tried to put it down. I tried to set this up as Stretch's story, but no, Nutex wants to take it, and I can't be happier for him, though, for proving me wrong. He's doing so well. Buis making his way down from the top, has that shockwave launcher in hand. Is Shio's prediction going to come out? This is Buis, a player I have not seen so far that much today, who I have not seen with a shockwave launcher, now having it in hand. 27 points on the board. Going to use those crash pads to break up the builds beneath him because he didn't need it himself. He does still have that shockwave in hand. Bucky down on the low ground, 29 points. Bucky coming back with a big game. It's not the 11 elimination win, but he's got 1 on the board. Make it 2, 31 points. I think we'll be seeing Bucky in the grand final too. These players are jumping up now. They're cementing their position. Buis still trying to cement his position on this high ground, trying to make his way from top down. This zone is getting closer and closer to closing out, but it's dropping down all this verticality, this big position, and he has to work from top down with next to no. Oh, he's still got 35 builds left, enough to work with, but he's holding his high ground very, very well in the situation. Bucky on the ultimate low, posed goes down. It's going to start to get a big, very scramble on the low ground. Shots are going to start rigging out very, very soon as Buis is taking it slow, but Bucky is happy to control as much of this layer as he can, putting out all those cones. 24 builds left on the low ground, toe to toe. Can he close out? He Kenny gets that elimination, gets 2 eliminations, sorry, back to back. Bucky pushing up here at the very end. Boyce going down from above. You are sandwiched between Boyce and Bucky, 2 people you do not want to have around you, as Bucky has that rocket launcher in hand, trying to maybe break someone out, using it to kind of push someone down. There it is, pushes him down. Doesn't get the shotgun shot though. Shockwaves raining out. It's Boyce versus Bucky. Bucky back in storm. Boyce toe to toe gets the high ground. Bucky with the rocket and the shotgun follow up though. Can he get one more shot? And no, Boyce closes it out from the high ground, but both those players have secured their position in the grand finals, finishing on mid to high 30 points.
What a huge performance right there from Bucky. So close to the end, but not quite able to get it. Instead, Boyce was the better B on the day. But with match 5 number down, we have 1 more left. We're going to toss it back on over the desk for Zeke, Shio, and Clay to break it down.
Guys, so much great cast. That was it. Game 5 in the books. Boyce finding himself the victory royale. And I gotta say before this, guys, pretty average placement overall, but that victory royale with the 2 eliminations are really gonna be doing wonders for him after this game.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really, really nice from what we saw.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of that, let's go ahead and take a look at our standings, because a lot has actually changed here in the top. And with this game,
whoa, Zeke,
we
Zeke,
should be...
hold up.
What?
Hold up, Zeke, give me a second here. Give me a second. I'm getting notes that we actually have an instant news flash package before those standings about Mr. Booga himself, who at the moment is all the way in 5th place with a surprising endgame that we didn't actually fully get to see. Clay, break it down for me.
I got that as well. Booga already popping off in the final moments of this game. As you see, getting that mid-game elimination there with that shotgun, just showing his prowess is still there. He's got that AUG in his, the mythic burst they are there, not in his inventory, but the AUG in his inventory really good. There is Tiny Jelly gonna fall.
Yeah, I mean, Booga, all the eliminations that he got, staying alive all the way till the top 20, the top 10. This was crucial for him to get towards the top spots. Remember, we were mentioning his name over and over again, standing near that top 25 spot, the top 10. Suddenly now, he's boosted all the way up. If he gets into those NA East Grand Finals, this might be a moment for him as a solo player, as an individual, to claim another title again as the best solo player currently in the NA East region and possibly the entire world.
I love you guys so much. Yeah, this is breaking news here, as suddenly Booga, our world champion, is making some very big waves here in the FNCS. So what we need to do is actually take a look at the standings and see how things are shaking out, because we know that top 3 are currently cemented themselves and getting ready to head into grand finals tomorrow, but now we're seeing top 4 and down have seen a pretty drastic change. Let's take a look together. Calc still does hold down that number 1 spot, 50 points, is holding strong. Polarized and Crunchy as well have not moved. Smacked, and now Booga finding himself in that 5th place spot, as you guys broke down for us. This could be really, really good. He's got himself a very strong lead.
Now, the thing I was basically trying to mention, and we were trying to put down with this package and the fact that Booga's in the top 10, is we're seeing someone holding their spot now with confidence in heat mode, in that intense end game mode that we're going to be seeing in game number 6 from Booga. That being said, though, Calc, I think for the 4th game in a row, is holding his 1st place slot all the way up top with still a 6-point lead.
Insane. And if our predictions are correct, Booga looks to just maybe take that spot over. You know, I'm making another bold prediction. Maybe see him come in first this time around, but it's also about the top 25. As you see, EY's there, moving up into 12th place with that victory royale last game. A very, very clutch game there for them to pop off. Bucky, while he did not have an 11 elimination victory royale, he did make his way on up into that top 25 to secure it.
Yeah, big shout outs to Boyce too. This man has been on the verge of not playing solos, then coming back, then just dropping off again, and finally now in a position to qualify for those grand finals. All the way though at the 25th slot, Claw FA, assuming that's free agent there. 26 is the points that you need to be here at the moment just after the 5th game. I would assume that only goes up by a few more points afterwards. Look at the point difference between all the people below top 25. They are tied. They are so close next to each other. This could be anyone's game below there to qualify. And for the top 25 too, I mean, I'm just trying to crunch the numbers here. I don't even need these papers. I don't need this pencil, because you cannot predict what's about to happen here in this next game for Game 6.
I'm glad you guys are crunching the numbers, because I'm not good at math, as Sundown has proven. Guys, this is it. One game left here on the day, and it will directly dictate who is moving on. And that top 25 is only 2 points. That is 2 eliminations. That's a high placement game, or somewhere in the middle. But don't forget, EU has showed us it takes one game. One player could pop off, drop a 20-point game, and change everything. There's still room for anything to happen.
And when you know 2 plus 2 does equal 4, but not always in Fortnite. If you don't get the loot that you want and you don't get your drop that you want, it could all equal 5.
That's true. I mean, we gotta let that math sink in for a sec. The big thing to note is that a lot of these top 25 players, a lot of them right now, are qualled by default if we're looking at the points we're looking at for EU. So if we have more players on the map past 32 points who are just trying to get into box fights and trying to hold people back as much as possible from getting endgame, this could be one of the most unique Game 6s we've ever seen across any region, across all tournaments.
Man, can you imagine, dude? It could go. We'll have to see. And you got to think, for a lot of these players that are up there in the top, at least top 20, they're thinking, okay, I just have to play the game of survival. I've got to hold it down. I've got to do everything I can to just make sure I lock this in. Because if I make a mistake, whoever's below me in terms of points, 1 point separating us, they're going to have that shot. They could very well take it away from me.
They could indeed,
That's right.
and that's what Fortnite's about. Volatility. This is what Fortnite is, and we've got Game 6 very, very soon.
Oh, man, guys. This is it. Tomorrow is Grand Finals. After this game, we'll know which top 25 will be moving on to Grand Finals in NA East tomorrow. I hope you guys are as excited as we are as we prepare for this final game on the day. Let's get ready to jump out of the battle bus today for the final time with our casters, Sundown and Aussie Antics. Gentlemen, take it away one last time.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Shio, and Clay. And while you might not be the best accountants, you're certainly the best analysts. And here I am with Aussie Antics as we're going into game number 6, the final opportunity for about 12 or 13 of these players to cement their place in the grand finals in their shot at the Axe of Champions in a portion of $500,000.
Yeah, big portion of $500,000 is nothing to scoff at all. We've got some big names who aren't there, and yes, we're seeing another South Zone. So this might be where we see those players that are going to start jumping up now. And I got my eyes on Caddy Corner. I can't really see because those obviously the henchmen cause the markers as well. But looks like there's a few extra names and people hanging around Caddy Corners looking to have their last big game. But I have my eyes on where Stretch is landing at Misty, which is still uncontested on his side. So Stretch can have good loot, a good zone to try and close this one out, as that would be one of the biggest upsets for me not to qualify here today, upwards with names like Zexro as well, who just are outside that bubble.
Yeah, and you can see Zexro just hasn't necessarily had the best day today,
gosh.
nor the best run in solos, but NutX continuing his amazing run on the back half of today, just immediately running through right there, showing his aggression is paying off. He's definitely executed on this drop spot before and just taking a real early fight there. You can see it from the wide perspective there. Disrupt, trying to get an angle around the side, but NutX is just having absolutely none of it and just pushes right forward onto him.
Yeah, just pushes straight in and closes it out with the tack, and he may as well. Hits him with the long dance, too. That wasn't just like a little bit of an emote BM. That was the full letting it play out, letting the music ring, and NutX just running through people at the end. We saw how big of a game he had last game, and that's what I talked about. It was similar to P-God yesterday, having that big Game 5, giving you the confidence and the comfortability to go into Game 6, knowing you've qualified and just kind of having the victory lap to run home with it. Maybe get some extra practice in, kind of maybe condition your drops a little bit, too. I know Baller was talking about it a bit yesterday, too. With Heats coming out, some of these players might have to face off with similar people around them in the grand finals tomorrow, and they're going to want to make sure they understand and put some respect on where they are on the map and where they're rotating.
Or don't put some respect on it, set up an ambush and catch somebody out in game 1 or game 2 and completely throw off their game while setting you up for success. I like that plan,
True.
as we've seen a number of times have that occur.
Yes, we have. It's the Sundown strat for sure as well. There's no ego in that. Just taking every advantage you can to get the elimination. And Ved trying to loot up this it's a big PY that I've expected to see a lot more people perform incredibly well out of. I know Booger was dropping here for at a time as well. There's one other player here in Ved, maybe getting a bit of a beam on. I can't really see what he's looking at, but I know the player is in this direction, so he knows he's somewhere around there. And it is, we have Hallow, who haven't seen really, or Ved. So two players who probably a bit down on the leaderboard. And Ved maybe needing to have a really, really big game here. We're looking at an 11 or 12 point game, which with this format is possible. 14 points on the line for the Victory Royale alone. If you win this last game, you can really jump up there, but that's hard task. If you've got 19 points in 5 games to try and pick up, 12, 13 in a single one, it's going to be pretty tough.
That's like when you see everybody take to social media and go like, hey, you know what? I need a 10 elimination of Victory Royale to qualify, but Ved shuts down Crunchy right there, saying, I don't care how you like your peanut butter. I'm going to take him out. He's going to go over, pick up all the remnants there, get that loot, hopefully before the shark goes off and gobbles it all up. You can see Duzan over in a 1v1 now. On the side, on the back foot right now, but does hit a key shot to back his opponent off, is in a charged shotgun, so going to be looking more for those punishing shots if he can. Does have plenty of minis to keep that 150 effective HP shield, but definitely on the back foot here, and with 19 points, can't afford to go down, or that'll be the end of his FNCS, as Bucky picks up edits to end his FNCS.
Yeah, Duzan trying to get elimination onto Assault, a player that I feel bad for kind of almost forgetting he was here in the tournament. It hasn't performed too well today, and we see why. It goes down to Duzan, picks up an elimination on 20 points, so needs a big game, and Shark goes down as well. I know Shark had a rough start to today, but kind of picked himself up in the tail end of it to try and jump his way back up there. He was in 6th place, so he is secure, he is safe, but he had to have a run home for it. We saw him start off shaky, so that means Shark, like he touched on earlier, Sundown, he was seeing the potential of playing this trio Cash Cups, only played in 1 week of the qualifiers. That was enough to qualify him into heats, and now he's going into grand finals, so backing his confidence on the day. Someone to probably look out for tomorrow, as we now see Trap pushing up onto Sticks. Someone who's been playing pretty well here today, just outside of the Shark in this little house, and maybe setting up for an ambush like you've talked about. I think he is, Sunday. I'll let you call this one.
Dun-dun, dun-dun, and it's over. Real quick, because again, the key here is he waits for him to go in and interact with the chest, because regardless of what you do, as soon as you're holding that interact button, there's a short amount of time before you can do anything. Your character has to go through the animation of pulling the gun back out and then actually firing it and turning. Sticks has the high rate of fire weapon, has the tactical shotgun, make sure he blocks off the exit right away, locks the player in with him, and then finishes up. Ooh. That's how you execute on one of those picks. And again, it happens right as we turn over for a placement point. So it's 2 key points being swung over there.
Here we see Eclipse getting limit in the feed and Stretch. This is not Liquid Stretch getting dropped out and taken down by Festival. And that's one of the powers of that charged shotgun. If you can break someone's builds out and they fall through the sky, there's nothing they can do to catch themselves unless they get back closer down to more builds. So you can fully charge up that charged shotgun. And it's a very predictable falling target to hit that big shot. As we now tune back in over to Mikey, who's currently was inside our top 10, dropped quite far in that last game, down to 17th. So already qualified, but maybe needs to have a final big game to push himself up there and put some respect on the name, as he has a pack of Marauders chasing him down. Needs to be careful right up against this mountain too. Someone get an easy third-party situation on him, as the Marauders, they're such a loud audio cue. We haven't seen them having too many big interactions in today's heats like we have in previous ones, starting off fights that players maybe don't want to have, but it's pretty much like a marching band to follow behind you and tell everyone where you are and make a lot of noise, as Mikey actually not making a lot of noise here and ramping up over this opponent. And he didn't walk on top of the mountain, he built up over it so he wouldn't be on the same layer and he wouldn't be heard coming up there. But this player just dropped off the other side, and Mikey can't find the shots. Crash pads in the back pocket to maybe force this fight, but I have to think if this player's not in his point threshold, this could be their tournament, as Mikey doesn't have much to lose here.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Mikey is just going to pop that crash pad and go right away on this player. We talked about the Marauders on the back. They're just now making their way up the hill. If he's able to resolve this engagement quickly, he can use the difference in verticality to end it. But Purge says, no. No griefing for you, sir. I will continue my tournament and make my run in peace. 16 points for him. Also, no Storm Surge in play for what I believe will be the first time in match number 6 as 70 players have gone down inside the first circle. So you can sense a little bit of the desperation, but that also means that if you aren't getting those eliminations right now, other players are, and other players are going to creep right back up that leaderboard, as Virus, sitting on no elims, but has gotten that 1 placement point, is going to need another 4 to guarantee him a spot in the Sunday finals. And that's going to be our focus for the rest of this match. Whoever we're watching, we're trying to figure out what do they have to do to be playing in the grand finals, because that's all that matters. First place or 25th, you're getting a ticket to the dance as your prize.
Yeah, and quite often we've seen those names shot. We've seen people who've come in last, coming into a qualifier, then go on to win the tournament. So as much as you want to focus on who's going to win here at Zexro, making a different play of this one, pushing into authority. We haven't seen that too much today. Someone I touched on is needing to have a big game here, so we can focus on Zexro as someone who needs to have a 10-point game after this, and someone who can do it though. Zexro, obviously a competitive veteran, been putting on some serious display since the start of competitive Fortnite, looking to see if he can do so here with this player dropping beneath him. It's an awkward fight, and he's going to crash pad through the floor, but not throw himself in, showing some of that kind of clinical, I want to say not passiveness, but the smarter players from Zexro are not just full sending it in with the crash pad, but instead using it to try and break up the builds, get some more information, and disengages from that one, holds onto his high ground. But Zexro is going to need to get, what is it, probably top 5 at least if he's going to go off placement points alone and no eliminations. As again, the win is 14, but no, getting 1 elimination on the board there onto Crack, that's 1 big point that he needed, and that's the big grappler. I have not seen Zexro have this in his kind of inventory, so that could be a huge play for him. All the focus is usually around that caddy launcher, but the grappler gun isn't anything to scoff at.
No, honestly, I'm of the opinion that the glider grapple gun is the easier of the 2 to execute on. 1, you don't have to worry about your ammunition charges. 2, you have slightly more control over your movement if you're able to refine that mastery. But as we talk about that, flip on over to the side. So 2 players who have already qualified for the grand finals. So this is a nice little sneak peek into what you'll see in terms of the engagements on Sunday. These are 2 of the top 100 players in NA. So Bucky, somebody who's been there for a long time. Nutex, somebody who made an amazing run on the back half here to get the pressure. And also, there's a Marauder just knocking on the door saying hi, one lonely dude. Don't see where any of his friends are, but Nutex is hurting in terms of the utility. Just the 2 weapons and some minis.
Yeah, we got the Clash of Titans here with the Marauder trying to have their say in it as well, just kind of applying that pressure from the backside, and it can be quite irritating, especially with the audio cues. It does mess up some of the sound that you would have as Bucky goes in, but Nutex with the incredibly fast ramp rotation flips the ramp into Bucky's face as he comes through, but it's not enough. Bucky closes out that fight, and again, these players that are going to run into each other again tomorrow, so they want to put some kind of bragging rights down and see who is the most dominant one, as we see Dubs, who with these south zones, it's actually interesting to see he's having a worse tournament now that zones have started to pull south. He was in that top 10 position for quite a while, I think peaking at 6th place, and now he's dropped down quite considerably after last game. Still has qualified, but he's toe-to-toe with Niddle, someone who needs to jump up there, who has not qualified. Crash pad out, looking like he's trying to choreograph what he's going to do next. He's stuck on the crash pad though, has to pop it. If Niddle goes down here, this is his tournament over. It would be a legendary run to qualify here, but the Ghost player, you can never count him out. Dubs box up next to him. I'm surprised that Niddle didn't go for the crash pad in there like he did earlier through the corner of that box. Dubs trying to get away from it. Niddle just trying to close this one out, but it's looking pretty desperate here. Niddle is not closing this one out as cleanly and as effectively as what you would hope for the utility he has, and that could explain why he's on 15 points here.
Yeah, and this is World Cup qualifier against World Cup qualifier. Dubs, the original hot box fighter when he came out, and he's been pushing forward, known for his aggressive style and closing these fights out. Again, you talked about it, 32 points, so likely seeing him on Sunday unless there is a bizarre push that we haven't seen yet. But Niddle, on the other hand, not going to be seeing him on Sunday. Dubs catches him with a huge charged shotgun shot there to end his tournament. The headshot going to send him back to lobby. The 15 points, not enough to advance to that top 100.
Yeah, I think at the same time, you touched on it there, the fact that Dubs popularized or came out as one of those big box fires originally, and then we had the statistic earlier that he's got the highest average placement, so adapting to that meta, maybe adapting to that higher point format and realizing he doesn't want to go for those box fires that he was so good at, and kind of still showing that that's why he's been one of those top players for so long, because he can change with the game. He's not stuck in one style, as we see now Han boxed up next to this player on 29 points and not having the best loadout. This is not really the position you want to be in. 10 players away from going down until he gets gets an extra point to put him on 30. So if he can get 1 or 2 more eliminations, get inside that top 40, he might have his ticket for tomorrow. But if he falls here with this loadout, which is not looking the greatest, that could be a pretty big disaster for Han, who's had a good day here today. We have to point out some of these players that are going down outside top 25 are still having phenomenal tournaments, but top 25 in this heat is a tall ask as Han is up to the ask. He takes down Starving Aiden, gets the elimination, 30 points. If he can survive until 8 players go down by our predictions, he will qualify for tomorrow.
Yes, and he's so close to doing so. Needed to pick that up. 16 HP being the difference, but we've seen just how every little one of these moments and every little one of the engagements can be the one that pushes you over the top. And Stretch, again, needs to find one of those. We talked about his point totals currently sitting on 28, 57 players left. So you have that one relatively easy placement point coming through, opting to stick with the rare tactical shotgun instead of the rare charge shotgun. So showing his preference there, but also just utilizing all of this interior building to try and get as many brick and metal mats as he can. This is kind of an awkward zone in terms of the amount of verticality because there's a lot of potential verticality in play, but the sightlines from the top of the hills over here make it so that if you're somebody who does occupy one of those spaces, you have a lot of angles to punish people. However, it's mainly punishment coming from the east, and the giant valley in the middle, it's going to separate it. So likely what we're going to see is everyone in the middle will be totally safe and they'll be chill. All the fights are going to happen depending on which side of the circle zone number 4 pulls, because again, we are on zone number 3. So one more fully interior safe zone before we have half in, half out. Then it'll be full moving for our final game here in NA East.
Yeah, and Stretch went down 15th last game, and he had a very similar loadout to now with a somewhat similar zone, a more southern zone. He had that launch pad. He did have 3 crash pads instead of 1, but Bucky falls now as well. So luckily for Bucky, having a very big 5th game to kind of jump him up there because he needed that because his 6th game wasn't too hot, but he is there. And as I was saying, Stretch, if he can have the same game he did last time, top 15 would definitely secure it, but he needs to do so as this lobby is closing out a bit quicker. Sundown touched on it before. It's the first game we've had today where we haven't had an active Storm Surge on that first zone of that 70 mark. So a lot of these players going more aggressive, maybe losing their composure too. These guys have been playing for 6 games now. This is their 6th and final game. They need to compose themselves. They need to make every single interaction matter because one misplay, one wrong step, one wrong build, and your tournament is over and you might not qualify for the grand finals tomorrow. And this has been at the back of 2 weeks of incredible qualifiers. They had to play 2 days each weekend in a row of solos. It's a big, big ask, but a lot of these players have been up to it. Vix trying to see if he can as well. 90 builds, 26 points.
You can see there that 4th zone does pull. 5 players will need to fall, but in most other games we've seen there still be around 70, 65 players left in this circle. So 10 potential points off the board, but that much closer to the placement as Vix had a huge game last game, pushing himself into the top 5 to be in contention now. 5 points short here, and you can see the zone did pull mostly to the southern side, so we're off kind of that gorgeous gorge in the house that's right there. You have the old ghost base that's been retired out and just kind of ran through. That's right there on the side, but not a ton of verticality that's actually going to be in zone. Whoever's on top of the mountains 100% has priority, and it's going to be on everyone else to rotate past and stake their claim. Adrian, though, under pressure from the stink bomb, is on 25 points, so can't afford to go down. There's a second stink bomb. Want to get away from that smell. You didn't smell it. You didn't deal it either, but wants to create some space right now. Has some shields, but again, you cannot go down without getting the placement point. Crash pad goes in, actually throws him out. He says, "Thank you, sir. Bye." Is going to use that traversal. He had no utility himself except the shields, and now he gets plenty of time to pot them. That is so fortunate for Adrian.
Yeah, fortunate. Must have been misplay from the opponent. They did the crash pad in, and they just threw another crash pad, and it wasn't even out of the frying pan into the fire. I can't even finish my thought, and no, he smells it. You asked me if he smelt it, and Adrian's tournament goes down to stink bombs. You can't do anything to avoid them. They do 5 damage, but it goes past your shield. It only does health damage, and that's what Adrian did not have. He popped the shields, but he had no white meds, and he falls. That is his grand final chance done for, as we see Duzan on 21 having to have a big run here to close it out, and that's an unfortunate way to go down.
That's unfortunate, being picked off there, being pinned between the side. Can't leave the box there and the stink directly on top of it. Only thing you can do is move away from the volume, but when everyone else is boxed up around you and in that safe zone, can't exactly move so safely. Talked about the lack of utility and hoping to get bounced out there, but right now, 2 players need to be bounced out before Storm Surge turns off, but everyone's pretty much already in the zone, so we'll see a couple players who are forced to take a little bit of action here as Calc, the current leader, is boxed up right next to Duzon.
And that's not where you want to be. But then again, Calc has kind of slowed down the pace a little bit. I don't think he got any points last game, so the Southern Zone showing a bit of an issue in 5th game, but 6th game, Calc could do something, but maybe showing that he isn't being incredibly aggressive, as I don't think he has too many eliminations on the board so far this game, so Duzan next to him might not have to worry too much, as other players we've seen like Nutex who are running through people, having already qualified, and we're 2 players away from that extra placement point, which could be the difference between some of these players. As I say that, Calc takes on Bwace, who we saw actually win the game against Bucky, and there we go, never mind, Duzan takes down Calc. He gets the big elimination he needed, disengages, hasn't had a chance to pop those shields yet, and I was about to say, going through the sky on that little health is scary, especially when other people can hear and see that shield crack, and never mind, stays alright, near dubs now. This is just Duzan going through a who's who of this lobby right now, rotating close to him as we see Stretch is still in this one, and I want to see if we can get eyes on maybe Zexro to see, because he is also outside that bubble as someone who definitely would have been expected to qualify.
Yeah, interested in Eclipse as well. We saw him pick up a pair of early eliminations ready to turn into. Suscript finds a huge one onto Kip. Zexro also picks up Nebify, and Laggy gets Neff there. As we continue closing in, top 40 will be the next placement threshold there. Festival picks up Damien. We're going to switch to a wide here. You can see Clarity, Eclipse on the tarp just below ultimate high ground. We got Berserker and Tenzin on the ultimate low ground. Tenzin, 26 points, needs 5 more to push himself up. About half of the available builds right now. However, weaponry only sitting on that common tactical shotgun and the legendary pistol. So going to be looking either for some pistol dink headshots or to just barge right into a box and hopefully overpower somebody quickly with that attack. Schmacked will pick up Ketsui on the side of the zone. We're beginning to see the rotation come out now.
Yeah, your eyes are going to be on that placement threshold as well. Tenzin, if he does just secure placements, doesn't need an elimination, and with what he has, that might be the go. You touched on it, not exactly the firepower you want, but maybe the utility to get him towards those placements and just hold on to those 70 builds that he has left. But first zone going completely opposite. That's your first rotating zone so far. Zone number 6, and it's going across, and he needs to make his way there. Also has these builds on his head, so he can't even crash pad out of this box. So this rotate is going to be a dicey one, unless he can find something. Possibly that's a setup for a launch pad to his left. It's Suscript. I can't remember if he had one. This is going to be it for Tenzin. Can he find it? Can he find some mobility? Booger making the rotate through, not waiting for it, but Tenzin is caught waiting. He's going to follow these players. None of them dropping any launch pads, so it's going to be a dash for it. It's going to have to be a run, and he falls. That's it. That's the risk you play when you wait for someone else to use something. He had 4 crash pads, didn't rely on his, and it goes down to a player on 8 points, but unfortunately, that is just how sometimes it goes in solos, as Big Head picks up Doxy Fishy in the feed, and I'm looking for those players like Stretch, like Zexo up there, who might not qualify and would be a massive upset to not see in your grand finals tomorrow. Berserk, one of them, 26 points, trying to jump up there. Panda getting an elim in the feed as well.
Berserk picking up Serbs there. Clarity picks up Taki as well. As we continue looking through, you can see Trank up on the high ground. Berserk also bouncing right behind him. You have Viable Amazon right behind him. Jelty also still continuing to rotate through. Suscript up to 20 points. Also has Ocean's Loot, the Mythic Burst, as well as the Chug Jug. Probably won't see a ton of the Chug, but right now, Suscript making a good push for it. 4 eliminations so far, keeping himself in contention. Don't forget, top 30 will be that next placement point here. Storm Surge is on. 5 players will be under pressure, but with rotating directly east, slightly uphill, but not too much terrain, you can expect a number of players to go down, mainly from this high ground position. Suscript picking up Han there. Jaxi gets short, and we close in on the top 30, and there we have, as Luck picks up Duzon and Trank, it goes down to the Storm. Eclipse still up as well.
Yeah, and Suscript, this could be that legendary performance. This could be that doubling your points in a single game. If he goes from about 15 points starting this game up to above around that low 30 point we're looking for, it could be massive. 23 points now. Jelty, Gabe also getting elimination in the feed, trying to make his way forward here just inside top 25, and it's going to start to happen soon. 40 builds, so he has control. He doesn't have to push out onto anything crazy. He can keep playing the game the way he is. Smart, methodical, takes down Stretch, one of those players who needed a big game. I think that will have been enough for him, but we'll have to break it down at the end to see Slacks on the high ground, and he's making a good push. Eclipse you asked for earlier, Sundown. There he is on front side. Zexro on 28. Zexro needs this. He's going to need about 4 to 5 points to guarantee this. I think it's going to be more around that 32, low 30 mark to get it. Has that grappler, but has no more shields. Has 3 builds. Has next to nothing to work with but his mechanics. This is where Zexro is going to back his aim, and if you're going to bet on anyone's aim here to land, it's going to be Zexo with the movement, but no, he's getting lit up. He's pushed back, and there it is, 57. He fires back heavy like I would have expected, but no, he falls. 29 points. That's not going to be enough, Sundown.
No bandages to pop there, and Zexro can't save himself. The glider gun not proven to be strong enough, but right now, Slacks up on the high ground. 21, 11 players left. We've talked about it. 31, 32 has been the line we're looking for. Eclipse picks up Berserker, who is also very close to that line. Styx gets Jelthy, and we have our top 10. Right now, it's Slacks, 22 points. He needs absolutely everything if he's going to push forward and make that mark. The Victory Royale is an extra 3. There's a placement point coming through at 5th and 3rd, and he needs whatever he can get. You can see Eclipse down there on the low ground, also picking up an Elim. He pushes himself up closer and closer as well. I can't tell whether that's a 2-4 or a 3-4 right there, unfortunately.
2-4, I believe, is 24.
Okay, so he's going to need to push up there, but Slacks in the top right, Eclipse in the body right. Which one of the Luminosity Gaming players can secure the Victory Royale and potentially push themselves into the grand finals? This is the final play here, the final top 5, Aussie.
This is it. This is everyone's last chance. We are going to crown our top 100 playing in the grand finals tomorrow after this. Slacks drops down, gets elimination on his way down, has the flopper still, so it's going to be LG versus Eomzo, but unfortunately for this player, Slacks still has the builds. He has some beautiful building coming out, 20 materials left, 20 whole builds, finds his way up, shots down below. Eomzo gets dropped on Eclipse. He's pinned between LG and LG. It's Slacks versus Eclipse, 27 points. Slacks needs this win. Even with this win, is it enough? That's 3 points for the Victory Royale and 1 point for the elimination. Was that enough, or does Slacks just fall short in the final moments? Oh my gosh, same as every other heat, it has come down right to the wire, Sundown.
And the key thing to note there, too, right at the end, is Slacks is going to have the tiebreaker if it's on 31 for getting the Victory Royale. He also shut out Eclipse, who at the end, if he did get the Victory Royale and the points, would have been pushed up to 32. And Eclipse stealing an elimination at the end could have been enough to keep him out. But the winner for heat number 4 is built by Gamers Calc, 52 points. The Victory Royale, 16 eliminations, and an average placement inside the top 30. Congratulations to Calc for a fantastic, well-played heat from him to go basically wire to wire with the lead.
Yeah, he pretty much had it. So he was on 50 points going into those final 2 games. So Calc almost had this tournament in 4 whole games. So a very, very solid performance from him here today.
And the thing to note in particular, going out and looking through, is it's everyone in the top 25. So while the first place is huge, we talked about it. What's your prize? It's a ticket to the dance. And the question is, what happened with the LG on LG feud at the end? Is the 31 points in the Victory Royale enough? Did Eclipse get denied out? That's the question. We're done for the day. Thank you so much. It's been Sundown and Aussie Antics. We're going to throw it back over the analysts to wrap it up and show us our top 25.
Thank you so much, guys. You were incredible as always. And that wraps up heat number 4 in NA East. Gentlemen, again, a massive congratulations to Calc finding himself in that top spot. But it is the top 25 as a whole that we need to take a look at. As Sundown did mention, did someone like Eclipse make it in? Did Slacks with the 31 points? Was that enough? Let's find out together as we see which of the 25 players will be moving on to tomorrow.
Okay, the top 10, as you mentioned, Zeke, as we've seen, Calc is the reigning champ right now for heat number 4. 52 points in total, kept that distance away from Ace, who got to second place really fast and kept it secured. Smack right afterwards, who we're used to seeing in the top 5 and the top 4 every single time he's playing some of these things, all the way down to the bottom 10, or to the top 10. After that, though, this page has changed every single time. Bryce is down to 20th place after that game. Dubs, Daxter, Doxyfishy, Posed, Nutex, Exactly FN, Shark, Gabe, and Avery. And this is page number 3. Let's see who got that top 25 spot. It's going to be Berserker, sitting right there with Slacks. He just needed 1 more point.
The elimination that Eclipse ended up grabbing away from Slacks is that he gets that 26th place. But what a game to end on. That victory royale was insane.
And on the edge, the bubble, Eclipse did place 31st with 29 points, tying with Zexro. So if either of these players could have come up big, they would have tried and potentially made that push. But all in all, that is the top 25 players. Everyone is locked and loaded on the Battle Bus, preparing for tomorrow's Grand Finals. That's it, Fortnite fam. 1 day left of action, and tomorrow we crown FNCS champions. Gentlemen, before we do go, any quick goodbyes? Clay, you want to start?
I hope everybody was excited as I was for that ending, and I know EU and NA East are going to bring it hot and spicy tomorrow.
All right, if you guys have been watching with us the entire day, first off, go hydrate, get a drink of water, because these games, I know they were called heats. They got really hot today, both in EU and NA East. Taken, it was 100 players out of 400 that we saw today. Tomorrow, it'll be the culmination of everything we've been showing you back-to-back on these broadcasts with the final top 100 players from Europe and NA East. So many more regions also have to wrap up, but I hope I can handle what we see tomorrow.
That goes for everyone included. Guys, thank you so much. As we mentioned, tomorrow's Grand Final, so we'll see you back here, same time, same place. Till then, Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.